looking course. It's not there. It's not there.
What's not there?
The book that I was gonna grab, it's gone.
Oh.
Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777 and Alora.
Oh.
Yeah, the whole reason I got this book is because my cousin, he's doing some pretty hard work as well. And he was presented with this super rare Vedic mantra book. I'm talking about super rare. There was literally just one copy left. And it's like out of a 3-part series, and the other 2 out of print. So he just happened to snag it. And then we got it. And there's like so much in there. One of them was this type of mantra that we were just talking about. And I went to grab it, but I guess he took it with me. But if he comes back, I'll show it. Because I didn't see it being sold anywhere else.
Wow.
Yeah, even like, so there's, that book is old, but it has information on like popular mantras like the Mahamrityunjaya and the Gayatri mantra. And actually the popular Gayatri mantra, Om Bhurva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam, there's actually an extra line that's supposed to be in there.
Okay. Oh, Alonzo knows it. He's over here right now. Like, oh, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. Like, it's not just like, ooh, let's add something cool. Like, no, there's actually supposed to be an extra line, because when you look at how the Gayatri mantra breaks down, it's literally a mantra that is giving praise to all of your existences across the planes. So Bhur, Bhuva, Swaha, but there's actually 7 planes. So it's supposed to be 4 more planes after that. Then Tat Savitur Varenyam, Bargo Devasya Dimahi, etc. So
I wonder how that changes the vibrational currency there.
according to the author, he's always been doing it the long way. So I mean, they all say they have great results, but I've been meaning to write that down so I can implement that into mine.
Yeah.
I do have it, actually. I do have it. Let me see. I took a screenshot.
Yes.
You found it?
I got it. Oh yeah.
Cool. Okay, here it is. So it's supposed to be Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Maha Janaha Tapaha. I'll send you the screenshot actually.
Thank you.
Basically, if you look, it's supposed to give acknowledgement to each one of the planes, going right up the tree of life. Earth plane, the atmospheric plane, the solar plane. And we know that these translate to the physical plane, the etheric plane, the astral, the mental, the spiritual, etc. I'll send you the screenshot.
Yeah. Oh, that is fantastic. Yeah, I just took a screenshot of that too.
There we go. Yeah. And the other thing that I found about this was, I know that somebody in the chat asked me before, like 2 or 3 live streams ago, when I was talking about how the elements stack up, and there's Om, and that's where vibration starts. But beyond Om is Buddhi, which is Prakriti's version of the soul. There's no mantra for that. And the dude was like, well, is there a mantra? How do you know da? And I said, no, but supposedly there's one mantra. And I only know that because that super old Kundalini meditation that I have on my channel, when it gets to the crown chakra, she says, Satyam, what does she say? Yeah. Ogam Satyam Om. So like I said, maybe you could say that. Well, according to the longer version of the Gayatri mantra, Satyam is the mantra for the highest abode, the abode
Hey.
of supreme truth. So there, if you need a mantra for the crown chakra or for Buddhi, Om Satyam.
Ah, that is pretty fabulous. I'm always cautious though with the higher and stuff. Like, I've been reading this new book written by this Russian author on improving techniques, and it was originally written based off of Russian and building techniques for all like Olympic athletes. But then it became very well known in the NLP community because you can do it with everything. One of the main things they talk about is how a lot of us are still being run by our lower minds, which is exactly Raja Yoga, right? This is what we've about this, how our manas and all that kind of stuff controls us. So their big distinguishing factor is being able to separate the higher mind from the lower mind, and the higher mind can control the actions of the lower mind instead of vice versa. And they say that if someone goes into it when they're mainly being controlled by the lower mind and try to control, right, as in trying to activate higher chakras or the higher aspects of self before addressing the lower ones, that's when like literal explosion occurs. You get these crazy outbursts. Yeah, like they have reports of people having insane temper tantrums or like doing all kinds of because they have been running from their lower mind. They knew of their higher mind, but the roles were reversed as far as that self-control goes. They were allowing the lower minds to control the higher, trying to control the actions of the higher mind, which you can't do. It doesn't work. So they would basically bust as human beings. So I was always like cautious when working with the highest part of self, because I always have to check in with, okay, what part of me is wanting that to occur? Is it a lower thought form that's making me want to tap into this? Or is there some kind of, or am I in a place where I can actually tune into that higher vibration because that's already a naturally reoccurring theme that's happening? That's where I get very cautious with that. Like recently I've been doing palm reading and stuff. And I was telling my roommate the other day, I was like, it says that this line goes down to my moon line. That means there's a tendency of depression. And I was like, but I don't feel very depressed. And he was like, yeah, he's like, that totally makes sense. I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, every time you want to manifest all this crazy shit, it's always coming from a lack or a need or something like that. You have some kind of sadness that's attached to it. And immediately inside, I knew he was right, because my immediate response was, oh no. It's like this really sad feeling. So I was like, oh wow, okay, this is great. Now I can figure out how to redirect that, how to change up that vibration there. But that really shined a light on my manifestations. Like part of building that vibrational environment or raising your own frequency, you have to become aware of what you're already resonating at, where these thoughts and intentions are actually coming from. So it's been what is actually self-control? Which self is controlling what self, right? What's controlling what here? Is it the lower mind versus the higher mind? Or is it the higher mind actually harnessing the lower mind? What's happening here? So yeah, it's such an interesting journey. That's why I'm super cautious when coming to like the higher mind stuff, because it's like, I want to go in there with a better foundation, with as a well-prepared foundation, so there isn't any serious kickback. Are you on silent?
So do you think if you did jump in there right now,
yeah,
do you feel like there is a possibility for some serious kickback?
No, I think I would have, no, because I'm in a place of, but it also depends on what aspect I'm tapping into. Like I can't go into the higher realm with a intention of the lower self. So for example, I wouldn't want to tap into my higher mind, get winning lottery numbers, right? Like maybe, you know, that'd be cool if shit happened, but like I can't, but that's that's an intention that's very based on lower survival instincts versus going in there for information or something,
Okay.
you know, that could serve me as a whole. So I think it depends.
Is it low to survive? Like, is it low to get your survival needs met?
No. Well, so according to these to this book written by these Russian guys, see it as good or bad. They see it as determining what is more necessary at the time, but they see like these lower needs as being a stupid habitual reaction of being human. They're kind of like they see it as the same thing as being like hungry or thirsty. There's nothing wrong in getting, but there's no point in putting so much focus on it.
Well, here's the thing though. No matter how much focus you put on it, if those needs are not met, they will always be a thorn in your side.
Mm-hmm.
Hence why we've got certain mantras to take care of things like attraction of wealth or love or living circumstance. I think we have a certain view on that. You know what I'm saying? Like we'll see spells to attract sex and like just money for no reason, and we look down on that. But if those things are hardcore desires and they're unsatisfied, that we're still going to be carrying them into the higher self.
Mm-hmm.
I think looking back, when I was focused on those type of rituals, it's because I didn't have it and I wanted it. And I'm glad that I did them first, because after I started getting those things, I realized where it was coming from and how unimportant they really were. Like I had to realize that. I can't just look at a lack of sex and just be like, oh, sex is for monkeys. Like I have to have sex and then see, oh, this is for monkeys.
Right. Well, and even then that's what they were talking about with people who have too much like deprivation. They talk about because they say that it was an interesting point they brought up because they were like, okay, humans are always moving towards pleasure and away from pain. And in our conscious reality, that's one pull sleeping. And then the next where everything is in a huge state of rest. And then the other polarity is something that is exhilarating, something that keeps us up, that keeps towards that. So all of our actions are going towards these polarities, either sleep or being super, super awake and exhilarated. And the spot in between minds can meet and find that balance.
What's that sound like?
That sounds like three gunas: tamasic, sattvic, raja. Yeah. And they mentioned that willpower is something that is learned. That is
what power? Willpower? Okay.
Willpower, right, which is associated with raja. They're saying because they were like, for example, has no self-control because they don't have awareness yet. So of what their body can do and what functions are going. So they're just kind of like, you know, they're mainly on their emotional self and their very primal needs, right? The survival needs. It's only through time that baby develops an awareness. But at the same time, it's according to the environment that they grow up in, because that's also where you get the belief structure. So a lot of our willpower is based off of our belief system and the culture in which we grow up in. It's so funny because like when you're reading, like when I'm reading this, it's written by Russians. Fucking hate Americans. God damn. It's like every chapter in this book, they're talking some kind of shit against Americans, like not fans. But they talk about how like Americans we're raised very like dainty like, because we run away from pain or suffering to the point that we create more suffering in trying to reach pleasure. Whereas in the Russian viewpoint, they actually run towards the pain because they realize that's where they can gain their raw willpower to find out what it is they actually need to do in order to get to that pleasure. So they understand that's a necessary part of evolution. So their belief structure is entirely contrary to the American belief structure.
Looking at how those two belief structures could have possibly been built, I would even be willing to wager that they both could lead to evolution. Because, like you said, it depends on the culture, and the culture depends on what the early people had to do to survive. And looking at the conditions over there and also the history, in order for a generation to continue, you had to have raw willpower because the environment is harsh, the animals are harsh, the people can be harsh, and it's still like that to a degree. You know, Russians are known for being these tough as nails, people that live in the snow. Whereas America, this land has always been very comfortable, very cushy. And one could even say that America being developed the way that it is like the evolution of, we're like the top of, the food chain when it comes to comfort. But look at what comes out of that. Sure, 90% of our population is, but the inventions, the technology, the ingenuity, the entrepreneurship, all those things could only be grown in an environment like this. But we're looking at Rajasic, Tamasic, and Sattvic seeds here, because other countries too. Each country has a different.
Well, regardless of the country, right? Every culture has a way of looking at our intrinsic desire of surviving, right? Or our way to survive, because no matter where you're from, it all boils down to three things. Are you an enemy? Are you a mate? Or are you the tribe? Like, are you, and then if you were a part of the same tribe, are you someone who's going to lead and someone who I follow? Or are you someone who's going to follow me? That's really what it comes down to, because that's what allowed our ancestors to live. Like in the communication experts and stuff like that none of our ancestors were virgins. Like none of our, like, we don't have to worry about that part. Like none of them were virgins because here we are, right? Because they knew what was the difference between a mate, an enemy, and someone from the same clan or from the same tribe. And from that is where our belief systems then are born, because we want to work in conjunction with our mates and our fellow tribes. If we go outside of that, or if we get excommunicated, we fucking die. Like, we die. That's the very base survival, right? We're very communal. So everything that we're structured off of is based off of these very raw survival principles that we carry within us to this day. Like Chase Hughes brought up in his thing, where if you put in one of his videos, where if you put a cat next to a cucumber, the cat's going to freak out because it thinks the cucumber's a snake, even though it's never seen a snake before. Yeah, its ancestors knew snakes are freaking deadly. We need to stay away from those. So automatically, the cat that may have never seen a snake is going to freak the fuck out at something that even looks like a snake, because of its instinctual habits. Humans are the same way. I was talking to one of my bosses the other day about that. Well, he's not technically my boss because I'm a contractor, but he owns the building that I rent from. And he had a very corporate like job at one point where he had to wear a suit. And he was telling me that there was this guy who was a shoe shiner, and he would shine his shoes every week. And he and this guy used to have conversations. They used to talk a lot, all that kind of stuff. Then the owner, then he quit his job. And so one day he went back into his office in like flip-flops, t-shirt, and regular pants to get his stuff. And he passed the shoe shiner, and the shoe shiner like looked at him and didn't even acknowledge him or anything like that, and kind of like snuffed them off. And then it wasn't until he went back to the shoe shiner and gave him $5 and said, "Hey, thank you for all of the shoe shines that you had given me for all those years and stuff." And he said the guy's face changed instantly into like one of like, "Oh shit, that was that guy." But inherently, the dude had treated that man lower just according to how he was dressed. Like literally, the business owner had become a different person according to how he was dressed to this man. The shoe shiner had seen him as someone who was important, and then immediately dropped his status as soon, like literally didn't even recognize him just by the way how the business owner was dressed. So like regardless of what culture you're in, that belief system that you have is going to revert back to those 3 instinctual survival methods. Our primal brain, right? Our survival set. Like you said, if those needs aren't being met, how can we ever seem to attain that higher goal? Because that's where we're always going to be focused. I need to survive. Hold on.
Muted again. Yeah. So many things there. Deceptively simple. This appearance, right? You can literally just change. I don't know. Like people are so easy to just manipulate. You don't have to read. You don't have to read a book on that. You don't have to read a book on that. You can just walk outside and see. Most people are easily manipulated by what they see or what they hear, right? We've literally had government officials look in our face and tell us some bullshit, but because they said it, okay. Appearance. That's what governs it all.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. And also, he's Louise. I don't know.
Yeah, it's and so this is about changing that hologram. This is where like I'm always being brought back to like the hologram, right? How we're holograms, and how if we want to change our perceptions, our lives entirely, we have to go back to the structure of which we are projecting ourselves. Like here, I have like this little diagram here, right? So like if we hit these beams of light, this is part of our structure before it hits the object that then goes through another filter, hits the screen that creates a pattern, right? And then that mix with this other beam here creates on the other side an object, an image, a 3-dimensional object, which is what we are. Like when we break into that structure there of how that laser from source has been split through these different filters, and we really look at our belief systems and our environment, that's the only real way we can change our structure. That doesn't mean change our instinct as far as our survival mechanism goes, but understanding how it works and then using our awareness to then manipulate how that survival mechanism is going to react in this situation or in this world. That's the difference, I think, between working with the higher mind to control or to guide the lower mind, to guide the lower self. Neither is good nor bad, We just need to understand the lower self, how that works, and how it's relating to literally everything that occurs to us. If I'm relating to you, why? Do I see you as a mate, as a foe, or as a friend? What part of my survival instincts is kicking in here to then create a connection? And how is it reacting? How am I now reacting off of that? That's all the like what magic is too. Like you look in there, you see, like I was looking through just for shits and giggles, I was looking through like a spell book today. Because I was like, all right, let's see, with all the information we're doing, I'm like, I wonder what I can pick up. And it was all talking about how, well, first they put up all these limitations, right? They're all like, don't expect this to work for lottery or blah, blah, blah. Like, it doesn't work like that kind of thing. But, so they're already setting up limits because, but then they were talking about, the big part of this spell book was talking about how each ritual in this spell book and each spell is so then you set up an environment for you to take action. Like it's all about essentially recognizing if you're in a tamasic state, taking you out of the tamasic state and putting yourself into a state of raja. So then you can receive sattva. So you can go into sattva by focusing on sattva. But this spell is for you to go into the rajasic state, into the action state towards that. I was like, okay. So basically recognizing where you are as far as survival goes, and then changing your environment and your reaction to what you've been doing by associating a spell with it.
So that's part of what has to happen when you are a magician person. Your consciousness has to expand to the point that you have an influence, not just over your own thoughts and your own body, but the environment as well, and even including the bodies in the environment. I did a video last night about the queen, and that's exactly what's happening, right? Someone who is in a position of authority, they have control over themselves to the point that they are able to maintain control over many groups of people. That's something that a lot of these folks don't understand. It takes a highly refined mind to sit in a position like she was, especially for that long, 70 years.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We can't name another person who has sat in a seat of authority for that long. I think there's one other person aside from her.
I mean, there's probably a few, but I don't have their names. But you're right. Like they emanate these and they were rulers, like rulers, they emanate. And this is part of building that vibrational environment as well, right? That comes from that self-control. When you maintain your frame, everything else follows in suit. So she was able to maintain a type of frame that then maintained the environment for her pattern to thrive and to replicate itself. All of these people who had no idea what this woman was like behind closed door, no idea. They're mourning her death, but they're mourning her symbol that she created.
Right.
Like she most likely was not a saint hanging out with Buddhists, or maybe she was. We don't know, but
no,
that's the thing, right? We don't even know this woman. I don't even know, what her favorite color was or anything like that. But we got thousands of people on the streets mourning her loss because they associated the image that she was able to project, not her true self, but the image of herself that she projected. They're mourning that as
tell me
a
how
loss.
Well, yeah, it is a personal loss because she played a role in their psychological makeup.
Mm-hmm.
So just like your child or your brother, sister, parents, someone like that were to pass, that leaves an empty space where you had a role that was filled.
Right.
have a lot of trouble acclimating to that type of change. That's a type of trauma, believe it or not.
Yeah.
So while some Americans may laugh, some of these people are very much traumatized.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because that, and again, that goes back to the survival thing, right? She represented their tribe. She represented the country for which
Mhm.
these people were born in.
Mhm.
And this country are these people's tribe. It's where they find their mates. It's where they reproduce. It's where they have their memories. So she was the cultivation of that for them. She was part of that whole image of what a family is for them. And when that is gone, there's a part of the structure then in that person's mind that is missing from their
Mhm.
tribe. We're missing a leader. See, that's all part of the original structure of the hologram. Like that's
Right.
the shit we're identifying in the shadow working. What is our structure? If we've missed someone from the family, a lot of people will say when they lose a family member, they'll say we lost a pillar, right? He or she was a pillar in this family. What is a
Pillar of the
pillar?
community.
Right. What does a pillar do? It holds a building up. Yeah, it holds shit up. It holds a foundation, a structure up. So if we don't have that anymore, what is the structure? And what is our role now in the structure?
So a piece of the content has changed. The context is still there. Now, see, this is where content is important. I often talk about how context over content. I always say that because I really want people to understand that. But this would be a case where the content brings up a level of awareness. Because the thing is, if there is no content to fill the context, you have to be of a certain type of refinement to still function properly. Because if you have a certain refinement to function properly, you know how to fill it with new content. But if you're not at a mature level to do that yet, that's where the trauma happens.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how people develop abandonment issues, right? Say if their mother leaves them or if they have a lover or whatever. These are people who don't know how to replace that piece of content and they get stuck on the content. So the context becomes injured, fractured.
Right. And this is where most of the work of non-attachment comes in.
Yes.
Non-attachment doesn't mean not giving a fuck. It means neutralizing the situation. So then as that structure, because everything is impermanent, as the content changes, you are not affected as deeply. You are able to restructure restructure the program so you can continue to function and not be dependent on these things. It's not saying you shouldn't be having it, that you should be living in deprivation. That's not what non-attachment is. And that's also the base of literally all like NLP shit, right? That's the base. That's most of the shit that people are trying to work out is these abandonment issues, is these facts, is these especially that's why they focus too on like when we're kids, because when we're kids and we're developing our willpower, right, a lot of that is based off of what we see as our foundation, as our structure. This is my role in this tribe, this is their role. Together we create a structure, we create a home, we create a safe place. If one of these things goes missing, I no longer can fulfill my role, and I need to fill that empty space with anything that's there, anything that's similar to this. But what happens is that we end up trying to fill that with the same type of energy that brought that person out, that took that person out. That's where it becomes destructive, because what we do is we keep replaying how that person left or how that situation ended up. So that's all we keep recreating, is something that's not stable anymore.
Real quick. I don't want to do this, but I'm doing this because I'm your friend. Look at the time. Are you good
Yeah.
on time? You
Oh,
good?
yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Sure?
Thank you. Yeah, I have no, so for me I have about, let's see, I have about like 1.5 more hours.
Oh,
Yeah, so we're good.
I got a certain text that said 2 hours. So that sounds like 3.5 hours.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe I missed a yeah, maybe I misspoke.
Silly me.
No. We're good. We're good. Yeah, I got to like 1 o'clock. So like 1 hour and 15 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, man. Isn't that so fascinating? And that's what we just keep recreating. So all of these books, all these things that we're studying is reintegrating a new pattern. So then we can detach from the old ones and are no longer dependent on those to make up our self-identity.
At least that's the plan, right? If you're doing this stuff on purpose, which very few people are doing this stuff on purpose. Because like you said, this willpower, it is something that's formulated and taught to you by your upbringing. If you're not brought up with a symbol of willpower and maybe a few pointers on how to do such a thing, you can't expect to just suddenly have it. So on one hand, that means don't beat yourself up if you don't have as strong of willpower as you'd like. And number two, if you don't have as strong as of willpower as you'd like, it can be learned.
Yeah. Yeah. It's learned. It's not something that's quote unquote natural to us. It's something that we pick up, but we learn it and acquire it through practice. Like that's the only way we acquire it. So and that's the other thing about like all this reading that I'm doing. I'm reading like 3 books right now all at once. So my mind is like, I got it everywhere.
Just 3?
I know, right? Oh my God. Yeah, but it's
just 3.
It's a lot. It's a lot. But it's but like as I'm reading through these books, it's the thing about looking at willpower and then introspection that I'm learning is that there's always something else. There's always shit that's going to come up. Like it literally is a never ending process. Once you start this process of self-realization, it never stops. Like there's always, like just the other night, I was called out on my depressive cycles that I didn't even know existed until someone else who I trusted was like, hey, like actually that's a tendency you have. Take a look at this. And if I didn't trust him, I'd be like, fuck off, but because I trust him, I'm like, yeah, okay, because he's one of my tribe, right? He's one of my yeah, because
which is a mudra for Shiva, by the way. Go figure.
Really?
Go figure.
Oh, interesting. No, I mean that was basically it. That I would just that if I hadn't trusted him, I wouldn't have taken it seriously. But that this process is never ending, and I think the only reason why I've been able to continue on is because of my mother's tendencies. Like I can tell, I'm very aware that growing up, my mom went through a lot of ups and downs, but she never stopped striving to try and be better than she was the day before. And so if I didn't have that, it would be, I think, very hard for me to acquire the skill or the determination, I should say, the motivation, the willpower to continue with the process of self-actualization and then restructuring this program here. Like I might have just stopped and be like, no, I'm okay with it being how it is here. I'm just going to leave this part alone and I'm just going to focus on these other parts now, or something like that.
Interesting when we look at our parents and see what we've gathered from them, right? You talk about the willpower that you've gathered. for me, clearly, I think of my father being the Army drill sergeant, and he brought that home, right?
Mm,
We had to
mm,
do, we had to drop and do push-ups and whatnot, sit-ups and pull-ups and all that shit. And the routines every single day. Wake up, brush your teeth, put on lotion, do your hair. Like for years, I hated it, but it developed something in me. It showed me that consistency and discipline was indeed possible. And even when I fell off of my discipline, I never thought like, oh, I'm just lazy. Like I always knew that I could get it back if necessary. And I think
mm.
about my mom, who was damn near a college student for most of my memory. She always was just like how I am now. Books everywhere, papers everywhere, notes everywhere, always reading, always studying. Mom, mama, mom, mama, mama, right?
Hmm.
And I look back and I get the combination of those two things.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I can yeah, I can um yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah, it's interesting when we become aware of those kinds of things and then move forward. Like I used to hate my mom, like literally hate that woman, like she and I went through real tough time, and now I'm the closest kid to her. you
Funny how that
know
works.
yeah. And that's because we understand each other. Because I think, with my other two siblings, they didn't run away from it, but they're half siblings, so they have other traumas from the other parts of their family that I think they're still living through. And so they developed a different set of patterns. Whereas for a large chunk of my life, I was alone with her. So she was a big part um, of my development, of my willpower, of my idea of a structure, all that kind of stuff. And there's definitely some parts that are different. Like I think because I lost my father very young, my idea of a family structure is very different from hers. Even though she also grew up sort of estranged from her family, she sees family as like as like blood is like, they may fuck up a million times, but they're blood and we make it work sort of deal. Whereas I'm kind of like, fuck that. You fuck up too many times, like peace out. Like I don't need that kind of thing. And so it's really interesting how there's those differences. But when you grow in that awareness, you can start to manage your patterns a lot more efficiently.
Yes.
Mhm.
And that's what it's about. That's now when you talk about manage, we're entering into context territory. See, content territory, I am not going to spend too much time there. I'm not, because content territory, that's, oh, I shoulda, oh, I coulda, oh, I wish oh, I hate myself because of this, or I should have did that, or I can't believe. That's not useful at all. Those kind of thoughts, that's tamasic. You just stay there. You don't grow out of them. But when you address when you address the structure, when you start to think about the context, this is how you can start to do change work, not by focusing on the content, analyzing the structure of how we process reality. That hologram that you showed, that's the context. You can put whatever content on that screen you want, but if one of those lights or lasers isn't pointing in the right direction, not going to be any hologram.
Right. Right. Then the pattern doesn't shine on the screen, and no image can be created. And that goes into Chinese medicine, right? And Eastern medicine. You're either full of energy or you're lacking energy. And the formation in this realm, in this universe, is mainly light and vibration. So if you don't have a frequency or a light there, you have no formation, you have no form, no structure can maintain itself. It becomes absent. So a lot of us are trying to, when we are dealing with something, what we're trying to do is fill a void, right? Which is really just an absence of light and vibration. And this is where, so in Chinese medicine and where people get off on like, you know, listening to mantras and binaural beats. What is all of that, right? That sound, those are vibrations, those are frequencies, very specific frequencies that then that can actually start creating a new form with intentional. When you put an intention to it, it creates a new form. This is how you can start to fill that void, but you can only start to fill that void, right? The intention, and, you know, again, that awareness, because we have to also come from the point of the observer more than the experiencer in order for things like this to really take effect. But they're going to take effect regardless, because you're starting to form, you're starting to fill that spot where there was no energy with energy. That's like the beauty of the magic.
When you talk about lack of energy or full of energy, again, that makes me think of tamasic and rajasic, because when you think about if something is more material, energy it's not going to be very conductive. Look at wood, or you think of stone or some type of really dense matter. It isn't conducive of energy at all. So when I think about energy and think about this being a contained system, I think we're dealing with the flow of consciousness and the quality of consciousness. For something to have more energy, it's got to have a structure and a capacitance for energy, right? You can charge up a brick and that energy is not going to go through it. But if you had something that was a fine conductor, the energy can flow through it. And sometimes to the point that it can create a very fine structure around it. We call that an electromagnetic field.
Mm-hmm.
And that gets to where you were talking about as far as having more energy. Now it has a structure.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the thing to note of the brick, or of the things of all of that, right? What's already here is already a solidified formulaic equation that we have been able to register, comprehend, and connect to on all levels of our being. So they don't necessarily act as, they can, like, crystals can assist you, right, in achieving a state, but they really only work as a reference. Like, humans like to have tangible things as a reference, but it's to get us into the state. And everything has its right, and everything has its own electromagnetic field. That statue that you're holding up has its own electromagnetic field that you can tap into and then make a part of your own when it comes to this intention. You can use that to assist you, but it's not the sole. Like, if I hold an amethyst, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden I'm endowed with all of the wisdom in the world. No, experience gives me wisdom.
Right.
You know, like, it's not the fucking crystal. It's the
Right.
Now, it may help because it's conducting its own formulaic equation that I am relating to on a very deep level, because like I just said, these are all formulaic equations that we have connected to on every level of our being. So there is a part of me that I'm trying to tap into that has already tapped into this crystal and recognizes it for a certain function, so I can use that. But it's not going to be the sole proprietor of me getting what I want.
It gets complex and it gets simple. In my live stream last night, we were talking about how as consciousness expands, the need for a different type of body starts to become very, very prevalent. Sometimes karma can be burned through inhabiting a body made of crystal, stone, whatever. And oftentimes, I think a lot of these precious stones contain a certain level of consciousness that can be accessed by one who is able to vibrate in that direction. And there are other forms that can be taken by consciousness too, not just stones and crystals, but other things, many things. There's a spirit in this book. When you
Mhm.
read these books are alive. They talk, they communicate to me every time I go through them. There's something alive here. But like you said, it isn't, it's not always simply just the object. There has to be some, we're talking electricity. There's got to be a pole, a positive and negative. There has to be a connection there. Because plenty of people bought this book just because I said it was a good book, right? But everybody's not getting a breakthrough just because they have that book.
Mm.
What I have come to understand is that I've given up trying to teach people the occult, because that is really a presumptuous thing for me to have tried to do. And I see the error of my ways now. So I can't teach anyone anything. Education means it is pulled out from within. All I can do is trigger what's already there. So literally, if you have it, you got it. And if you watch my videos and more of it comes out, or anyone else's video who actually has it, or anyone else's books who actually has it, like attracts like, it's going to come out. But if you don't have it, you can say the buzzwords, you can change your name, you can wear the robes and the spiritual beads, but ain't nothing there to pull out. So you're up here
Mhm.
looking spiritual, talking about celebrities and shit only, right? Surface level stuff.
Yep. That's the, yeah. And even with that, you're right, like, because people are only going to connect to where they are, to where they already naturally are. All these things that we're talking about are just triggers. That's it. They're trigger words and phrases. God, I love that Salem statue.
Everything is just triggers, though. Everything. Your
Yeah.
face is a trigger.
Mhm. You know, at my job, so I have been taking an apprenticeship to learn another module in healing. Um, it's not something crazy like, I Ching or anything like that. It's like deep tissue massage. But um, during that day, okay, so I went in there with the intention of having a good day. I said, today's going to be my lucky day. And so I walked in there, I had a good time, that kind of thing. Twice, complete strangers came up to me and swore up and down that we knew each other. They couldn't tell from where, but that we knew each other. Twice that happened. So, and I give that credit towards my approach to that situation, because I went into the environment as if I had already belonged to the environment. And automatically, strangers were recognizing me as part of that environment, but they couldn't place the finger as to how, because they knew that I was from somewhere else, but for some reason they knew me.
Mhm.
Like, that's what we're doing when we're educating people. We're creating a familiarity with the material so someone can remember or feel like they know it, and then be able to integrate it, because then they'll be able to see it everywhere else. If I learn something from you, my awareness then is going to implement that into my projection of my everyday. I'm going to
So
see if, go ahead.
expand. And I would even be willing to wager that the part of you that already knows is what reached out and preempted me to say what I had to say so that it can be pulled out of you. Like, another thing I was talking about last night is that below Doth, we're dealing with up and down, northwest, south, and east. But above Doth, now you're starting to play with past, present, and future. So, in other words, an entity or a consciousness, peace, Shango,
Shango.
Peace, Alora. Peace, Brad.
an entity or a consciousness that is able to rise and approach levels of Doth and beyond starts to experience reality without the restrictions and bounds of time. So basically, what I'm saying here is the fact that I said something to trigger something in you, there's a part of us mutually that has expanded to those levels and is working on something to come in the future.
Oh, yes. Like, even when you're saying beyond time and space, right? We can take that to the material realm. Let's talk about color, right? color is beyond time and space. The
Yes.
only relationship we have to color is what we interpret it as. If I see yellow, yellow is a formula. My yellow is never going to be the same yellow as you. It goes beyond time and space and events. It's only what we've attached to that yellow that then creates our identity for it. But yellow is not the yellow that I'm seeing, nor does it function as the yellow for you that it functions as the yellow for me. Like
that's important, Laura. That's deep because, and it's deep because we're the only creation that has to do something like that.
Yeah.
We're the only creation that has to have an understanding about everything. We have to have a definition and a philosophy and everything. Yellow doesn't. Our thoughts let us know that no matter how eloquently Alora speaks at all times that I've known you, you spoke eloquently, just as Trav. I will never think the same thoughts as you. It'll never be interpreted as you emanated. My intake and process of funneling and filtering and the decisiveness and extracting will never come to the same conclusion.
Right.
Think about how that has never been understood by human populations for millennials, eons, and how many wars and disputes and misunderstandings. If they would only listen to people that have reached such a high level, you got to go search for them, kind of people. You got to just listen, but like, you know what, you're the only creature that has some sort of ideology about your living. We're the only creature that needs to do what, Alora, that needs to fix ourselves.
Needs to ascend, right?
We're the only ones that searches for ascension, transformation, redevelopment, rebirth, spiritual. Is the beetle looking for that? Is a squirrel looking for that? Was a squirrel looking for that when we ride by it smashed on the road? Was it looking for spirituality on the other side of the road? Is that really what the chicken is trying to cross the road for? We're the only ones crossing the road for meaning. And that's the whole process. So what you're saying is so deep. And y'all were just speaking about something when you were speaking about mothers. How Trav said he because of the observation that he's received as a child was the motherload upload system that he needed for his development and effective operation at this present and current time. Whether he knew it or not as he was receiving it, whether you knew it or not, the only differences between us, as I said, the only thing that makes us ineffective is how we define our relationships with the experience and interaction. Like how you said it, I'm not talking about Alora as a person. I'm talking about what you said as a demonstration. How you said, I hated my mother. I hated it. It was horrible. Because Alora defines it as that. I could say the same thing because when Trav was speaking, I said, damn, I got my study and reading veracity from my mother as well. My mother reads ferociously nothingness. She reads Grisham and whatever these they're always number one bestsellers, these authors. They would read some kind of crime drama books or something. She reads just as many of those books as Travis Majors is reading of his books. But that information is useless to me in my functioning. But the whole thing is, as you also said, we continue to learn and study And actually, it goes more than just learning and study. The application of what you've intaken has to be reached. And then once you're applying what you've studied and learned and researched, you now have to go through a process of even overviewing that to see if it's effective.
Mm-hmm.
You see how we the only creatures that got so many layers. This is why we have to have symbols as our ultimate understanding and teaching tools. You got to have the tree of life to teach you this. It got to go so deep to go so simple with us. Because we are, and this may sound crazy to some people, you're the fucking shell of the clip off. Ain't that what everybody leaves in $3,000 caskets? You leave a what? A shell of who they said was yourself. You're a shell. Some clip off. We are the most Sith people ever.
Mm-hmm.
Mixed up different levels of Sith. Some are the warriors, some are the priests, some are just the grunt workers, and the others are the slaves of the population. And nobody feels bad about none of that shit. That's because that's my lot in life. Why do you think they got that system in India, another place? That's what that shit is based off of. Higher, like you would just say, a higher understanding or the subtleties of what our materialistic, objectified brain intake process sees as that's just how they do things. That's just how it is. That's just what Black people do, soul brother. And, we got people, white people, oh, they like a lot of mayonnaise on their sandwiches. And you know what I'm saying? And in Russia, I think I might have mentioned it, like that shit is like a code word for some higher a brain functioning. Russia's always been the thing of ultimate fear and destruction.
Right. Just like with the Queen, we're dealing with roles.
Yeah.
We need a villain. If we don't have a villain, why do you think that the presidents have to make one?
They fucking said, I read, this might have been a couple years ago, Tupac or somebody, it might not even have been Tupac. He was supposed to be like the most recognizable face, they said, on the planet. I thought about it at that time. I'm like, God damn, don't the Queen of England and these motherfuckers is more Tupac. I mean, then look, and now when in contemplation is, you got to think back and say, whether we saw it as that, and this is how we got to not be attached to the definition of how we hear these words. Whether we thought the Queen was important to us or not, she was important to a lot of fucking people. Not as what she did for people, but she stood for some esoteric symbology that was manifested on the planet to show you this, to give you a, because I said we the only ones that got to filter this shit so fucking thick. So that whole lifestyle was an example of higher properties that we cannot see without it being demonstrated ineffectively as it can be, but at least we got some kind of an example. That's how Prakriti works with us. We always talk about Purusha and Prakriti. We can't get the highest. Okay, here go my jump example. You can't be sniffing no pure cocaine. That's what Rick James talking about. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. No, most people getting that shit been stepped down on, let baby laxative. That's the same thing how Prakriti has to filter it down. That's how we're filtering the information, because none of us are filtering the same. You know how much energy it must take to cater to the whims of feeble humans every day? Oh, I'm hot. Oh, I'm cold. Oh, I'm sick. Oh, I'm hurt. Oh, my back. Oh, my this. Oh, God. Oh, please. Oh, we're the only. You know how much energy the universe must have just to allot a space and a realm for the foolishness.
The answer to all that bullshit. Whiny bitches.
You see what I'm saying, yo?
Yeah, and you know what you're touching on too is this is why we have the different deities, right? These are all different symbols. The Queen, Tupac, they became deities within themselves. They are all these pictures that we have are symbols or sigils that we identify with and allow us to tap into a specific aspect
Exactly.
of Shakriti.
You hit it right in the head. No different than everybody. There's a lot of people who now are ashamed to say, yo, I thought that I was gonna see the fucking demons of the clip off like they was drawn. I was gonna see a fucking eagle body and the Gryffindor head and shit, because that's how they saw it drawn out in the book. That they thought it was gonna be a really a man face, a lamb face, and a lion face, all three together. No, that's what he fucking saw. He could only give you an example of what his imagination has saw. His connection to his tree of life that demonstrates the qualities to them.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have
That's not even what he saw. That's a glyph, a symbol with meaning.
Yeah. And when we begin to dabble, you know what I'm saying, whatever, or enter mingle with it, a lot of people can't handle the differings of being disturbed by seeing something else and then what they thought. And then what you start seeing these shells of your mind, because you got primordial thoughts, you got primordial thought patterns stored within the shells of your DNA, because everything is a shell, because it's encased inside of something. You can call it something else of a shell if you so fit. So what I'm saying, even by calling it clip off, all of these names come from someone else's conceptualization. So we, the people who ingest this information and find it useful and effective and purposeful, we become a connoisseur of many different. That's when they start saying, "Oh, he became an eclectic in his later years," because now you're using whatever method that you feel like it to obtain your. As you get older, you start not needing shit no more. So spirituality is a process of maturing. That's why Masonry is the same way. You go from infanthood to youth and then old age. It's a process, because that once you're in your youth, you do youthful shit. Once you're in your young adulthood, that's learning processes of how your operating system is going to be integrated with the upcoming status and economics and socialization as you become integrated in your society. Because a youth, an infant, is not a part of society. You're an infant. You can't do anything. You can't contribute. Nothing benefits you except only from the mother. And I think I missed the point earlier when I was speaking about the mother, because I just said mother, and it reminded me how Trav was saying that, how he was saying to his mother, mommy, and over and over. Think about, women have the patience that men don't have. A lot of us, we have to obtain patience that women have. And that's why it's symbolized by, it's always the single mom. Because the child doesn't go with the father. If you study that, how many children that go with the father when the child is born? Does the mother, how many, that's why it's such a tragedy when an infant is left in the trash can or given away, because it's come from the mother. Like, how can a mother do that? Because the mother don't abandon her infant like that. And what I'm saying is, that's why, going back to symbols, that's why Kali Ma and all of them female deities, that what they represent is this power that's so destructive and corrective and punitive and utilized for ultimate purity, because that's what motherhood is about. Think about it when a mother has to fucking discipline a child. I mean, really discipline a child. The child's whole world is destroyed. She got this to come back. Then she turns back into Parvati. Oh, I'm sorry. Come here, mama. Say, Mom, mommy loves you. Mommy loves you. But then you be a hard hand, you do again. Now she got to collar your ass now or durgle you because, you know. So you see what I'm saying? These are potentials and examples that we represent as human species. Animals and insects they don't purposely demonstrate anything. They do what they do. They have a life cycle, they have a birthing cycle, they have a life cycle, and then they die. Or they have a sex cycle, then they die. They're not seeking sex because it feels so good and yoni, ooh, that thing be wet, that thing is wet as all the songs and everything we say about. They can care less if it's good or if it's bad. As long as they do whatever they are instinctively without thinking about doing, like your heartbeat. You don't have to, what's going on, Pops? My son just walked in, of course, with full drama. It's the world for him is so dramatic. Come on. You got Iron Man in your hand. Come check it out. Come say peace to Alora.
Hi, baby.
Regis.
Hi.
Say hi. Show them who you got.
Who do you have?
Right there. Hey, stand up. You show them who you got right there.
Who's that? Ooh, who's that?
Iron.
Iron Man? I am Iron Man.
You don't realize that right there as a child, so now we got the wisdom, first we got the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. We can teach our children and our nephews in there. This is servitors right here.
That's right.
We start little, where the little girls with their little dollies and him with that. You can make that a symbol of power and energy to reflect. So when as they get up, because what we're learning is for ourselves, but it's not just for us. Because we got to plant. That's what they call it. That's why everything is symbolic of plants, and we got to plant it. We got to plant it, and we got to cultivate it. Because their seed is a shell.
Mm-hmm.
So as we keep studying, like Trav with all the studies and Laura and what we doing, you starting to be like a snake with reptiles. When we had to shed our skin. So we're not shedding skin, we're shedding some scara, we're shedding some sorrow, we're liberating the mind from the folds of entanglements that we've had programmed by whether it be our fathers, our uncles, our moms, or whoever. All right, okay. So let me help you out right here. This is called the stage, right? And this is the left side. So we're gonna say Bugs Bunny. Exit stage left, buddy. Get out of here. I'm a weird. I be doing weird stuff to kids. I be making them say weird songs, and I grew up on Bugs Bunny. You know what I'm saying? If you know, Bugs Bunny was a smart ass.
Yeah.
Those were the worst cartoons for us to watch back in the day. That's why we were desensitized to people getting shot and shit like that, because we didn't watch Bugs Bunny, and that's what the Roadrunner was trying to massacre. Wile E. Coyote was trying to massacre the Roadrunner.
Yeah. The other day I saw a Roadrunner at my work, and immediately what came to my mind was, where's the coyote? This picture is not complete without a coyote chasing it. And then I was like, what am I saying? Like, I should let the Roadrunner go.
It's just, they have us so wrapped up in all of that.
Yeah. And all of those and you're right, all of those are shells, all those. And what do these shells serve a purpose for, right? Back to that high concentration of energy and how we need it filtered through in order to kind of just function. All these shells serve the purpose of of carrying energy from one place that is lacking it or filling another spot. So it's either filling or emptying. That's what all of what we're getting through is doing, right? It's filtering through and it's filling up a space or emptying it. And we are and as the observers, as the conductors of that, we are the ones that are determining which direction that goes. And that brings us back to our emotional context of how we relate to these things, because it's our emotions that tell us how we are directing that. Are we filling something up or are we emptying it out?
That's and that's like we know in tarot, the cups. The
Right.
cups deal with that, filling up and emptying out. And it should be a constant, but it's also filtering. It begins in one cup and it filters on to the next. So if the beginning of the filtration system is ineffective or not pure, then once the water reaches the level of overflow from that, then it's going to fill up the other cups with impurities as well. Now, of course, as it keeps filling, what if you never change the filter in the first cup? It's going to just keep filtering and filtering and filtering impurities. So that's what we have been filtering for hundreds of years now, especially us in America. Even the word America, that's a sigil, that's a symbol. That shit has power and meaning to. If we go to other, when you travel, Alora, when you say you're American, that should be like, oh, America. They're gonna either come up with something, New York City, Hollywood. They're gonna come up with another attached symbol that represents a broader energy. What do they say about? I just watched Thor: Love and Thunder, and they always say that, and they're saying it a lot in this movie, that Asgard is not a place, Asgard is the people. That's what they said that more than once in this movie. I've never heard them say it that much before. Only person who really said that was Thor's father when he was getting ready to check out. You understand what I'm saying? They thought that Asgard was done, and his father, the king, told them Asgard is not a place. Asgard is a people. So it doesn't mean the people, it means the belief system that these people operate under is what makes them come together and form cities. That's how they fortify themselves. So it's no different than us. Travis Major is the filter. Well, he's not a filter. He can be like Mount Kuth that pours through. So this is how you got to start seeing the process of the tree of life and the people that you interact with, and you'll start finding out who is who and what is what for real, for real. So if you take it as Travis Majors being Kether and we being particular aspects of the tree, some of us may be a path. You might not be a sphere or a Sephiroth. You may be a path. You understand? So Travis, that right there, he may be a path and a Sephiroth. So what we get filtered through him is going to be filtered through a pure filter, because we've studied him in his process of growth. It's actual facts. We saw Trav filter his own self. So we can trust him in our process of filtering and growing, because we be like, y'all remember when Trav was shit. And I'm saying this out of love and out of because I'm highly effective in paying attention to detail. That Trav can go back and watch his own videos and find his own ineffective processes as he was 7-8 years ago to where he was at right now. He could be like, damn, I can't believe I was really believing that shit about the, you know what I'm saying, certain things, to whatever he finds in himself, and be like, damn, but right now, because he filtered. So as we recognize that in him, we recognize that in ourselves, and we recognize that he, as we're learning, you should be knowing the language. He's a model to be what? Utilized for effective a means of getting through the daily activity of your individual life. If we didn't find him important, I don't know why y'all fucking come here to fucking with Trav. You understand what I'm saying? Like, So that's all I'm saying is what I mean. We got to take this thing because we can become fascinated with people. We can become fascinated with personalities, and then that's because that's attachment. We can start loving these people. We can start caring for these people to where we can become protective, kind of like the squeezing the puppy syndrome and shit like that. And we do that all our life. Look at what the Nation of Islam did to Malcolm X after he spoke out the truth of Elijah Muhammad. This man was marked for death. People believed Elijah Muhammad was motherfucker Allah. You don't ever, so I'm just saying, so that's what we got to learn examples that we got to even take that one our own self, because those are cities. Those are the cities that we start experiencing the development of power, and now you popping, as we say. So you popping and you start feeling it in your own energy. That's when you start losing the focus of why you endeavor to take the first step to reform yourself. We start fucking with the cities more. But like I said, we gotta have proper ways to filter ourselves with pure. It's like I thought about this whole thing. They fucking with us with the Mississippi water in Flint, Michigan. Where is the army of engineers with straws that they go to fucking Cambodia in the most isolated places and put the straw and suck water straight from the Ganges River if they wanted to. And you see what I'm saying? How they play with people. Those are game pieces. Those are rooks. Those are castles. Those are knights. Those are pieces. When they put this water messed up and stuff like that's a piece that they just put on the board of the big chess game, which we call politics or whatever we label the main game that we playing, because it's all mixed together. It's Monopoly and chess. That's one game together. You see what I'm saying? So we don't know what they use and they throw out this shit. Monkeypox is real quiet right now, ain't it? You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying I watch the news, but we watch enough social media till the shit comes across there. Peep how things start getting quiet, because those were chess pieces. They pull it out. If you know how to play chess, I pull my queen all the way out in the middle and leave it there. You be like, what the fuck was this nigga doing? So if you don't know how many moves that I just now stopped you from making or allowed you to make, stopped myself from making and allowed myself to make, if you don't know how to play that wide game, then I got you with the monkeypox shit. I got you with the queen. Now they want to say, well, she's died 3 times already. She had clones and this really wasn't her and blah, blah. You see what I'm saying? The insane human being.
The legal system is the rules in which they do it.
And the legal
system is the rules of the chess game and the Monopoly game. It's all under these UCC codes and statutes and whatnot. That's how they play the game. We don't know anything about civics, so we don't understand what they're doing and whatnot. That is the code in which they do it, those UCC codes and whatnot.
Did y'all hear?
Yes.
You were heard, Alonzo.
And see how even the word, when we say the game, we all have a different interpretation of what that even means to you as an individual. What does it mean when they say, well, even the words Illuminati? Define to me, show me someone who is illuminated. Who exactly who's the man that you say is the one that stops the forward win 333?
That's one of my favorite games to play. Whenever someone brings up one of these absurd things, I ask them, what does that mean? Oh, they doing cloning. Da, da, da. What do you mean by clone? Like, what do you mean by that specifically? Do they take like an embryo and grow it for 30 years? They put a bunch of cells in a box and a whole adult comes out. Like, what are we talking about?
Are they just cloning fingers? Because they can take cells and they can attach them to other cells, and that's called that's cloning. It's not one term like you just said. They don't know how to define it. It's just so easy to say these things,
Right.
throw
Repeat.
the stuff around.
So when we talk about the game, that's funny. That's one of the games. Confusion.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's multiple games being played on multiple levels by only a few
Frame
players,
games.
like any sport. You could only have a certain amount of players on the court, the field, or whatever terrain you're playing on. You can't have 90 people out there on each side playing pickleball.
What is a pickleball?
They got a game
That's
now.
a game.
Play it.
My aunt plays that game, man.
and I just got turned on to it. It's major, Trav. The older people are playing it.
It sounds like old people game.
They got it's like a big freaking a paddle, and they hit this harder looking ball. And I'm talking about it's like a tennis type of game with a hard ball.
Do they have is it a mallet? Do they use a mallet?
They use like a big paddle board that you would play a ping pong with. It's like a big, huge ping pong paddle.
Oh.
So that's what I'm saying. Multiple games of that. See, if the thing about pickleball was an implant or a game, you might have been pickleballed already because you didn't even know what it was. They didn't pickleball Trav.
Man, you've been pickled.
They got him. I was dying the other day. Somebody said Trav looked like he got on a bra because they didn't recognize the rude drops along with the shadow of it. I looked at it, I felt like I said, God damn, it do look like that. If now that's been implanted in my brain, because our brain is very intelligent, it made it look like a bra. I said, look at this shit here. So I'm just saying, man, it's either you're gonna sink, you're gonna swim, or you're gonna float, or you're gonna let the river take you down and toss you up, all based off of how you are working out your abilities that's in your mind and what the proper information, which is knowledge or data that you're choosing to take in. Because once we separate it from the data of our parents and society, you got to now, like I said, it's now just not just because you're getting some new data that replaces some old data that you should be satisfied with. You should not have to go through the process of, like I said, overseeing it to make sure that this new data that's replaced the old data is effective.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you replaced it with something don't mean it's effective.
Mm-hmm. That's separating the higher mind from the lower mind. You're now no longer running off of, you're not allowing the lower mind to run the higher mind and creating that combustion like we had started talking about. You're operating from that higher mind. You're literally separating yourself from the impulses because you recognize those are something different. That belief system, all of these are just projections. All of these are just parts of a system that don't actually make up me. They make up the identity that I've been living by, but they don't make up me. So now let me work this in a way that better serves my will.
Yeah. In the
think about something.
Go ahead, Trav. I'm sorry.
I saw this. Well, I was thinking of this yesterday about these thought processes and these algorithms and how nothing is true and everything is permitted. So what that means is ultimately nobody has the ultimate truth. Nobody.
Yeah.
Not the good Swami and not Rack'em Rack Willie. But the thing is, everyone interprets reality in the only way that they can. Now, there are inefficient ways to interpret reality. There's some bullshit ways to interpret reality. And there are other ways that are extremely efficient. Now, the thing is, if you have a crappy way to interpret reality and you're not getting the results you want, it would actually behoove you and serve you well to adopt someone else's framework. I do it all the time. I'm not so ignorant to think that I'm God and I understand everything. I look and search constantly for better frameworks than my own, and I adapt them as quickly as possible. And I delete the ones that don't serve me. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted, which means that you can change how you function when the time is right.
And that makes you the God. So now I'm gonna put it back on there. That now I'm gonna redefine that of how we think about God. We think it's the ability to become adaptable based off of your situational experience and learning. If something didn't work in this situation, doesn't mean it's not going to work in another situation, but you cannot use that same process for all situations. So to be what we call with a God or one operating on a good orderly decision or direction, you have to be able to be discerning to your own self to know what works and what doesn't work, and be able to understand your emotional self to not feel like, damn, I got to start all over again. And man, I thought that you got to get over yourself. That's the only person, that's the only thing. I'm not even gonna call it a person. I'm gonna call it a thing, because what's been on this book I started reading, I had to laugh at the Lord. She said, read the book, the 3 books. We are insane for doing things like that to ourselves. That's actually penance. That's like when the monks used to, when they whooped, remember that movie? They was whooping themselves. And for those of us, we know that the brain don't operate like we read it. We've read that. No, the brain can only pinpoint, extreme focus on one thing at a time. So we're reading 90 books at one time. We're focusing because it's all the same thing. We can filter it, but we're actually not mastering it. There's no way to, man, we're functional with that right there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we got to, so that's what we learning, isn't it? That's what we every day that we can become God based off of our fluidity. Once you start gaining this supreme understanding and you start operating in supreme knowledge, not just knowledgeable, now you operating the subtlety of knowledge is the essence or quintessence of where what we say knowledge comes from. When you start operating consciously in these other realms, you God, you operational.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not egotistical, boasting, or feeling anger, sad, and all that. And now some people start feeling guilty because they've reached these levels. Like, damn, I done left. You start feeling bad, like Travis said. He got to the point of realizing that, yo, man, if I try to save everyone from a sinking ship, I'm eventually gonna wear out my own energy to save myself. That's the reason for Ahamkara. That's the reason for what we call the shadow self and the Sith and the Dark Lords, because you got to be what? Self-preservation. If I'm not in a good position to save myself, then how the fuck am I going to save somebody fucking else?
Mm-hmm.
That's when my answer is sure. I'm so sorry. I have to face that guilt myself if I don't transcend not carrying that. See, see how us, the thinking beast, what we got to go through?
Yeah. Especially because when we say to save somebody else, that's already thinking from an egotistic sort of viewpoint. Because when we reach that higher state, we recognize that all is self, and all is going through these cycles of evolution to exhaust the karmas that it's playing out. So it's not our responsibility to save anyone else.
But you might be trying to save something that is exhausting their life expectancy levels of their karma. They might have reached the level of expiration.
Right.
That's why you have to be one with nature to know when to yield to it. Going back to these images of these powerful male and female deities dancing on a man or his head chopped off. That's what you have to do. You have to completely die to whoever you thought you was. Most of them men that are being depicted, decapitated by, those are kings. Those are not regular men. Those are sages. or a sarhak who was practicing a certain thing, and now he's come to where he realized that, oh shit, I even got to give up this too. This great level of enlightenment that I've reached, that I've reached Kether, and I see Ein Sof, and then you can be like, oh shit, none of it means shit. You gotta even chop your head off to that. That's why it's multiple heads. That's what that shit really means. You gotta chop off every head of consciousness, because what are you being conscious of to something that's, there is no consciousness in supreme consciousness, because it's unconscious of consciousness. It's just what I can't do.
It's the machine.
Unfortunate if you want a beautiful explanation and all of that type of shit. You understand? That's you can't. So the only thing man has to do is demonstrate, or woman, and I'm meaning mankind, we have to demonstrate to ourselves, because we know the fucking wickedness that exists in my own hell. I also know the holiness of holies in my own heaven. Who am I to go into someone? It's just like this shows the Sandman. You can't be going in other motherfuckers' realms and shit, trying to be fucking king there. I don't give a fuck who you are. You don't come into my fucking realm with some your foolishness. I got my own foolishness I'm trying to deal with over here. You know what I'm saying? I acknowledge you. I acknowledge you as God and goddess, but don't think you ruling. You're gonna come over here because there's only one sun can exist in the galaxy that we live in. So I can't give you an example of Endor and no shit like that. And I ain't been there yet with two suns. But my example of the most powerful, as we know, entity, what we call the sun, is only one of them can exist in the fucking cosmos. Meaning that you can't be ruling in somebody else's galaxy, man. Trav, I ain't never heard Trav try to rule in someone's galaxy. I never heard anything that Laura said that tries to be a rule, establish rulership in someone else's galaxy. Because we all planets. You're not just a planet. You are a whole. Every unit that makes a galaxy. That's you. You're not just planets. You see how we limit ourselves by definition, and if you haven't expanded the possibilities of yourself, you become limited. So to operate in the God essence, God is limitless. There ain't no limits to what you can explore. There ain't no limits to what you can contemplate. There's no limits to what you can create. I saw the most beautiful video of Redman. He's now licensed, whatever the license is. You jump out of airplanes. He jumped out like 23 times, which now you got to jump out of an airplane a particular amount of times before they consider you get a degree or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So he just made that shit. Redman, this nigga, and you got to do shit. There's a test. You got to fly to a motherfucker and touch him and then go back to him. So when we see them flying out and they be looking on that, them people really doing some shit that, so now when I understand, like, yeah, them people be high powered business people that be doing shit like that because they're doing something with their dopamine and their chemical system where they may not be meditating or doing yoga practices to the point of that generating the chemicals. They're getting a high potent rush of it. They're jumping out of a fucking airplane. What does that do to your brain when you jump out of an airplane facing, like, you put yourself in the most fearful example of life? You jump out of the safety of something carrying you to now depend on something made out of silk to carry you back to the planet. That's what we doing when we reading what we reading. Now niggas are fucking with semantic theories and all of this. We jumping out of higher and higher airplanes now. Trav?
Yeah, reaching certain heights that most lungs are not equipped to survive at.
or going into deeper water. What if outside, what we call outer space, you know how we call it outer space? What if that's nothing but another form, which it really is another form of water? So what we think is the top is really the bottom, and the bottom. Remember on Jack Sparrow on them, you know, and they had the Pirates of the Caribbean had to turn the map upside down. What was down is up. That's what we know. So what if that's the same thing? So really, what they should be, as we know when people say it, if you want to find everything that you think is alien and outer space, you actually got to go within the depths of the ocean. That's where it's at. And that's why they're unable to be found, because the human form cannot withstand a certain amount of pressure. Once you get to a certain level of pressure, now you start feeling the pressure of the planet. For real. You ain't gonna be able to go see the Anunnaki under that motherfucker. The Anunnaki was they was at the next door right after when that pressure got heavy, and you just couldn't withstand it. Your skull cracked in. The Anunnaki down that motherfucker drinking Atlantis tea. But I'm just saying, man, Trav, man, you created a different space and a different atmosphere that flows along with the tradition of ancient practices, and it's not it's not being distributed in such a concealed way. You are concealing. You know how to conceal very, very well, to the point that it's not deceptive. There's nothing wrong with concealing something, but when you're concealing it because you're trying to be deceptive, that's where it's fucked up.
That part. This information, and even more so now, like, it gets to the point where it is very sensitive, and there are minds that cannot handle this type of information efficiently. I don't care how that sounds. Most minds cannot handle some of the stuff that I look into. And I say can't handle it because I mean that this stuff can really change your perspective of reality in a heartbeat. And like what you were saying before, that type of change, it can be traumatizing, because certain things are not in place to balance that change. And like what Alora was saying earlier, also, like we were talking about these roles and these different things that people play to stabilize our reality. If your structures change too quickly, there's no guarantee that you're gonna be a happy camper after that.
I love giving examples, right? So what you just said, I'm gonna give an example. I started watching this show on Disney Plus. I like nature shows. I like survival things. I don't know what the show is called, Primal Survival or something. Dude, the first couple episodes I watched, he was in Laos, and I'm talking about, as he called it, it was primal jungle, where you just don't even go over there. You understand what I'm saying? He over there, so he with them people, he finding indigenous people where talking about it was, you had to really want to go over there. So then the next episode, he was in Africa. They called the Sambu, and these are the people that we see, very beautiful people, nobody shorter than 6 feet, and they be jumping, and so they deal with cows, and they travel cows miles to go herd and stuff. So we all done seen them. They dress in this red type of, brothers look beautiful. So this dude is over there with them. So this is the thing, what you were saying, you might not be built for certain things, what you think, even though you thorough. So don't get me wrong, the dude of this show is super thorough. Don't get me wrong. He can go out there with Bear Grylls and live out there on some knowing how to get indigenous medicine, blah, blah, blah. But you might not be on this level. So he with the Sambu. Boy, all they eat is blood.
All they eat is blood.
All they eating is blood and milk, Trav.
Oh
didn't
yeah,
see
that's
them?
like the
You didn't see
Messiah. I
them?
think they
They-
do that too.
and they beautiful people. Like I'm saying, the features, the skin, aquiline brothers. They don't need their back cracked like me. Them brothers are standing erect and thorough, 6'5" and all of this. You know what I'm saying? Minute bold. Yo, man. They had this white dude out, so almost ready to. He couldn't fuck with it. When he was over there in Seoul, he was eating everything. They was eating anything that you go out there that moving under the grass that you can. They cooking that everything: ants, roaches, palmetto bugs, bugs, everything. They doing that over there in Seoul. You know what I'm saying? Well, these Sambu people in Africa, well, they did perfected how to. They'll tie off the jugular of the cow, and they'll pull back this little arrow and hit it out, and a sprout will come out. They do nothing but drink that. And they're mixing it with milk. Warrior shit that these dudes are out here doing. And it don't harm the cow. After they finish it, they take some dirt, and they don't even put it on there like you would sprinkle. They just sprinkle that motherfucker, powder it, and the blood instantly stops. So I'm just saying, this dude, the dude who's the host of the show, whose show it is massively thorough in his survival and be out there. He trekking through some of the most unbelievable territory. They had this motherfucker ready to sew in the hat as much blood and milk he was drinking. It was like, you can tell every time it was to the point where I was like, in my mind, I think these African motherfuckers are fucking around with this dude. They can't be drinking this much blood, man. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It was blood and milk mixed together. Blood, I'm talking about, it was nonstop. Then he finally helped them take the cows, and that was major for what they got to do. So it was a celebration. You know, they got to celebrate. So it was going to be his first solid meal since he'd been there. A goat. What they had this motherfucker do, Trav, like I'm saying, you got to be prepared. You think you might be prepared for something, just for this knowledge Trav made to God. It might just be too heavy for you right now. He thought he was about to get a meal. Well, before you get that, Mr. Warrior, you got to drink all the blood out of this goat.
All the blood.
Not just a little bit. They didn't split they thorough with their splitting skin. They'll split your skin open and don't hit none of the next level of dermis to open up for your organ. So they didn't split this goat throat open, cut the jugular, and then thoroughly had the skin, so it's catching all the blood. You had to kneel down and drink that straight from the pot of warriorness right here. He wasn't prepared for that shit. You can tell his whole face. He couldn't believe it himself how much blood he was drinking. And he wasn't drinking enough of it. They was like, what you doing? Basically, they'll say, man, nigga, no, motherfucker, go ahead and drink the rest of that. We need all of that gone. Then they cooked up, they cut it up, they quartered it off. So that's what I'm saying. These experiences of just even watching them shows, that's where real life shit for people. Trav just said, how are you preparing yourself for situations that you have never encountered, and you taking in high science that's for the purpose of application and usage? No matter how much skills this guy had, even though he was drinking it, I guarantee you, he was massively not the same behind them cameras when them shits turned off. He was not cool with that shit. Them warriors, all them people out there doing on the app. That's what I said to somebody, I said, yo, man, we can't, niggas back in the 70s, you know what I'm saying? We going back to Africa. Nigga, go over there and eat some shit and drink some water, thinking that you American black man can go over there and live with the Sambu. Even that, you're not prepared. We're not prepared. That's why Tupac kind of mentioned, he said, we're not ready to see a black president. That is not the fact of just a black president. It wasn't energy surrounding that concept in America. So if we not, like I said, with the tree of life, there's so much concepts. It has so much meaning and depth to each sephira, each path. There is multiple layers of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding on each one, that if you're not doing things to strengthen yourself as well as learn and teach yourself, it's gonna compact upon you. And that demonstration of being compacted upon you is going to be demonstrated in some sort of an outward frustration every time somebody asks you a question about something. Hey, wasn't you one time talking about, the universe? You'd be like, oh, well, you instantly frustrated about talking about that now. Because you didn't prepare yourself for the next fucking stage of evolution. That's when you become what? Genetically modified now. Kind of real, but a little off a little bit and shit. Like, tilapia is a real fish, but kind of a real fish. You'd be better off eating goldfish than eating tilapia.
Tilapia.
That's what these 85ers are, Trav. They tilapia, man. They mentality, the ones that just continuously operate and effectively, knowing that there's more effective ways to do things. The niggas is tilapias. Farm raised fish. Bottom feeders that they are supposed to be above that. Like I said earlier, bottom feeder in nature is not ashamed of eating at the bottom, because that's his nature. That's just, I'm not even gonna say nature, that's the composition of its genetics and its formulation that Prakriti expresses the demonstration of Purusha by being what we call a bottom feeder. So humans are the same way. Classism, if we want to label it something, everybody's not a fucking kshatriya. That's why I knew it was bogus when everybody started becoming fucking babalaos and everybody started becoming priests and priestesses and tarot readers. I knew something was off with the flow of the systems, because I was like, damn, everybody is becoming nigga, everybody can't be a priest. Who gonna be the warrior? Who gonna be the apprentice to bring the wood to burn the ritual fire that the priest speaks the words over? Everybody can't throw tarot cards. Somebody gotta just maintain the tools, man. Laura, where you going?
I'm going to work.
Aren't you getting ready to travel out of the country?
Yeah, dude, I'm going to Thailand in April.
Are you gonna eat bugs and stuff? Go to Primal.
Yeah, right. Maybe I will. Well, thankfully they're majorly Buddhist, so they have a very good vegetarian selection.
Nice.
Yeah. But no, I'll be going there. I'll try to be learning some more healing modalities along with Muay Thai. Ooh, that was a garage sale. Okay. But yeah, so I'm gonna be heading there in April, but as of right now, I'm just working and trying to save up money. I am saving up money. That was one thing that you mentioned earlier. What was it about? How like someone says they want something or reach this new level, and then they kind of get knocked down again because it fucks up their whole structure, or something along those lines. You mentioned that, and I was just thinking about with myself with this whole manifestation journey I've been on, because, you know, now that I've reached this higher understanding of things, I want to, I was like, okay, well, why don't I make $1 million? Like, why is that so hard? That shouldn't be a hard thing. Like, I have all this awareness, I should be good. And so I went actively into trying to attract this million. And what ended up happening was more shadow work. Like, there was just so much more under the surface that came up, that it's like now I've entered into the process of cleaning everything. It's like you never really reach that, you know, where you were, and then you were mentioning just now where it's like, okay, not everybody can be a saint. Someone has to be the warrior. Someone has to be this. It's like, well, kind of this is part of that process of exhausting the karma. No matter where your attention goes, you're going to be where you need to be, because if you are properly aligned with your own awareness, you're going to know what needs to be worked on. It has nothing to do with what you desire.
You know, Lord, that's why Lord Krishna was getting on Arjuna so much in the Bhagavad Gita. He was like, he was calling him out like, oh Lord of scorched earth, oh Lord of the fire. You know, because like, yo, you a kshatriya, man. That's what you do. You chop heads off. You go to war. You don't contemplate the essence. That's not your class. That's not your grade. That's not your purpose as a demonstration of creation. You're outstepping your boundaries. Or they say in the military, that's outside of my pay grade. I can't even discuss that right there. You see what I'm saying? That's exactly what I mean. So when we look at these systems, we would rather look at them as a system of degradation and impoverished. Well, they have the poor class, and they know they poor. They know why they in this level of poverty. That's just how it is. You see what I'm saying? Now, either you're going to dispute that like Arjuna did. That's what he did. He questioned his purpose. He questioned Lord Shiva. I'm not Lord Shiva, but Lord Krishna. Every time he said it was a questioning and doubt and question. That was a story of how we operate, man. We're doubtful, and we never trust the process. And we never trust in that whatever we call the universe, the galaxy, God, Allah, we never trust that process to be competent enough to know that I'm created in imperfection. Even what I've defined, other people define as imperfection, is perfected essence in the world of nature.
That's the process. That's the program. Nature imitating perfection. All that soul is, well, all that we know of soul is its influence. We can never know soul directly, not from this perspective. We were talking earlier about God's will. God's will just amounts to the continuation of that original push out of Kether. That Hakma force, like what Dion Fortune said in the mystical Kabbalah, the Hakma force is wherever there's raw energy. Wherever there's raw energy, that is Hakma. Well, the thing is, if we can trace and connect our actions back to that, we're doing God's will. Anything outside of that, we're meandering around Prakriti waiting to be destroyed.
Or we call it operating in free will. Well, man has free will. Yeah, of course you do. But you know what man's free will most often does? It becomes ineffective. Until you humble yourself and be like, that's why, like I tell you, man, you can't be mad at the Bible and stuff. You got to look at it as science. That's why, you know, let thy will be done. Because if I start following my will just because I'm the son of God, and I'll just be like, you know what, I am the son of God. Like, let me fucking strike down Pontius Pilate myself. So let me do it. You would have caused more problems than what the Christian think was a problem. You getting hung on the cross, the symbology. No, if you wouldn't, that wouldn't have happened. You would have had no examples of a man operating at his highest perfection, which was the Christos.
Right. Which was Krishna, because there's only
Which is Krishna. So we know we just want to be truthful and honest, but that's what it is. So you will never have these examples. It's no different than Arjuna. He was operating in an ineffective part of himself to the point he doubted everything. He was like, well, I got to kill my uncle, and he was a great warrior, and he fought many battles, and blah, blah, blah. And Krishna had to keep giving him example and buttering him up, and that is exactly how we knew it and how we do it. When we follow in the footsteps of any 9 to 5 or in the corporate world, you have to follow suit with being degrading to yourself in order for you to raise in status in those positions, in those operating worlds. And those are realms. Whenever a person clocks into work, you're clocking into the realm of your job. Your agenda personally has to change to the agenda of the corporation or the business, whatever it is. That's the same thing with your life. That's how you should govern your home. Most people don't even govern their own home accordingly and effectively, but they out trying to tell somebody else that they're saying that they're a life coach, and their house is operating in inefficiently economically, and they can't be they can't be spiritual and got money at the same time. One is always lacking in inefficiency.
Display of imbalance.
You see what I'm saying, John, man? It's just it's like my homeboy had a stroke a couple years ago, right? Major chef. I'm talking about he's a major chef. Had a stroke, boom. Most people would have thought he would have been out the game. He had to reteach his whole self how to cut everything with one hand and all of that. He lost no use of his arm. He calls it a beautiful tragedy, a beautiful stroke, because he learned something more. His cooking style, he says, is totally different from when before. His whole thing is he cooks art now. Like, he takes pictures of his food. And he only does that more now, he says, because of the stroke. Now, I've known him since I was 14 years old. He the only person that I know that had the same type of job and became his own business. He always dealt with food. He was always a cook. He became a crew chef, chef leader and all of that. The only one. But sometimes our tragedies in life be the thing that will make our life be more enhancing. So we look at something that is always hurtful, and I don't know why it always got to happen to me. Maybe it's some Saturn, if we want to use that as a demonstration, you have to accept it. If you don't accept something, then you won't be able to totally understand it or even make a change about it.
It all comes down to perspective, right?
Yeah.
Especially when dealing with these planets, with these spheres. A lot of people consider Mars and Saturn to be bad planets, malefics. But it all depends on what angle that you're living from. If you're living under the angle of being under the influence of nature, then Saturn and Mars are going to have their way with you. I mean, it's a curious thing why Saturn can be seen as the great mother, but also death and Saturn who eats its children.
Mhm.
If you're living and you identify yourself below the abyss, you are one of the children that has to be eaten by death because you have a form and that's what you identify with. So your ultimate destination is death, the belly of Saturn. But there's
And you
another
know
position.
what I
If you
learned too, Trav, what you're saying, man, I learned that we gotta go through that death with Saturn. Your duration of whatever you call turmoil, whatever, like I'm just so tired of having to label something. Whatever's called turmoil or trauma or bad situation through the aspect of Saturn, it's just gonna take you through it at the time may last a little bit too long in that whatever bad situation, but you know why? It's supposed to, because you won't get it if it was to just be quick and easy, because we're trying to run to pleasure or run away from pain. So if you look at Saturn as that, you can't run away from this pain. You're going to actually now have to face this one on your own. Kind of when a parent gets to the point where, I've done all that I can do, and you're not obviously you're not listening or respecting. So I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna cut my ties with you until whatever. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna love you, but go ahead and do what you got to do. That's Saturn shit. That's what the whole symbol of the Sith, cutting the ties. They show Saturn sometimes as a cloaked death with scissors cutting the silver cord, meaning you're cutting your ties to life. So it's not always with death. It's about learning to be in that moment of pain, learning to be in that moment of tragedy, learning to be in that moment of hurt and shrinking away because you want to just run away, or they say, I wanted the floor to just open up and suck me in. Maybe it's not. Maybe you need to stand there and everybody ridicule you. Maybe you need to take that to make you harder for the next journey that you get to that's going to have some rough spots. Because if you don't go through this now, then you're definitely not going to be able to go through, just like a lot of people couldn't go through what you was going through, Trav. They couldn't go through reading about the 7 principles of the law, not 7 principles of the law, but hermetics and all of that. And then the next thing they know, you're not reading the Bihar school of yoga and shit like that. A lot of people that's not the route or the path that was built, that was created for them. And that's obvious, and that's not the making. And what they may not realize was, like, it was never nothing personal. Don't feel like, well, first he was talking about it. I'm like, yeah, wasn't at one point in your life, weren't you talking a certain way, and then you matured and started talking a different way? So
that's the thing. From another angle, if you can see it, right? I really haven't. What I've changed is how I talk about it, because the 7 hermetic principles still apply. Everything I've learned from the Goetic spirit still apply. All the stuff still applies, but to a surface level person, it looks like I've jumped from topic to topic to topic.
And if you really pay attention, it's really not, because it all marries all together. And Goetic spirits are nothing but in psychology personality traits of an individual. Or as we now know and utilize the term, states. What state have or are you framing to utilize in this interaction? Or I can say, what Goetic entity are you going to utilize to be effective in your art, in your work. It's the same thing. What frame of mind are you going to use to obtain what you want? Like Alora said, she was trying to get to this man down. What particular mind state does an individual have to develop and operate in to get $1 million? That's a mind state to reach that. That's a mind state to reach a goal, to get there. You know what I'm saying? So most people don't have like we know you have to have the ability to separate yourself, to know that the human body has a battery system. And the battery system, and I'm using it as a term just to get an understanding, the battery system needs to be recharged. No different than your iPhone or your Samsung Galaxy. Your battery is only going to be able to last a certain amount of time until your phone is first affected by having a low operating battery, and then two, it's going to completely shut off and not going to be able to turn on until it's recharged again. That's the same thing with us. We have to reach particular points in the learning process and in the knowledge process to realize that, okay, right now this is a particular time of rest. Because that's how the seasons operate. We're about to go into the season of rest. We're about to go into the underworld, which we call winter. First, of course, we go through the autumn, but the autumn, if you know if you've studied in hieroglyphs and ancient texts, that's the autumnal season where we're now in the halls of Amenti, heading towards the underworld, which is wintertime, the winter solstice. So that's the same thing, the process of man. That's why some people are ineffective in their body cleansing processes. I'm gonna just throw this out there. They're ineffective in their colon cleansing and all of that, because that's a wintertime thing. That's when your body, your metabolism slows down, because us as a westernized being and entity, our bodies are now accustomed to westernized diet and seasonal foods that are off season when we buy them in the grocery store. You're not getting avocados and certain type of shit like that in other countries all the time, because they only grow at a certain time. But our bodies have now developed into this. So when it comes to the time where you want to cleanse your system, if you study the body and the anatomy, which is, we know is the study of a coat anatomy, you'll see that your body has a rhythm. We call it circadian rhythms, and all of that operates seasonally. That's why some people, they start having digestive problems right now, because it's what? They start losing that extra vitamin K from the sun, and vitamin D from the sun being at a closer proximity to the human body based off of its equatorial position as it travels through this motherfucking clock, which we call the houses. So as we enter the really, it's almost like the spheres as well, because the tree of life is you can look at it as a spiral, because we know it's moving in multiple different positions. So even in astrology, what are the lower, there's a term for the lower houses. Then you have the name for the houses that are on the side and now, well, whatever, I forgot the term. Those houses, we're about to travel. That's the underworld. That's why people start having right now gut flora problems, because your body is going through this change to where your diet is now supposed to be slowed down, because when you live in particular places of wintry and shit like that, you're supposed to be bulking up on certain type of things. So people don't know you're supposed to be eating beans. Why do you think chili is really a cold food? Stews and breads and stuff. Why do you think things? That's the symbology of Thanksgiving. It was a celebration of harvest, of a particular time where your autumn foods, your gourds, your corn. Why do you think the pumpkin is used, and the cornucopia and different foods that grow, potatoes and different things that grow like that, hardy, wintry shit. that you can boil, and when you drinking pumpkin stew in the fire, and it tastes so good to you. It's comfort food because it's wintry time shit. So the whole thing is we're supposed to be taking our body through that same particular seasonal change cleanse. You can't be doing cleanses and shit in the middle of summertime because that's Ra. That's Ra's time. Ra operates with pure energy. You have to be effective and swift and operable. If you're in a process of cleansing while you're supposed to be in a state of energy and lightning flow and power and activation, that's why you think people be looking weird when they be becoming these vegans and shit. They face be looking all sharp. They don't look healthy as a healthy eater. Should be. Those gonna be like gorillas when they be on some vegan shit. Niggas be looking like fucking giraffe face niggas on some vegan shit. Thinking that they got the strength of a lion because they eating vegetables and they be mad weak, malnourished, but eating foliage.
Giraffe neck.
Giraffe necks. I'm just speaking from a particular point in longevity. Just to say you gotta be prepared at all times. It's like, that's why I've always, because I grew up around a lot of military men as a kid and growing up. I never went in and enlisted, but I respected that. I respect those type of systems because it develops a state of awareness and an alertness that you would need. So I always respect those type of trainings because growing up with these type of men that I had, they were hunters, they were engineers, they were electricians and barber. They did everything. They were prepared for any situation. So when it came for my time and my generation, the reason that I survived a particular time frame is because I had preparatory measures that was given to me that I utilized in life-threatening situations. So now when you study society right now, the gun is prevalent more than the dependency upon a man's strength and fighting ability. He doesn't have that anymore. These people are easily bruised by somebody saying something to them, and then they pull out a weapon and they end another individual's life based off of insecurity. And that's because they're not being put through any type of process what brings out the strength and the potential to be effective in this world. This is crazy. It's just crazy, man. When the Bible says, I think in my Proverbs says, the more knowledge a man gaineth, the more sorrow he feels. And that's because you start to now begin to understand so many people are hurt because they hurting themselves. So many people are lost because they continuously keep dropping the breadcrumbs that they're supposed to follow back somewhere else. They eating the fucking breadcrumbs and not leaving themselves no path to walk back so they can reevaluate and recalibrate their process of where they have now reached. People don't have no groundings to measure their growth and development. You know?
Yeah.
And then when you got that, if you look at it from a psychological point of view, that's why there's no accountability, because there's nothing that a person is actually proud. And I'm speaking from my own personal experience where I had to evaluate the way that I operated with people. My operating system was based off of very faulty way of interactions with people because of having to believe you got to operate in a particular essence of aggression to be taken seriously or to get your point across or something, or is always being hyper fire energy. You know what I'm saying? Rajasic in all situations doesn't work.
Right.
So people go through generations of Tamasic and Raja energy for generations, never having a balance of all the balancing of the energies so that you can balance them. Just like the juggling of the fool car. That's balance. He's balancing the what appears to be chaotic foolishness is actually the beginning of wisdom. Once you know how to balance it and utilize it for the particular purpose and of wisdom, you know what I'm saying? Because the wisdom of a wise man to a fool is foolishness to them. And then it says the wisdom of man is foolishness to God. So everybody has this level of essence that they operate on. You can't always think, because you do have a balance, that you're more balanced than something or someone else. We got to be able to maintain that particular balance for our own self and measure our development based off our own scale.
And hopefully we're able to work on optimizing our skill at every opportunity given.
We are, you know what I'm saying? Like I said earlier, Trav, and you know, man, I said it. I give, I'm not afraid to give you accolades. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying it's not necessarily accolades. It's just basically you demonstrate. Okay, like the gods say, show and prove. No one has to ever say that to Travis Major, but show and prove that, because you actually you've shown and proved it. That's what you do. That's the science that you operate in. You're a high scientist. You know what I'm saying? So those who speak the language of the nation of gods know that what we're dealing with is high explosives. And you can't give high explosives to infantiles. An individual who that they just like to blow shit up. They don't want to comprehend that it's not the fact of a gun. It's not the manufacturing of the bullet. It's the essence of the chemicals that the person has put together in the gun powder. It's the point of flash that creates the power that pushes the pin that blows the bullet out of the gun. They don't look at it. They just look at it, man, so I got the motherfucker chopper and they don't look at these things as a science. They don't even look at it. The gun operates in the energy of Ogun. So it's really a goon. That's why they attribute the word goons and goonery to gun niggas. In Jamaica, they call them gunman. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand the quintessence of the actions, even in the violent demonstrations of nature. So that's why you get in the books of what they call the Bible, the Song of Solomon, the nigga was like, vanity, vanity, all things are vanity. Once you reach a certain level of transition in your life, that's when you become proverbial. That's when you become, because now you operating in two realms. You're operating in an astral level of consciousness, or we operating in a more delta state, alpha state type of thing going on, to where you're dreamy, or yoga naroda. You're operating on these levels where you're in the realm of Yasad, firmly planted on Mount Kuf, balanced on that lower level, to where you're now being peaked into the higher level, where you can utilize a higher level of wisdom to interpret and understand subjectivity. That should take a particular level of refinement. The queen dying can symbolically mean a cycle. A cycle has come to a particular end. That shit can be, because don't forget that everything is birthing is feminine energy as we know. Symbolically, that shit could be meaning it could be the end of the feminine cycle for a particular time as being a dominated. That's why women were gravitating towards the enlightenment stage. Men who've reached a level of refinement, which operates in what we know as a feminine aspect, they were coming into the knowledge based off of being able to understand their male, masculine, and the feminine essence of energy and utilize that. So just by this person who was a ruling class queen could be a demonstration of, like I said, an ending cycle or a beginning of a new cycle.
Very
Kind of
much.
like the winter solstice and the summer or spring solstice and all of that.
Very much.
You hear my daughter singing downstairs. It's a constant singing of songs that are just, you never know what they are from her.
Yeesh.
I think she's singing Beauty and the Beast. Today I found out, what song did hold on, I gotta look back at what song. This experience with this person was used as a example for something. Trav, what you doing, man? Trav still there?
I'm here.
Oh.
Bina, the throne, the mother, death, even queen, all these things wrapped up together.
Bina has fallen.
Bina has become Bina.
Bina has become
death.
Bina. You're right. It never falls, it just becomes.
And that's the major difference across the divide of the abyss. Below the abyss is all about doing. Above the abyss is all about being. And that's why the higher up you expand, you start to realize that there ain't much else to do, because you're reaching the level of being. I think it's very clear at this point that there ain't anything else really that I can do. That would be worth getting riled up over, I guess we could say.
You start enjoying, because the mind on this, operating on the level of study that you're operating on, you know what it's like? You know what? You'll see people who they have those pans and they be rolling them with water looking for gold.
Yeah.
And how they they don't be spilling nothing, only but water comes out the side. That's kind of what we're doing. We're purifying. You start purifying this thing so much that when you come in contact with activities of others that are not demonstrated through purity, it's I have to use an example. It's like Atreyu going through that forest that started bogging them down. It shouldn't get you down, but you're gonna have to go through that. Kind of like what I said with Saturn. So kind of like when we get to these certain experiences, those just when you want to equivalent it to something or give it a form. Just I'm just going through the Saturn shit right now, and I'm appreciative of it. I think Robert Svoboda mentioned something about that. A lot of us don't show thanks to Saturn.
Mm.
How many niggas is doing Saturn rituals of thanks, bhakti? No, we busy. How many people are showing reverence for Mercury retrograde? If we want to look at that as we can give that form. We can give that a angelic form that Mercury retrograde is coming to visit in his presence.
Angelic form, right?
Huh?
It has an angelic form, right? You're
right. So it's already demonstrated in that. So how many of us do things to welcome that force and not look at it as that it's going to cause relationships and stuff gonna come apart? We know that that's a part of it. But what about other parts of it? Why not
you can tell
burn a nice candle for Mercury retrograde?
You just listen for just a few seconds to what some of these people have to say, and you quickly see the level of understanding is very minimal. Like there's no need for any type of protection rituals, unless of course you are something that is afraid of dying or afraid of being harmed or afraid of losing something. Basically, if you're attached. Mercury and retrograde and Jupiter and Saturn and every piece of activity of Prakriti is divine and holy. If it's meant to happen, it will happen because that's an impulse of Purusha. If you accidentally cut your finger off while chopping potatoes, that is divine. You've been visited by the Holy Spirit of Camael. Now, I'm not saying chop your finger off. What I'm saying is if that happens, it was in your karma to happen.
It definitely was in the karma to happen.
Mercury retrograde. If you visit your ex, if your car breaks down, emails don't send, that's part of the plan. It's already been worked out. That's why I said at the top of the tree, we're no longer dealing with space anymore. We're not only dealing with doing. It's about being. What are you being? Are you being a scared bitch talking about I'm an occultist, yet afraid of every damn thing? Because if that's what you're being, that's what you're being.
Are we afraid of listening to music from R. Kelly?
I love R. Kelly. I love
Guess
the music.
what song? This is what I just left. You are not alone. I am not. R. Kelly wrote that and sang the background in the tone of Michael Jackson because Michael Jackson said, I want you to sing it just like you sung it, just like me in the background. So the whole time you thinking that's Michael Jackson singing in the background, that's R. Kelly singing. Wow. You are not alone. You are not alone. That's R. Kelly, man. He wrote that song.
What?
So are we supposed to throw the baby out with the bathwater? No, I get it. I'm not condoning. I mean, I'm not even going to give a disclaimer. I'm going to just speak one. So we're not supposed to rock that song no more? That fucking song changed. Somebody sung that song when they was young, when it first came out. I will open it. And this is breaking rules. He probably brought this to me because he was already told no. So he brought it to me. You heard how he said, open it. What did I do? Opened it. Here, buddy. Enjoy this cotton candy. Instantly, he walks away, satisfying his dopamine high. God bless dopamine. Aren't we all addicted to dopamine?
We
How many
are.
people got dopamine high off of You Are Not Alone song, Trav, like I was saying? You telling me you didn't feel the essence of whatever he put into that song, the way Mike was singing that thing?
Yes.
In the background, the way the background rolls and hit the tones, and you thought it was Mike the whole time,
I thought it was Mike the whole time.
but it was Robert Kelly, who they said who some people said couldn't read and write. No, R. Kelly was demonstrating something in Purusha, like I said, about the insect and animal world, that shit would have no definement. It would have no explanation. It ain't no, it's like, and in the human world, because we believe us to be so intelligent and so moral, that what he did, yo, we all know the story, man.
And when I listen to his music, the story doesn't even come to mind because that has nothing to do with the music.
The tone, see what it is, he was a master. Damn, this might sound crazy for me to say this. This motherfucker was a tantric, man. Because he was hitting them notes. What about, and I can only give example. This is what gives, because you have to have an example so it can implant the impression in the mind. Here go R. Kelly's song. The song 3 Knocks. 3 knocks at the door, my baby. When he hit those tones, because I grew up around music and I grew up around people who play piano and shit, I know tonage. I know what he was hitting. When he was hitting them notes, he was chanting. That shit was tantric. Why do you think it was sexual? Why do you think why he went down for sexual exploitation? The majority of the women that came out was like 20 years old. We only know about the one video with the young trick who was Sparkle's niece. And if you read her music catalog, R. Kelly wrote every single Sparkle song, every last one. He wrote every last. We forgave him for Aaliyah, though, didn't we? Because Aaliyah was the balancing. See, you see what I'm saying? How you know about Purusha Prakriti? Aaliyah just didn't die in a plane crash. She served her purpose. She was with R. Kelly for a particular amount of time. He brought her out. She came out with R. Kelly. Let's not forget, he wrote every single song that she sung. Every one. R. Kelly wrote it. Then she supposedly went another route and then came out with all of this, when the first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. One of the most inspirational R&B songs. That song wasn't about sex and love. It was about, if at first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. You see how we missing certain things, how we miss the occult in what we think is music? And she was attached to R. Kelly, and then R. Kelly goes down for 30 years. When actually in Western society, what he did was very unacceptable. If you go to some of your greatest indigenous countries that you practice their practices, you might be so brokenhearted to find out that certain things in America that's taboo and look and send your ass to jail for 100 years, that shit is practiced openly over there without no judgment.
So here's the thing. You talked about him being a tantric, and we talk about etheric patterns. Who's to say he wasn't actually falling into a pattern? Just wrong place, wrong time.
Wrong place, wrong time. Because when you look at the They call them the cohorts of Shiva. There's a particular Sanskrit terminology for them, but meaning the cohorts, they were 14 years old. Those were not Parvati and all of them. Those are not 30-year-old women. Those are the ages of Mary, 13, 14. Them ages is what women, Prophet Muhammad's wife and all of that. Those were teenagers. There's a science to that. There's a worship to that. And it's not because our westernized mind is so garbage, we thinking it's always has to do with what? Sex.
Right. Right.
It wasn't always about fucking sex. It was about the energy. You ever been around a lot of women in your life and it not be a strip club and the women are just loving on you and adoring on you, not even it's gonna lead, it could lead to sex, but it's just, they're just being women and feminine and goofy and giggly and touchy and close and all of that. Don't you feel as a man that shit, you what? You Shiva activated, motherfucker. You Shango activated.
Yeah.
You sitting back in a masculine essence of comfort. They feeling everything for you. They feel like they will. See, he getting in trouble behind that cotton candy right now. Listen. What's wrong, Pop? What happened? What is he not? What does he want? You want to come sit with me? What happened? You wasn't supposed to have that cotton candy? What happened? So many people are looking at your face. So sad. Are you very sad? All right. Go wipe your hands off. Pure foolishness.
Oh, man. And what's funny is that is a type of experience at his age. And we still have that kind of experience. It's just updated for our age.
And I'm learning, this is a new learning process for me in my life because I've raised 4 daughters. Now I'm being when we adopted Zion, and I'm learning how a man develops. My oldest daughter is 26, so I've watched a girl develop into an operating full womanhood and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Understanding I can go through different situations of watching these young girls go through the process of the biological system and seeing the personality and different personalities of women. Now with Zion as a boy, it's a learning experience. You learn human behavior. That's the importance of really as a parent. Like you learn, like you learn something about the human being. Like how the human being develops. The human being is already a deceptive liar. That's built in. They always deceptive. I already knew he wasn't supposed to have that cotton candy. I know that. Me like whatever. Here, you want to fate? That's how I operate. Here's your fate. You chose this. Because you know that you came to me thinking it's stealthy. Hey, open this. Okay. But that's how we get how it said with the whole R. Kelly shit, man. They got us. And I'm just using that as an example for bigger pictures of things. Like, do we stop listening to particular things and music based off of an example that Prakriti or Mother Nature, if we want to call it something else in another terminology, what Mother Nature has demonstrated to teach us in? That's why there is no written, there's only a couple of scribbles of writings about tantric practice. There ain't no books on real tantric practices because that shit was to the point where we can't even write it. How are we gonna write this? You got to do this right here. You got to do it. You can't write this type of stuff down. So when I said he was practicing a particular type. We don't know what magical practices these individuals have grown up around or what they found out. Once you start getting money, imagine Trav Mages. If Trav Mages, and I'm not saying he don't, he can look in his account. Excuse me.
Bless you.
You can look into your financial, thank you. You can look into your financial account right now, and you got about 20.4 M's up in that thing. Your whole fucking room will be fucking filled with books. We'll think you suffer from you're hoarding shit. If you had money that you don't even have to worry about the balance, you're like, what? Nigga, I'm going to the bar school to buy every book they got in there right now. They're buying them straight off the printing press in bar.
Give me the scrolls too.
Give me the scrolls too, man. I'm bringing some of these Indian sadhaks back with me. Because then I got the cohorts of Shiva rolling with me.
Yeah.
So when you talk about really doing some practices, you got the actual tools to do these things on them. Now you got Bamsa. Now you got the particular oil that you can really rub yourself down. That's what money affords these individuals who we think they just up there be singing and be actors and Mel Gibson and shit. Them people got access to information and data that we don't.
Right. Access to levels of Purusha, levels of consciousness,
Why
levels
you
of
think
karma.
they be having forbidden shit in their house? Like I said, I grew up in Connecticut, Bridgeport, Connecticut to be exact. Bridgeport, Connecticut ain't nothing but right up the street from Westport, Southport, Greenwich, and some of the most, they're not even rich, they wealthy, you know what I'm saying, type of people, old European families. Them people got, why do you think they got forbidden items in their houses? Rhinoceros horns, and one homeboy had on his on the mantle above the fireplace different sized elephants, from little teeny ones all the way up to this one that was about this big, and that was what made out of one elephant tusk. I stole one. I had it for years until I completely lost it. Karma came back and took it from me because I took it out of their house. If I would have said, hey, you know how much that thing would have been worth? It was pure ivory. But I'm just saying they have that stuff in their house because it has particular energy for their work. That's what they're doing. How you think? You don't know what R. Kelly did. You don't know what kind of rituals, sexual energy rituals that he was doing to put together some of the most potent chocolate factory hits in the United States. And we don't know what he was, and we don't know what he pulled together to put, I Believe I Can Fly and shit like that. That shit was not just a song. Them shits was energy put out there. No different than go around some of these southern white people and play fucking Free Bird. There's a particular song, I think it's by Leonard Skinner or something like that. Play that around the right white dudes and see when they go into a complete state of mind based off of that shit.
Complete trends.
What puts you in the trance, Trav? Before the mantras and what you utilize now. What was the shit that put you in the trance?
I used to really enjoy that type of screaming hardcore type of metal.
You like death metal?
Death metal was one of them, yeah. Most
Well,
of the
death
stuff
metal
like-
was its own thing. There's different levels of metal. People got to understand. It's not always death metal, because death metal is death metal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Me shit was like state music, Mobb Deep.
Oh yeah.
particular other states like R. Kelly and Drew Hill. Those things produce states. Michael Jackson, that's why they were successful. They produced states. Elvis produced a state, which was nothing but the black boogie woogie, you know what I'm saying, that he got from in his where he was at. Because don't forget, Elvis was basically like a good old boy. He was like the Southern white dude born not too far away from Southern black people, and he got like the best of both worlds.
And like you said, we talk about a filter. He was able to filter that blackness and make it something that non-black people could grasp.
Chuck Berry spoke about that shit. He hated Elvis. He said Elvis didn't do nothing but mainstream what black we was already doing already. We was been doing rock and roll. He said, and we didn't even call it rock and roll. Elvis comes out. They say he's the king of rock and roll. They was offended by that shit.
I bet.
But what you just said, Elvis was nothing but a filter, like a funnel. And he filtered through his funnel. Boogie woogie.
And look, we talk about symbols, which are giving us access to different algorithms, different energies, different pieces of consciousness. Elvis represents a prototype for, as we know, a process that continues up to this day. Eminem made hip hop available for Caucasian people.
Yeah.
But before him was Vanilla Ice, right? We had to have that.
Exactly. They made it possible for the particular. Oh, you got some? So happy. Close that door, please. I'm shutting y'all down right now.
So it was happy. The Beastie Boys before. It was Eminem and them other cats, wasn't it?
I know this is not Stuff Dog, man.
Yeah, this is Stuff Dog.
Man, you didn't upgrade it to Master Kush? Super Saiyan on me now. You know what I'm saying? Peace, man.
Peace, brothers. Peace, brothers, man. Y'all doing all right today?
Yeah, peace. Man.
Man, good to see y'all. Good to hear from y'all, bro. But don't let me stop you, bro. You was flowing, Shango. Y'all was flowing. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, man. I'm just saying that I think everybody knows what I'm saying. I'm not saying nothing special that we've all. Only thing it is, a lot of times, what be sounding deep is nothing but your own thoughts just coming out the mouth of somebody else. So I'm nothing but a fucking funnel. You know what I'm saying? But that's what life is, man. That we can't follow the programming that has been set forth to trigger us and trap us into the way that somebody else feels about something.
Right. So in other words, we cannot. It wouldn't be most efficient for us to allow someone else to define our symbols for us.
My daughter got it. I tell them, don't pass your fears on to Zion. Just because you are afraid of a frog, don't make him afraid of a frog. Because Zion just picks everything up. I said, see, that's how some kids are. They don't have any fear until you teach them what that is.
Yes,
fear is not something naturally that's going to be in you, because then, like I said, let's go into nature. Animals, mammals, and insects, they don't fear what kills them. They just operate out of a level of escape, because they're not going to stand there and let something catch them. So you have to have a development of a hypersensitivity to escape, not a hypersensitivity that react because you're afraid that any minute a leopard can jump out. That's us. That's human shit.
Right. It's conditioning. They've been conditioned like that. Yeah. It's just conditioning. Man, what you saying, man, about not letting people define your symbols, and you saying, your daughter got it. My wife just got it, man, because she was going around like, I guess like looking at like her sisters and stuff like that, and the way that they were living and, their jobs and stuff. And she was saying that she needed to do something. And I had to like kind of pull her back a little bit and tell her that probably 90 to 100% of women are trying to get to where she is right now. Cause she don't work. She ain't had a job in years. And you know, all she do, like she get paid to make me sandwiches. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up. And she will tell you straight up that that's her job. Like that's what she does. And she gets paid handsomely for that. And it just started to click in her mind that, yo, I'm already where I want to be. I just have to recognize that shit. So
Exactly. And getting bad advice for women who envy her.
boom,
Because they know that she's straight.
boom.
They envy her. And envy creates in somebody else doubt. And then that starts to festering in you, and doubt turns into guilt. So your wife started feeling guilty for balling. Yeah. See the process? Nigga make you feel bad for living good. You complain all the time. Well, when we gonna see black excellence? We don't see it in black people. Then you get there and you live in that. Motherfucker mad because you're living.
Man. Then you don't even see it. I mean, I got a homeboy live the same way I live, and he talking about he a Hebrew because the curses is on him. And I'm like, bro, your house 3,000 square feet, bro. I don't see no curses over here, bro. What you talking? Nigga, you got 2 wives.
Where's the curses?
He got 2 wives. He literally got 2 wives in the house.
He's cursing himself. That's what he's
cursing
seeing. He's seeing his own hoodoo master, who's himself, just dressed in another garb, because you know you got to hide yourself, hiding from yourself, hoodooing your whole good works. See, that's what I said earlier. We the only creature. If we take it from the science point of view, and we go through the classism of race of the animal kingdom and insects and then amphibians and reptiles, we fit into that as a species. We the only species that put ourselves through that type of shit. Feeling guilty, like I think I got it. She got to get a job. Like that shit is almost crazy. Like what? You got to get a. That's like people don't know that 50. This is as an example. 50 Cent's first son's mother, he was already giving her like 20 grand, 30 grand, whatever. You know what I'm saying? A month or whatever on some humbug shit, doing what he had to do. The nigga got money. No, she take him to court and want more money. He demonstrates what he been doing. The judge told her, you're absolutely crazy. So you're gonna get $2,500 a month now if you're coming in here with that fucking bullshit. They lowered it so low, it was like that. Like you go from 30 grand to 2,500 now.
That's why he had a
you
problem
didn't
with
already realize you had it fucking good.
Crazy.
That's why 50 Cent said in his song, have a baby by me, baby, be a millionaire. I write the check before the baby comes. Who the hell cares? Now that may sound harsh, but look, yo, when you got money, like that's why niggas is, but they bugging out and worried about what Nick Cannon doing. I guarantee you, the women that are having these children, they ain't punching nobody time clock.
Nope.
They getting paid, and it may sound crazy, they getting paid for making him a sandwich great too. Meatball sandwiches and
straight up
whatever you want. Exotic cheeses. So once we get to this level, man, you start refining your mind. In masonry, they call it going from a rough ashlar to a fine ashlar. You become a polished stone, useful. Now you can be used. You might be the first stone in the corner block. You know, the corner, all buildings are built with a cornerstone. So you might be the first block to go for the beginning stages of the cornerstone. That's very important.
I just got chills, Shango, that you just said that, Shango. I just got chills, brother, because my family has been gone all week to Florida for my sister-in-law's wedding. So I've been here by myself.
So they down here with me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They in I don't Pensacola or something like that.
Okay, they're in the West Coast.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But bro, I just been, just sitting in the house just thinking, bro, and that came up. The fact that man, when I was out, doing my thing in the world, people were like, I couldn't get them off of me. Like, I mean, calling, I mean, all the time they were just bugging me, bugging me, bugging me, bugging me. Then when I stopped doing that, when I retired from doing what I was doing, it kind of just shut down, right? Then I started to do other things, right? And now the calls are starting to come again. So my mind, one part of my mind was like, man, these people are just using you.
Yeah.
Then another aspect of my mind said, yeah, nigga, because you useful. And I had to like step back and be like, damn, that's real. I am a useful ass motherfucker. I can do shit. I got a lot of skill, a lot of talent, a lot of juice coming out of this vessel. You know what I'm saying? And I just realized that, yo, I'm Tipperith to my community. Like everybody, like they look at me like cause I don't really give a fuck. I'm like I don't really get with the culture that I was brought under, but they can't run me away. But I still go around and I don't really give my opinion anymore, but I still go around. But I just realized that today that I'm being used because I'm useful. And that changed my whole perspective on that. And it was like, well, shit, I'm doing something right. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing something right. So I'm just, man, I got chills when you said that cornerstone, bro, and you was talking about a rough Asler becoming a smooth one, and now you can be useful now, bro. That just hit home because I was just thinking about that shit, bro.
And that's all
I
them
swear
cliches.
to you.
All them cliches we use, heavy is the head that wears a crown, because the heaviness is when you by yourself and you start to see your own value and worth to the point where you come to that, be like, oh shit, I'm useful. It's just like Trav just said that, he realizes his usefulness, but he realizes the value of himself, that you can't just be giving it. Or you gotta the knowing the value is knowing when and who to give it to. Everybody not gonna value, even though you know what, I done been in situations where you may have a little money and shit like that, and people that you go out with, they always got to talk about money or talk about your money and shit, not realizing that you give because that's just what it is. You're not giving because you necessarily want to be presented like a status quo. It's just what it is. Like you said, you got it because you have the ability. But some people start to now devise mechanisms for their self, so that's all they're gonna latch on. They become, as we saw, as leeches and bloodsuckers. They start to latch on to what you're giving them out of your just normal sincerity. It's just like women, you know what I'm saying? Like you would take a woman, I'm not using this as an example for all women. I'm using it as an example about men and women. So the whole thing, you can go out with a woman on a date and all that, and it don't matter what she orders on the mother. I don't care if you order 90 lobsters. If you can eat that shit, I'm impressed. I don't care, because you're not worried about the number of the bill. You're not worried about the price of buying a gift or buying this and buying that. But in their minds, and some people's mind, they be like, shit, I got this nigga buying me whatever I motherfucking want. That nigga don't know I'm this. But little do you know, that shit come a dime a dozen.
Fucking right.
Like,
Fucking
I'm not
right.
stressed out that you. That's why they niggas rap about that shit. They buying bras Birkin bags that cost 25 grand. That shit is pissed to these niggas. Them niggas are smoking fucking $25,000 blunts.
You just get in what I'm already doing in my life. See, and that's the thing. Like, I like to go eat motherfucking $200 steaks. I'm gonna take you to go eat $200
because
steaks
they benefit, like we said earlier, they benefit off the overflow of the cup.
Yes, sir. Yes,
They're
sir.
not they're not getting what has made the cup full. They're getting the overflow. The overflow is
sir.
just that. It's overflow. I got
Overflow.
it. It ain't like I even got to tell you, my nigga, I got it like that, my nigga. Nah, that's just what it is.
Yeah, man. I started seeing little aspects of that, like man, because what I realized, man, money is like it's a state. And like having money, it's a state. And money is not like, even the terms that's associated with money, it's not supposed to be still.
Don't
It's
they say
supposed to
money
move.
changes you?
And money, yeah, that's what they
Because
say.
because it changes your state of mind.
It changes your state of mind. Exactly. And so with me, I started to realize that to have money, you got to move money. So people that got money spend money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I started doing little things like not looking at the receipt when it comes for the meal. You know, I just give them my card. I don't even look at the receipt. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like that's not even a thing no more.
You pull up to the gas station, and if gas says $50 a gallon, you're gonna fill the fucking gas tank up.
Filling my tank up.
I'm
filling my tank up. It don't matter. Like
you gotta have it.
You got to. It's not something that I can complain about. Shit, I gotta get it. You know, I mean, it's just realizations, man. Like you said, it's just realizations of states of mind and how to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you've been doing these things, but a lot of times, like y'all said, you talk yourself out of this shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But you've been doing this shit forever. Since you was a child, you've been manifesting things and doing all this crazy mental shit. But you just talk yourself out of it when you get to be older. Like my homeboy talking about, he under the curses. And this motherfucker got 2 wives, a Range Rover, a Titan. I mean, this nigga, man, it's ridiculous.
Sounds super crazy.
It's crazy. And I'm sitting here listening to him when we talking. I'm like, bro, I don't see none of the shit that you talking about. You identified yourself with, bro. And I think you should stop also. But people can't hear what you saying, though. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, though. Crazy. But it is what it is, man.
And all it is his definition, what he's defining. It's not really that he's under some curse. He's having some sort of constriction and resistance in his life that he can only define it as that as he's cursed. Instead of sitting back and contemplating regarding himself and his abilities and where he's been and where he's at, where he's going, he'll figure out that it's something else that's being demonstrated and acted out that he interprets as that. It ain't anybody cursing nobody, man. Are you really, like, who is out here gonna curse you?
Now what he's talking about is identifying with the curses in Deuteronomy.
Oh my gosh, he think he on some old school biblical curse.
That's what he is. And I realize what he's doing, bro. I realize because my homeboy got game, and he got game. Like I've been knowing him for 30 years. So I've been seeing him move around, and he's always had this kind of flow about him when it comes to like manipulating situations. Mm. And he got two women in there living in the house together. He got, and both of them, like, we just went out to lunch yesterday, and he had both his wives there, and it's like, it ain't nothing. It's him and his 2 wives. But I understand what he's doing and manipulating the situation to be able to have 2 wives, because you have to be able to, there's a certain formula to have 2 wives. Like, there's a certain formula under which that's okay in America. And that's the formula that he's kicking to these women to be able to, have them in the house together, flexing, being both his wives, And so I get what he's doing, but I'm just telling him, man, you might want to stop with going so far. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Just, stop at the women. Don't keep going down that journey. I mean, don't keep going down that rabbit hole, but it is what it is, man.
Got to give yourself a break. Sometimes we got to learn to be philanthropic towards ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta learn to be. We have to act, like I said earlier, developing the activity of the Christos is really first you understand of submitting to the reality of yourself as being not strong enough to make it through certain situations. And then at the same time, realizing that you have the ability to overcome that, but you have to put it into action. So just those realizations make you feel real depressed because you be like, well, how am I supposed to do it? You have it, but it's supposed to empower you as another challenge to get over. See, we because of our indulgence and lifestyle now, but growing up in the West, we're indulgent. We're comfortable. We're not having to fight for anything. This is why we live the way we live. Niggas ain't gotta compete for fucking nothing for real.
No rites of passages in this
It
world.
ain't none of that type of shit no more.
None.
So we don't have to go through that. So we're just overly indulgent. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, not everybody, but the majority of the people are worried about being seen in particular clothing, fashion brands, and shoes of a certain fashion brand. To me, the boss's fashion that you can wear is custom made. That shit don't be having no label. It might have the creator's name might be stitched somewhere on there. Gucci and Balenciaga, and to me, that's not high fashion. So to somebody else, that should be high fashion to them, but it don't be functional. See, a lot of the stuff don't be functional. That's why a lot of the materials are getting tighter and tighter because the fashion is not made to be functional in your environment. It's made for you to be luxurious in the false definition of that word. Because the original definition of luxury was lasciviousness, sinfulness, and debauchery. Then it developed into being luxurious and having an elegance and all of that. That's later on in like the 1800s. So you see, if a person don't study, that's why I'm actually thankful to the rigorous process that I underwent personally. A lot of people did, were learning the way that we did in the late 80s and 90s. Especially with getting amongst people that was the living gods of the nation of gods on earth, because it was a rigorous process that you had to study words and etymology and history and geography. So when you conditioned yourself to study from that particular level, things like the Quran and the Bible and spiritual books like that, the Bhagavad Gita, you read them from that perspective. You don't read them as a worshiper, as a devout individual of religion. No, you read these books as a scientist.
Right.
You read these books as a geographer. You read these books as an explorer.
A discipline.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when people don't learn to refine their ways of actions and ways of living to those particular levels of higher interaction and observation, and try to say earlier the perspective that they're viewing it from, then they're gonna always be trapped in a box of definition.
But it takes work. And like you said the key word, you said rigorous. And most people don't want to go through anything that's rigorous because it's painful. Yeah, man, like to get where we are, bro, like I don't care what you was doing it disciplined. You were disciplined in that, and you can apply that discipline to any walk of life if you really got it. So what you was concerned with was back in the day, and it was study. Mine was athletics and stuff like that, but you took that and you could apply it to the things that you need to do as a man, I took what I'm doing, what I was doing, and I started when I got done playing and doing what I was doing. I applied it to study, you
Yeah.
know, because I always had it, but it's just the discipline that I had that I developed. And man, I can do anything, bro. And I realized that I can do anything just because of the way that I apply myself to doing things. It ain't got nothing to do with me being special or nothing. It's got something to do with a fucking formula, you know, and embracing the motherfucking suck. You know what I'm saying? You gotta embrace the fucking bullshit, bro, because it's coming. It ain't nothing out here worth having not gonna be painful when you getting that bitch. You know what I'm saying? It's just not nothing out here, man. Everything takes work. An apple tree will give you an apple, but you still got to get your ass up, walk over there, pick it off the ground, and bite that motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what people don't realize. It takes the experience of great pains and hardship to refine. It's no different. And I go back to the. That's why you're given in masonry the common gavel. That's the tool of an entered apprentice that you use to chip off the superfluous edges of yourself so you can be circumscribed with a higher level of information that you're going to operate in, so you become a master, meaning that you've mastered the lower self, but you had tools to utilize. We got to have a common gavel to chip off these sharp edges of a rock to turn it from a square into a circle or vice versa. So that's the whole thing, that most people and most of us as individuals, we didn't have the proper tools. We had certain things that got us through, but having the particular tools is what took us to the next level. I think Trav might have spoke about this in his previous video, and he was mentioning that, there is an importance to having money and finance, because you got to still pay for certain things. But I always said, and it's no different than us, these authors that we read, they became masters and very, very potent teachers in what they taught, because they had particular level of finances to take them to the areas of the indigenous origins of this stuff. Mm-hmm. So they got it from the source. No different than in the movie when Frank Lucas, he got tired of buying his stuff through a wholesaler. He went directly to the source.
Yep.
That's the whole thing. When you have, that's what, like I said earlier, with, and it ain't just R. Kelly, it's all kind of people. Michael Jackson too. How do you think he became, his physical form start degrading? He started utilizing other stuff that was not good for the human form. And he was only able to deal with other stuff because he had amazing finances. Nigga could now go sleep in the fucking oxygen chamber and buy the fucking elephant man bones and shit. What are you doing with these bones, Mike?
Yeah.
Well, ain't no different than what they doing with Geronimo's, the Native American they call Geronimo. There's no different than the skull and bones using his motherfucking skull for rituals. What they doing with it? It's ritualistic. They drinking wine and shit out of that motherfucker.
Picnics.
They doing stuff with it because it all vibrates a particular. Trav put a video up the other day when they put some sensors on a cactus, and you hear the sounds of fucking music tones coming off that shit. That's what's being vibrated off of these elements when we use crystals and incense and colors. It's not the incense, it's the vibrational energy that comes from the composition of its source.
Yes, sir. That's why I came in here with Master Kush, because that's my Bina, as far as, you know what I'm saying, as far as a representation. I realized that it was the supernal mother and the lower mother as far as the teaching, because when I interface with Mara or Mary, or, because as you know, because you mess with it also, you know that it is a feminine essence.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And so when I interface, I don't even call it what other people call it getting high. I call it interface.
Yeah.
And when I interface with Mary, man, you know, I'm giving her an outlet to teach what she wants to teach, and she's giving me the knowledge. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Because some people when they get high, because they don't interface, they get high and they'll lose themselves. But me, I go into the books, man, and I'm focused.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it didn't change. It didn't actually like. It has done what you said. Like I don't. It's funny that they use that term in Freemasonry, a gavel, because I call mine a lightsaber, and because I'm new age, but my lightsaber is most of the time turned inside on me. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And it's chiseling away all of the bullshit that's in there that comes up. You know, even today when I was talking about that usefulness, that was that part of me that carries the lightsaber. And it has free reign, you know, but other people can step into its blade circumference also. And I warn people of that. I'm like, yo, there's an aspect of me that has free reign to swing a sword. So watch your damn self. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But 99% of the time it's turned inside on me. And it calls bullshit on me all the time. And I love it for it. And it has free reign, man. And because that's what we should be doing. I mean, like I told my wife and my son, and I'm teaching my son this, I'm teaching my son how powerful it is to own every single aspect of your being, even your fucked up parts, because there's power in that, because now you can decide whether you want to change that or not. You know, because maybe it's like this part of me that I'm talking about, carry the lightsaber. It's very aggressive.
Yeah.
You know, but it needs to be because it's dealing with my hard-headed ass.
See, what you're saying goes so deep, and you teaching your son those particular aspects, and you teaching him certain things because it's within him, the potential, the ability to activate the inner self to use the tools that we got. See, that's why it was used against a particular group of people in what was called slavery, which is basically scientific human trafficking. It was breeding particular type of people because of certain abilities that people had. These people that they used as what we call slaves, what genetic trait does it take to tolerate that type of shit? For hundreds of years? There was no other people that they could have captured, and it failed. The what we call the Indian of India can only work but just so much until they start dying off real soon. They're very mind operated cultural people. They got their physical labor, but then that goes into, like I said, the particular classes and essence that goes into their essence of people. Particular people that they use for what we know as a slavery, that was a science. That was a massive science project. It just wasn't about captivating. These people studied certain people, and they found, as Trav, he called it, patterns and operating systems in people. And they found that, first of all, these particular people are capable of physically tolerating this type of work that has to be done. And then secondly, it was about a spiritual essence that's going to actually keep these people together, because on a spiritual level, they operate, they want to keep, even though we're going to separate the physical family, the blood family, they're going to develop a family with those who's not their blood family. Those are genetic things of empowerment that people begin to study, and they know how to utilize that shit. You see what I'm saying? So the whole thing is, when we begin to govern our lives, and I say scientists, because it's no different than it's stages. Man, king, or God. You have a woman, you have a queen, and you have a goddess. Those are particular stages, states, and groups of source power that you can utilize for abilities and applications to go through life. But there are stages that you have to go through. Some people they're not going through proper growth of stages.
Mhm.
That's what the Tree of Life teaches us. That's what the lessons of Hermetica teaches us. All occult information teaches us its stages and degrees. Even NLP and all the life sciences, there are stages and degrees to go through that. And the first stages that we must go through is we have to face our own beast that's guarding our entrance to the castle.
Oh yeah.
One of the books is called is it Richard Bandler's book, something about the dragon fighting the dragon? What is it? Trav knows, you know what I'm talking about, right, Trav?
Bandler's Frogs and the Princes.
Frogs and the
Hall's
Princes?
You got Frogs and the Princes, but there's also a, hold on, let me see if I actually got it.
Dragon Slaying is by a different author.
Okay, that book. But what those dragon, the process of what he termed dragon slaying is the process of that's what you got to destroy. You got to destroy that inner fucking beast, which can be labeled anything. Like I said, doubt. You start feeling you can be inefficiency,
Insecurity.
immaturity, resistance, insecurity. All of that is the fucking dragon beast.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the big bad wolves. Those are that fucking. Everybody got a story of, man. I remember I used to walk up Newfield, man. Mr. Jackson had this motherfucking Doberman pincher in his yard, and every time I walk, that's the fucking beast that's ready to come out that to tell you that you can't do something. That dog that used to come up the yard that had you afraid to walk to school every day because it comes out. And little do you know, if you wouldn't have ran, it wouldn't have chased you.
Mm-hmm. That's the war, though, right? That's the what they call it, the Battle of Arunja or something like that. Like
all of that.
That's the war within, man, and that's really the only thing that you fighting, man. You know, it ain't no enemies out here in the world. You start to realize, you know, it's really just, man, your perception and your perspective that you have that's really not even yours. You know, it was built. It's a conditioning of the mind. It's a conditioning of the body. You know what I mean? Of going through bullshit after bullshit after bullshit and telling yourself that this is what it is and this is always gonna be what it's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how to, you know, because most of the time when I say that to people, you know, I was even saying that to my home. I'm trying to free you, you know, and he talking about I done heard all of this before. I'm like, you didn't heard this? He like, yeah. I'm like, oh, bro, my hands is up. My hands is up, bro. I surrender. You know, go ahead.
That's when you leave it alone. You know what I'm saying?
I left it alone. I mean, if you didn't heard it, bro, then you didn't heard it, bro. I mean,
I'm gonna use a biblical example. When as you know in the Bible they call it the Great Commission is when Christ commissioned the 12 to be his disciples, well, the final set of 12. And he told them, if you ever go in a town to preach your gospel or the good word, and they don't accept what you're saying, you're supposed to turn around and you're supposed to wipe the dust off your feet
off
and go on to the next fucking town.
Dust your feet off.
The niggas ain't trying to hear that shit over there, Kush. You know what? You're right, my nigga. I'm gonna go ahead and head out, man. Yeah. For people who don't know, Kush was also the indigenous name of Ethiopia at one time.
Right.
Ethiopia has some of the oldest written language, which they want to call, they equivalated to Sanskrit, the Gilgamesh epics and all of them languages. What's wrong, Zion? Here he come again, full distress.
Full distress.
Turn the doorknob.
This dude crazy.
You hear him knocking?
Yeah. Man, it's so funny to watch little boys grow
You didn't
up.
open
bro.
up the doorknob 50,000 times. Come on.
I got a little boy too, bro. Watching them go through these stages. I put my little boy through rites of passage though. I told him his next when he playing football, and I told him his next rite of passage is somebody got to baptize his ass. I told him he needs somebody to just wear his ass out so he understands what it is, because he's still out there, and he's still out there like I mean he dedicated himself. He said, "Daddy, this is what I want to do." And since he said, "Daddy, this is what I want to do," my higher self came to me and told me that I had to do some things. And one of them was get up in the morning and go do early morning workouts before school. So that's what we do now. I didn't want to do it, but I told my family that I'm a servant now because I already done everything that I want to do in life.
Yeah.
So I say I'm out here washing feet. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's what I'm doing, you know. So I'm facilitating what everybody else want to do because I'm the son. And I told
That's the major thing, man. You're doing a beautiful job, bro, because you gotta teach people to come out their comfort zone. You will never obtain what you're seeking unless you come out of the comfort zone. And the biggest comfort zone that people don't want to come out of is that beautiful sleep. Waking up earlier than what they are. That's where I give credit to Islam too. When I practiced Islam, that was one of the most beautiful experiences of a religious system because it's highly disciplined. You pray multiple 5 times, and then you got multiple other minor prayers and things that you can do. You can stay up all night long. That's why Arabica coffee was one of the most prized events, because caffeine kept you up all night. So that's why we have to thank a particular part of the Arabians for coffee, because they had to take something, because they had to stay up all night to be disciplined to practice the religion. So if you're not giving your children something to practice discipline, like you said, waking them up early, that's why most people can't reach another spiritual level of practice, because when it comes to certain mantras and stuff, you need to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning. You need to be up at what they call twilight.
Mm-hmm.
Not to be up, or in Vedic science, it's called the Brahma. Isn't it called the Brahma Mudra hour or something like that? It's basically the hour of Brahma.
They say 3:30. Yeah, 3:30 or something is when the day
like
actually starts.
3:45 or something like that.
Yeah, they say that's actually when the day actually really starts.
That's when and I've been up at those times, and you could actually hear the outside go from here. Go throw that away downstairs, Pops. You can actually hear. No, not that one. The one downstairs. Throw it downstairs. Thank you.
I'm up that late every night because I can't go to sleep because of concussions. I'm up that night. I'm up that late every night. You know, in whatever I'm doing, man. But what were you saying about you could hear the day, the night go from the day, or the night go to day or something when you up at that hour?
Those are all crazy worships. You hear the bugs and the birds and all of that. That's why they have hieroglyphs that everything praises the Most High. That's what those sounds are that insects make. Those sounds are actually Om sounds. Crickets and everything. It just sounds different to us, because that's how we're interpreting it through the auditory channels. But those are actually sounds of worship. You can read hadith, certain tales and things of Sufis, and that'll tell you that In Islam, everything makes salat. Everything worships the rising of the power of the creator.
Mm-hmm.
So when you up at those hours, it ain't just about the early word catches a worm. Who's up watching the bird catch that motherfucking worm to know he was up early enough? You understand what I'm saying? So this is what people don't think. That's how I always think. I gotta think multiple. That's why I said it's a multi-level playing field. That's what the tree of life is. The tree of life, if you look at it, if you want to give it another symbol, give it the symbol of a multi-dimensional chessboard. Especially when it comes to the 4 different realms of the tree. So when we teach this to our children and children, just like my middle daughter, one day she was laying on the couch and I looked at her. Now, you know what daughter had on a waist beads? I never told her anything about waist beads. She made her own waist beads.
Huh? Open it.
No, I'm not opening it. See, now you're just trying to be, dude. Take this over there. Go that way and close the door. You think because I open up the cotton candy, I'm supposed to open everything now. Now you're trying to get me in trouble.
He running game on you.
He wants me to get in trouble now.
He running game. That's funny.
I done came out here and chapped and talked and Travis, you know, I'm feeling Travis not. Trav, where you at, man?
Right here.
Trav sounds so low. You know what? I meant to thank you too, Trav. I didn't buy the exact. Remember you said you had bought that good smell? I bought this candle here, but these candle things you burn. It's called Crispy Treats.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
That's from Walmart, right?
Oh man, it smells so good. It's unbelievable.
What that smell like, man?
They smell like Fruity Pebbles, man.
What? That's my favorite shit.
What does it smell like, Zion?
I love Fruity Pebbles, bro. That's like one of my favorite smells in the whole world.
You tell them it's Fruity Pebbles?
I got
That's
some herb.
Can you please go put this back over there?
I got some herb over here that smell like Fruity Pebbles.
Really? Does it have a name? Like, is it in Georgia yet?
It's called Exaltation number 6.
Jeez.
Yeah, I don't think we have that.
Zion, go ahead.
I'll ask my brother.
Look it up. It's on Leafly right now. Look that shit up, man. Just look that shit up and check it out. It'll tell you it's got it's all grape. Like it's got grapes. It's the lineage is like Grape Stomper. The granddaddy is like Grape Ape and Purple Urkel. Like that's the granddaddy and grandma is like it's all champions. Like all cup winners is
that's a nice blend right there, man.
Hey, it's awesome, bro. It's perfect. I ain't never seen or had anything like this, and I'm a connoisseur. It's perfect. Like, oh man, it's awesome. But yeah, you can
see it.
Yeah, you can look it up right now and see it on online. Exaltation exaltation number sign 6.
Okay.
I put his hand down.
You putting his hands down?
Smell like Fruity Pebbles. Purple Urkel do too. That's popular too, because Urkel just Urkel signed with them to brand that. Steve, the dude that plays Steve Urkel, he's like a part, like I won't say owner. I don't know if he's owner, but I know he is attached to Purple Urkel.
That's pretty dope.
He's gonna butt you.
Man, this shit is about branding, man. Brandon. You got a product.
We want to put you.
But Shango, man, when you were talking earlier and you said about you were talking, man, you said something. You were talking about discipline.
Mm-hmm.
And you were talking about discipline and you were talking about being uncomfortable, and that's where everything else is on the other side of your uncomfortableness. And bro, I did, you know, my son told me he wanted this. So I started, you know, putting him through just little tests. You know what I'm saying? Just to see where his mind is. So one night, my wife, she cooked dinner and she made a salad, and she got these tomato plants in the backyard, and she had these cherry tomatoes that she put in the salad. My son hates tomatoes. So I took one of these, I mean, this tomato, it's not even measuring a quarter of an inch, a little bitty tomato, and I put it on his plate. I said, son, you can win the world right now, or you can lose it. Your choice. I said, eat that tomato. And his face balled up. This is an 11-year-old. I said, bro, if you eat that tomato right now, I'll get you whatever you want, whatever you ask for. He turned that down. So he started making it a battle of wills. So I said, okay. I said, now you could either win the world or you could lose. I said, if you eat the tomato, I'll get you whatever you want. But if you don't eat the tomato, I'm gonna go in there and take that Nintendo Switch. I'm gonna take that Xbox. I'm gonna take everything that I done bought for you. I'm taking it because I'm trying to get you to understand that being uncomfortable is where your success lies, right? You know, this dude waited me out the whole time. Even his mama had to get in. She was like, boy, I would do it. She was like, I know your pops. I've been knowing him for a long time. And he literally, tears just started coming out his eyes. I'm like, dude, it's just a little tomato. He just couldn't grasp it. And it took me to go in this room and start gathering up all of this stuff. And he finally grabbed this little tomato after about 20 minutes of me doing it, him over there bawling, all of this crazy stuff. And he ate the tomato. And I was like, dude, was that so bad? He was
taking away pleasure.
Snotting. Yeah, you got to. You have to. He said he want to go somewhere. I know what it takes to get there. So I'm going to help him get there. And I told him, it's not going to be easy, son. It's going to hurt. You understand? You got to get up at 7 a.m, man. These kids is snotting. You getting up, because my son homeschooled, so we can do that. You know what I mean? So so I worked it out with the high school the high school that he's going to be going to, that they let us use the field early in the morning because they got a real nice field. And we just go up there and we work him out, you know. But I just want to make sure that he knows what he's doing, because he said he want to go do something that's dangerous. And so I have to, because I know what it is, I have to prepare him the best that I can.
You know what, man? We always grew up and we watched kung fu movies. The whole thing, the whole precedence of the movie, tragedy struck the province that they lived in. Somebody came through, they killed his mother, they killed his father, or your uncle, they killed everybody, ran you out of town. You had to go run off into the rural area. You met some master that been living out there, or he's drunk, sleeping somewhere. And then you go through this rigorous, hurtful, trying process to become a master. Then you go back to your town and you basically save the day. That's the type of shit, like I said earlier. Most of us are growing up in environments and nothing is challenging us to prepare us for life's challenges. We're just going through just comfort and leisure, and everything is just easy. And then when something do challenges us, we give up. And people nowadays, they celebrate in mediocrity.
Man.
If we know everybody,
participation trophy.
We people who like sports and competitive things, yo, you know what it takes to get to the level of the bum that's on a professional sports team. You know what level of athlete the bum nigga is on the fucking team? You understand what I'm saying? Like they don't.
You're the
And
best
I'm
in
not
the
saying
world,
that
man.
I ever was on any NFL or any high level operating team. I just know that them guys are the people we study. That's why we love Kobe Bryant and the mama mentality. That's why we love Michael Jordan and all of that. It's not the fact that he was dunking on it. It's like, yo, the level of work that he put into to perfect his craft. Nobody else was working like that.
Nope.
Nobody was working that hard to get to that. Nobody was working that hard to become Mike Tyson or Muhammad Ali or anybody, or Larry Bird, because they've been talking about him lately because the Celtics, they're going through those. Larry Bird was on the court with some, that was them times was, and I'm old enough to have watched Larry Bird and Magic Johnson and these niggas play.
Bro,
that was a whole different type of basketball back then, man.
You don't even get to have a childhood to reach that level of mastery.
Yo, man.
You have to be putting it in from an early age to reach
Michael
that
Jackson.
level of mastery, man.
The whole Jackson family are successful.
For sure.
Every one of them.
Every one of them.
Because of the level of pressure, first that Joe Jackson was putting on their ass. And he was only doing it because he didn't figure out some sort of whatever his regiment of training was, it fucking worked.
Venus and Serena, same
it
thing.
worked.
It worked.
Tiger Woods' father. And now, have you been seeing Tiger Woods' son?
No.
Tiger Woods' son does everything like his father. It's like it's a mirror, like you watching him standing. He leans the same way as Tiger. He hits the golf. He does everything like his father. He rubs his nose. Everything that he does, he's a spitting image of his father. One day, Tiger Woods' son's gonna be the next greatest fucking golf champion, man.
Man, you gotta understand. I mean, look at the rosters in any one of these leagues, and you'll see junior, because you come from somebody that understands the work level that you have to start at 10 years old to reach where you see yourself going, because he's telling me this. I don't put nothing in my boy but school. My boy got straight A's. Mm-hmm. That's what I put in him. But I told my old lady, I'm not pushing ball on my boy. I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't done to me. My pops wasn't there, but my pops played professional basketball.
Yeah.
So the seed is there, the stock is there. But and I just started to reach this level of consciousness where I understand how powerful my pops was to motivate me without being here.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. And I had to call him and thank him for that. Like, because my pops wasn't even around, because he was out, he was 24 years old when I was conceived, and he was a professional basketball player.
See, and that's why we got to know where we come from, because it goes back into, I said, primal DNA. So what you demonstrated was some particular traits that was just genetically put into you that was unescapable. No matter if you tried to escape it, you couldn't. It was that's certain things they call predispositions. You understand what I'm saying? That was already, because like Tiger, like like Kobe Bryant, we know who Kobe. People don't. It ain't just about Kobe Bryant. It's about his father too.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Trav said earlier, it wasn't just about his father, who was a military man. It was about his mama, who was the one that when we're experiencing the essence of Trav's motherness and her process of learning and taking information through Travis May, because he said his mother was the one who did that. Brad, even though we know it's his father, but his mom is who he got that rigorous study process from. predisposition.
I see it in my.
Everything is not predisposed, but there are genetic traits that are predisposed. And now, and as a teacher, like he said earlier, and you just demonstrated by being a father, you are bringing out what's already in there by giving examples and triggering the internal process of remembering what's going to be called learning or doing.
Or doing.
So just like you was taking, you started packing up the PlayStation and all that. That was trauma. That was trauma-based learning, because you get ready to take away the pleasurable things that he get high off of. Dopamine. Don't forget, I've been studying that. We ain't nothing but dopamine addicts.
Yeah, we drug addicts. Yeah, my homeboy was I was telling my homeboy that every emotion that the human has is a chemical, bro. It's chemical based. We drug addicts. Because he was talking about emotion being on the other side of life, or of what we call life or death as we know it now. But I was like, bro, not like we experience it here, because those are attached to the human vessel. Those are chemical based, bro.
And that's what I've been saying for years with people that talk about they have Kundalini. Their Kundalini has risen and they open their third eye and all of that. They've only reached a particular part of their abilities to actually stimulate the chemical process in them that's going to make them feel good, like they've reached that level. You will only know that you've activated Kundalini by what you're not going to be able to fucking say about that shit. You're not going to be able to describe that, because you're going to be what? Not the same person anymore. You're not going to be regular no more after you raise your fucking Kundalini, man.
Ain't that what the burning bush was? You can't look on God and live.
That's the example of that. You can't look on the most purest of pure. You can't see the endless light of Ein Sof because the Ein Sof is blinding you, because it looks like the light is coming from a particular point, but it has no place that it's coming from. It is what it is.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And that's just nothing but the same thing as the inner potential. It's the same thing, as I said, with the power comes from the interaction of the gunpowder and the sulfur that causes the fire and explosion that propels the bullet out. It's the same thing. That's the same what you're doing. When you're able to trigger your neurons in a particular form of energy that's going to stimulate thinking, you have now fired the gun of your mind, which does what? Create a fucking thought. The thought is the bullet. Wu-Tang and them niggas call it the darts. And the darts are the words that come out. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole process of what we're doing. We're learning to define ourselves. We're becoming warriors. That's why the Bhagavad Gita, and you read the stories, it's always, or even stories of the knight, it has to be a warrior spirit. It got to be somebody that's built for warfare to reach a particular level of perfection. You're not going to reach it you're not going to reach it with mediocrity, and you're not, after you've reached that level, you're not going to go back to mediocrity. You're going to be changed. You're not going to come back and your energy is going to be totally different. No different than the symbolic story of Moses going up the fucking the mountaintop and coming back with some scrolls and he told me the shit. These is what God told me and all of that type of. That's just the same thing. You're gonna go up there, you're gonna come back totally different. And some people gonna feel it, and some people not. Half the people ain't felt that shit with Moses. Man, who the fuck is this nigga? Why God only talk to him? The other people who notice certain particulars of character, and the symbology said this is not the same individual that went up. That right now, this ain't the same individual. So people it takes a lot of, like you about to put your son on the do, and you play sports, you know the rigor that it takes to, man, it takes a lot to go through like I said, people can go back and watch Travis Majors as a model, and they could observe the transitions that he went through. So if you accept him as an enlightener, you can already know and experience that he's speaking from a place of self-experience, not just philosophical. It ain't just philosophy. And then you can tell that the particular authors that we're dealing with now, as you said, those be the highest masters of the mastery. The unfortunate is the Kobe Bryant of that shit right there. That is the Michael Jordan of Kabbalah in the Western world. Ain't nobody, unless you go to Matthew McGregor. All these modern Kabbalah books, them motherfuckers ain't. You can't even be a master of that shit unless you've gone through those masters.
Like you said, it's levels, man. I mean, life teaches you that. I mean, we don't come in here fully formed. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to go through levels. I mean, like, you know, Dion Fortune calls it stresses. You know, that's a perfect way of describing that. You know what I'm saying? Particular stresses that you have to go through in order to form yourself in this reality, so you can go out there and make happen what you want to happen, man. And I don't necessarily see that formula changing for any level that we will find ourselves on. You're always gonna have to start from square one, you know, and trying to explain this to people, you know, I try to put it in words. So, you know, you're gonna meet, you know, like you said, you know, the story of the hero. Some reason you cast out into the world, you meet the master, and you have to learn that you have to master what he puts you through in order to go back and avenge your people. You know what I'm saying? And that's what that's the way that I'm kind of, you know, that's what I'm putting my son through. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just seeing where I'm testing something out and seeing if it'll work. You know what I'm saying? But it seems to be a formula, you know, that I went through, and that, you know, anybody can go through and arrive where you see yourself going. You know, I even had to step back from coaching because I realized that I lost my gallbladder last year because I was doing that. Because I can't take football light. So now I just sit on the sidelines and read books and look up every once in a while, and I can just glance and tell if stuff is going on right or whatever.
That shit is such an energy inside of you that it was almost destructive.
It was 100% destructive, and I don't have a way of getting it out, because when I was in the game, I could go out there and hit somebody. You know, and they put that level of stress on you, bro. You can't even imagine the level. God damn, you can't even imagine the level of stress that you under when you in that shit, bro. Like, there's nothing on earth like this. I swear to you. I swear to you, there's nothing on earth.
There should
like
be pure intensity. You know what I
can
describe?
All day.
You know what it is with example? It's like when I done told the story about my homeboy setting the RZA's brother's jacket on fire before we go on stage with Raekwon and Ghostface and all these things. The intensity that I felt as an observer and a guest of these guys as they went on stage, I got to experience it. Like, yo, I get it. Look, you're looking at the people's faces down there as they're looking up at them. Yo, it was, and then you're looking at them perform. They change into something. Like, it was like this, like how they say it's go time, like when you play sports and niggas be in the hallway. Because I like to watch the beginning of something. When they be in the hallway, niggas be pumped up And when them motherfuckers go, like you just said, that energy, that shit is something that you can't even, you can create. If you was able to bottle that shit, you could sell that. If you was able to extract that level of testosterone or the chemical processes making you feel like that, you can do something. You can do something with that.
Man, you a Superman when you out there. I mean, I did stuff out there that I can't even imagine. Man, I mean, and me and the homies, you know, we talk about it. You know, we had, you know, I can tell you stories after story after story, bro, and not just on the field. You know, off the field also, because you have this mindset. It's a mindset. It ain't. It is not. It has a little bit to do with talent. But I tell people all the time, the best players are not in professional sports. It takes something else. They call it the it factor. You know, they call it the it factor. Like you can have all the talent in the world, but if you ain't got it, you ain't got it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like they literally say, son, I don't know what it is, but you got it. I gotta be told that shit so many times, bro. I didn't even know what the hell they was talking about. Like, what the hell do that mean?
Yeah.
Like my cousin was like, bro, that just because my cousin was there too. And he was just like, bro, that just means that you good. And I was like, oh,
and you
okay.
always did that thing. You know what's an example of it? Ricky from off of Boys in the Hood. Ricky was always walking around with that football. He lived, he breathed football. And then he became, you know what I'm saying? He became a good football player until they took him off the planet. But I'm saying that was kind of like, as an example, that's the it. It was something that you've always done because it was a predisposition. It was in the genes of you. It was in the makeup, the construction and architecture of the individual.
Yep. And you realize you was always, like you said, you was always doing it. And I realized that I'm always going to be doing it. I had a conversation
said that about
with
Drake. Lil Wayne said that about Drake. He said that when he met him, he knew that he wasn't just a rapper like them. He said, this dude is beyond us. Like he can rap like how the regular rap doing rap about, but he had something totally different. So that's why we see an artist like Drake. Drake is Drake. This nigga had the fucking it factor.
He had the it factor. He had it.
And if he really wants to, he can go back to Hollywood and master that craft all over again.
Yep. It's just, like you said, it's just the makeup of the person, man. And I had this conversation with my mom because I have this mentality that I was born to exhibit this kind of winning, right? And so my mom, with me explaining this to my mom, I guess to her, it sounds boastful. And she said that she didn't raise me to be like that. And I asked her, I said, well, Mom, let me ask you a question. And she was like, what? I said, well, can you define what you mean when you say that you didn't raise me to be like that? And she was like, I raised you. She said this exactly. She said, I raised you to think that you were just as good as everybody else, but not better than anybody else.
Damn,
and so
you just made me think, what if our mom said, or all of our mothers say to us, I've programmed you to be, what if instead of her saying, I didn't raise you like that, I programmed you to behave like this?
That's what she was saying. And I mean, you know, I
That's
understand this. I understand this. So this is what she said. And I asked her, I said, well, Mom, let me ask you this. I said, if I took that attitude where I've been in my life, do you think I would have achieved the things that I've achieved in my life if I didn't think that I was better than everybody else that I was going up? She said she had to get back with me on that.
Gotta give her some time to contemplate that.
But I mean,
that's wisdom right there, though.
Straight up, Shango. Because I mean, I had to develop this mindset on my own, you know, because this is what I'm being taught. My pops wasn't around So this is what my parental guidance is telling me. But I had to develop the mindset of I want to be a killer on my own. And and like you said, I had the genetic predisposition, which people call talent, to be able to decide that I wanted to do that, and it worked. You know what I'm saying? But and I recognize that in my child also, that he has the genetic predisposition. I mean, the dude like 5'6" now, and he just turned 11. You know what I'm saying? So so he got it. I mean, like you can see it. He got it. He just got to learn. Like he just has to learn. But I see it. He been had it since he was a kid. I mean, the kid never would fall since he started walking. I mean, I would try to trip him. I would kick the back of his feet. And I mean, his feet would just pop up, pop up, pop up, and he wouldn't fall. I mean, I would literally, I've been putting my kid through the ringer since he came in this joint.
That's what, in the sports world, because that's what we're talking about. That's what recruiters, that's why major recruiters get paid so much money, because it ain't just about finding football players. It's about finding those kind of sports players. Like they know what to look for to make that's going to put, you get great people on your teams. So that's the same thing as when we talk about when you read certain vetting information. And I think even in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, it has certain criterias to be a yogin. You know what I'm saying? There's certain criterias and predispositions within the individual that they have a particular thing about them. It's like that's the same with us. We wouldn't be amongst the group that we're amongst right now if we weren't already predisposed or had the ability to be here.
100%. And it like you said, it takes it like you predisposed, and it takes going through something, people would look at the things that I put my son through, and they would say that I was abusive. I mean, but I'm not. It's just I'm hard, like, because he said he wanted to be somewhere. I remember we were in Texas, and he was doing jujitsu and Muay Thai, and I got to do the classes for free because we was paying for him. And I was just walking through the house, and he kicked me in the leg. You know what I'm saying? And he just hauled off and kicked me, bro. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I threw a little kick at him, kicked him in the leg. He kicked me again, and I turned my hip over. And I caught him. I didn't even kick him hard. I just caught him square with my shin on his thigh. And he tried his best not to cry. So he limped over to the couch. brand new couch. I just bought my wife a red suede couch, right? This dude got on the couch and peed all over the couch, bro. From pain.
So you hit him in the tender spot, man.
I caught him. Man, my wife jumped up. She was like, "What, man?" I mean, you just saw the pee just come out from him, because he was down like in Downward Dog, like trying to hide his face, and the pee just came all the way out, man. We both got in trouble for that one.
That's great.
It's just something that I knew that he came to me for a reason, man, because I got a certain mindset. You know what I'm saying? He came to me for a reason. And I tell him that all the time, bro. You didn't come to me to get it easy, because he's a lover.
And that's why a lot of single women, when they have sons, they make them play Pop Warner. You understand what I'm saying? Or MC, we got MCYFL was what it called, Marion County Football League. So they send them because if the child's father is not there, and that's that's indigenous shit like that. Now, first of all, indigenous cultures, they're not gonna have no birth name if the father ain't gonna be there. So let's just eliminate that from indigenous culture off the top. Now, if it existed, I've never come across in my studies of that ever. But the whole thing is, you're going to be taught and observed and evaluated by people in your community. And most when that process is done, it's gonna be done by men, and they're gonna take your ass through the fucking ringer. So that's the type of shit that we've lost. That's what the Boy Scouts represent.
So the
And
lodge
that's
is
definitely what sports represents.
Yes, sir.
A lot of those guys that play professional sports are just grown men with a lot of money, but they still the 10-year-old pal football player. That's why they be like, their coach is more important than their mothers. Because that's the person who raised them. Coaches, the coach energy. The mother was the supporter, of course, the mom. So they get their love from the mom, and they think, because when you get that, you get there, you want to be, man, I want to thank my mother, because the mother gonna give you that love, like I said, unconditional. But then you're gonna be like, and I want to thank coach. And you're gonna talk about coach like this nigga is Jesus Christ.
Man, they my heroes.
Because that's who taught you all that tough shit and all that crying and wimpy when you was at the weakness of yourself that somebody ain't never seen you. You let that out in front of coach. And the coach either gonna know how to be sympathetic and empathetic, but he also gonna be like, man, you need to get this shit together and dry this shit up, because on the field, either you're gonna be effective or ineffective. And if you're gonna be ineffective, you're gonna have to get off the field, because I don't coach ineffectiveness.
100%.
And that's gonna either make you or break you as a
man.
leader. And then that's the ones who are broken by that being given to them so forcefully. Those are the ones that don't have that predisposition, maybe not at that moment, to handle that. If they never handle that right there, those be those hyper aggressive men, that boys that grew up into those men slapping women around and shit like that.
Yep.
They never dealt with that type. They mad at their mom for sending the football practice because coach yelled at them.
Yep.
So they carrying that in the shadow self, and they doing weird shit to people. Their relationships with people are weird, or they always aggressive towards their bosses, and those are in authority, and they don't respect none of that shit, because it triggers them to go back to being that little boy who did not handle the coach that fucking yelled at him, "Get your chubby ass out there and run, fat boy." And they couldn't handle that. And they never liked football, or they never liked baseball ever since then, because the coach called me fat and big titties. And then well, maybe you needed that. Look at your fit. Look at you. Now you on my 600-pound life now.
Adversity, man, like you said, it make you or break you, and everybody got to go through it at some point. You got to go through it, man. So you might as well put yourself through it. You know what I mean?
Travis Majors ain't no different than any of them coaches that you've had
100%.
Playing sports, because in his private, confidential time with clients, I guarantee you, it's not always very nice. And sometimes you got to tough love it to some of these people, because after a while, all the fuck you get, that weak energy that they keep displaying after you've given them the tools and the techniques and the not just philosophy shit that works, and they still questioning and whimpering. After a while, you're gonna have to slap their fucking face, or you're gonna have to fly out.
You got to dust your shoes. You're gonna have to dust your shoes
off.
One of the two.
You're gonna have to dust them sandals off. And I'm heading on back to Damascus now, because these Roman niggas over here ain't fucking with that.
Yeah, I didn't heard Trav in his private joints, man. He ain't. I mean, it's nice. It's nice, nasty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's nice, nasty. But if you own the level, you hear it. You know what I'm saying?
You're saying it's not Jordan Peterson or the other dude, the other older white dude with the beard and the glasses that wear the nice pinstripe suits. They do not talk nice to you.
Mm-mm.
So if you can't handle, okay, here's another example, because we got There's multiple levels of educators on different realms right now that we operating in. And these are just, I'm gonna just give the basic. You got Travis Majors, you got even a Dream Wise and his wife, you have Brother Yusuf and then you have Arias Bookman. Don't go to him with wimpy shit. Don't go to him thinking that and I'm not saying that he doesn't. I just know how he, his particular pattern of operation is off the top, dude. Don't go over there thinking that he gonna fucking give you a hug and motherfucking give you them little red and white flowers that the hairy Christians give you at the airport in New York.
You're liable to give up on a cult with that attitude with him.
You're gonna be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? I'm not fucking with none of that. I'm going to Sunday service again, and not Dreamwise Sunday service. No, at First Baptist. I'm going back to church, fucking with a spiritual a consultation with Arias Bookman. You can't fuck with a certain level. Like I said, I've never actually seen Trav get irritated. If I've seen it, his irritating levels that he does demonstrate are foreign to me. I've never seen it demonstrated that way. I've only seen straight aggression. So if a person can't handle the pressure, then don't expect to be a fucking pearl. Don't expect to be a diamond. Don't even expect to be a lab-grown diamond, because they're still diamonds. They just made in a lab under scientific processes that still create diamonds, but it's going to consist of pressure. If you can't handle the pressure of what appears to be ridicule, then you're not going to handle the gauntlet. You're not going to be able to make it through the crucible of life, man.
You're gonna be turned around at the door by the guardian at the gate.
Because niggas think fucking gurus and shit are very, I guarantee you, Niranjananda and Sivananda and them brothers, I bet you they had some shit that they don't read, that they don't write about in the book, that they was like, come on over here and try to learn this level and see what don't I slap your whole teeth out every day when you wake up.
That's included in some of these gurus' trainings.
To study this level, I'm gonna slap your face whenever I feel like it, just to make sure you're aware. Like, well, I don't like that. You're instantly expelled for even saying that. What if I don't like it? Expelled. Zero tolerance, man. So protecting your energy and protecting what you're building for your son, you have to have zero tolerance for any interference that does not follow suit with what you're creating in your reality.
100%, man. And my old lady is 1,000% on board, man. She played high school basketball and ran track. So, like, man, the support that dude got is all the way there for where he want to go. So I don't not doubt that he will be where he sees himself going.
He's gonna obtain what he's gonna obtain, because you trust in yourself. You trust, and you have your counterpart or your wife in your life who matches the same energy that you reflect. She reflects the light of the sun. She's your moon. That's your earth.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? You
Yes,
the sun,
sir.
she's the earth, and the children are the stars.
Mm-hmm. And we run it like that. And I tell people I'm the son. I don't even let people give me. Now I had to explain that to my mom because she keep trying to give me shit for like birthdays. And I'm like, I don't want nothing because I give. I'm the son. Yeah. The son don't receive shit from nobody, but it gives. And people think
that's a joke, don't they? They be like, well, how can you not want to? Because I'm satisfied with what I have. You don't seek anything.
Nothing.
That's a high level. That's actually what I'm gonna throw as Kevin Samuel was. That's what he was meaning when they talk about a high operating man. They don't seek shit out. It's the woman who comes with, I need a man that makes 6 figures and he has to drive this and I'll have that. Well, doesn't that make him the catch?
Yes, it does.
It makes him the catch. He the nigga with you that got what you looking for. If you don't have the exact same shit, and it's vice versa. It ain't just one. So the whole thing is a highly realized man is one who has values and he has a operating system that he functions through with his family. And he doesn't need to explain that shit to nobody. And he does not explain that shit to nobody. Especially if it's successful. Now there's some men who may think they operate, and women too think they operate at a high level, and they're actually faulty as a motherfucker. There's no efficiency. They may think it's efficient, but boy, it's not producing nothing but children that are broken down, because you're not breaking your son's spirit down. You know what I'm saying? You're not breaking his individuality or his mind and heart down by doing what you're doing. You're toughening his character.
That's it. Man,
character is not personality. You know what I'm saying? People gotta understand character is the abilities that you have to better your personality for usage in society and amongst other people.
Can you say it better? 100%.
We don't remember the lines a lot of times that actors necessarily say. We do remember, but we remember the character that they demonstrated in their acting skills. You know what I'm saying? And then we remember the line of what they said. King Kong don't got shit up. It ain't the fact that he said that. It's the fact of that character, Alfonso. That nigga cop was that Denzel Washington was nothing to play around. He was a dangerous individual. That's what you remember.
Yep.
So you remember, like, you know what, my dad helped me develop character. That's what all military means. And when you play sports on sports team, they teach it's about the character of the team. That's why niggas are fined in professional sports. Because the franchises have rules and regulations.
I've seen people get hit with $200,000.
Remember Marshawn Lynch when the nigga didn't want to go to do the press conferences, and all he would say is, "I'm just here so I don't get fined." He never answered any question. He would just say that same shit over and over again, because if he didn't show up, they was gonna fine the nigga $50,000.
Yeah, that's your obligation. That's in your contract. You gotta go before the media, but all you gotta do, like he did. All you gotta do is, I'm just here so I don't get fined. Just say some shit. You know what I'm saying? Just say some shit. That's it. Just say some shit, man.
We had a great game. I played the best I can play out there. We came through, or you're gonna be like, we didn't come through. You know what I'm saying? It was a great game. Thank you. And I'm out.
In media training, that's what they teach you to do anyway. You don't even answer they don't even teach you to answer the question that they ask you. They teach you to just say something.
Say something and get the hell out of there before you say the wrong shit.
They might ask you, man, something complex, and you just say, man, I just want to give it up to my teammates and man, and my coaches. You know, we had a great week of preparation. You know what I'm saying, man? I love my mama. I'm out.
Yeah,
you know
but once they go off into their own script and say something, that's when them niggas end up on Charlemagne, the donkey of the week or some shit, or you end up on Sports Center and they clowning your ass because they're like, Jesus Christ, what grade did this guy go to? Because you wasn't supposed to say nothing but, you know, I got a great coach that I play under, and I follow what coach say in the team. I have a great team I play for. You know, we're gonna try best next game. Thank you.
Yeah, they call it
Don't speak about nothing else.
They call it misrepresenting the shield. You can't do nothing to misrepresent the shield. And when you do that, it's played across the board in every team in the morning meeting. I don't care what team you on, they playing that bullshit that you fucked up on in the team as examples as to, hey, this what not to do. This what we
And
don't
nowadays,
do. This gonna get your
social
ass out of
media.
here.
And then that doesn't even include the social media memes that are now going to come out demonstrating you doing dumb shit.
100%.
Like the whole George Bush shit. When he said, you know, you can fool me once, when he knew he started to fuck up, he was supposed to shut up. No, he kept going and said, when it was, you know, just know that you just can't fool me again. Boy, you done fucked up, Bush, with that.
You done fucked up now.
You done fucked up now.
You know you done fucked up now.
We got you now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I done seen it all too many times, bro.
Damn,
I'm telling you. Every morning, somebody is on there. Something stupid. Somebody done tweeted about, or somebody done said something, and this is an example of what's gonna get your ass up out of here.
And that's what people don't realize when something happens. People get put off the team or get traded. You didn't violate too much of these rules, man, that they don't talk about this shit on Sports Center. Like nigga, you under contract, man.
100%.
Why you think Colin Kaepernick never coming back to football? You know,
They never coming back.
Huh?
And you know he don't say nothing. And you notice he don't say shit no more.
This nigga, Colin Kaepernick, boy, you didn't violated these people rules, and then you badmouthed them, and now you trying to come back and think they're gonna hire you back after you didn't cause some of the greatest problems to sports ever. Yeah, we'll let you come out here and look foolish and throw around with the team, but we ain't gonna give you. And the more time that he spends off the field, he's gonna lose muscle memory and all kind of shit.
Oh, bro, it's so hard to get that shit back. That's why I retired. And I just took, well, shit, never mind. But man, goddamn. Yeah.
That's why we got to keep studying. That's why we try to know that, you know what I'm saying, to keep going. What does Dora the fish? Just keep swimming. You got to just keep swimming, man. Because once you stop doing what you was doing that was working, it's going to be just that much harder to. It's like the old trains. Remember when them motherfuckers, they take forever to stop, but it really takes a long time for them to get going again. That shit be so heavy and so much. You got to take so much to restart after you stop. That's like when I go do some shit, like with these rental properties I got, and I got to go clean something up or cut the grass and shit, or whatever I got to do. Once I sit down and I be, let me take a break, I got to instantly get back up because I know once I start chilling out, my mind will start going garbage. Like, shit, I don't have to cut this motherfucking grass at this place. I can go home to my rolling green grass and don't worry about, you know what I'm saying? My mind will start going back. I'll be like, nah, let me get back up and do, because I got to be consistent in the activity of the work.
Yep.
Don't
have to.
The Yoga Sutras of Patanjali say that? It's the consistent, rigorous process of this, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to get it by just doing it a little bit.
You got to stay at it, man. Same thing with diesels, man. That's why people, that's why they don't slow down. They'll jump in front of your ass. They don't want to hit them brakes. You know what I'm saying? You can't stop, man. Once you get that thing going with anything, you got to keep it going, man. It was so hard to get in shape, man. You had to get in shape to get in shape.
Ain't that crazy?
That don't even make no sense. Like, you know, like I didn't even understand that concept until I got there, and it was like, oh damn, that's what this is. That's what he was talking about.
That's a whole post right there. You got to get in shape to get in shape. that shit might have went over so many people's head who heard you just say that. That's heavy right there, man.
Man, I just live this shit, bro. Like I'm, man, I can tell, man.
So Trav, is that what's been going on? Like until we got to this particular level, we was just getting in shape to get into shape.
Absolutely, and it keeps going. I mean, think about it. We're gearing up to deal with the higher levels of the tree. We're talking about Doth, and some of us have an idea of what Doth represents, a tiny bridge where nothing comes across except what's necessary. We're still learning how to detach from that stuff.
Damn. It takes a lot to break that threshold to begin the first step over them in bridges, don't it? It's a lot, man. To begin the process.
The first step is deconditioning from the brainwash, because one thing that I'm seeing repeatedly with a lot of, for lack of better words, I'm gonna say students. One thing that I'm seeing with a lot of my people is getting rid of that brainwash. I don't mean just from mama. I mean from Brother Panic and your favorite YouTubers, because they said a lot of cool things that we use as anchors. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I don't worship any gods, but worship yourself, right? That held us over for a while, but now we have to stop and look at some of these buzz phrases that we've learned.
How you gonna worship yourself if you don't even know who is your true self that needs to be worshipped?
Right.
You might be
right.
worshiping an unworthy self.
Definitely. I was having a discussion with someone about worship because they're talking about worship. But that's the thing, like, yes, you don't have all the data to believe that you are the God of this world. Swami Niranjanananda told us about bhakti and how important it was. It's not about worshiping something outside of you. It's about recognizing the higher part of yourself, or whatever you want to say, and allow it to help you bridge that connection between it and you. But if we just go off of what Brother Panic said and Bobby Hemmett said, you're not even gonna give you a chance to do that. You give yourself a chance to do that.
Jeez, man.
Little stuff like that. That's what I'm seeing. It's a lot of people who do understand the material, but it's like that old programming. We have to be vigilant against the old programming in all of its forms.
Hey, have you tried the lasagna?
I heard it was good.
Favorite.
So you gotta always be vigilant, Trav, at everything that you taking in, huh? And how it affects what's coming out, like your perspective, huh?
Absolutely.
Damn, Trav. So is throwing that in from nowhere. Hey, do you like the lasagna? Is that like is that like Laya? Because we know that Laya is there as a protection type of thing. So you don't kind of go. So when somebody to kill the mediocrity or to kill the shit that got too deep, here comes the player. Hey, have you tried the lasagna? And you be like,
right.
What? We're like, nah, I didn't try it. But like, hey, what's really my favorite? And then they keep going on with a bunch of bullshit, distract you from the whole distract you from the dreadful feeling that you started getting of like, I'm totally trash. And then all of a sudden now that pops up. So is that what's going on?
That's Prakriti. That's a safety mechanism.
That's the agent, right?
Yeah.
The agent in the matrix.
There we go. See, we can call it an agent, but now that's old programming, right? That's old programming.
Right.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. But that's where it happens. When we start getting, what did the unfortunate say? When chesed is abutting against the abyss, when we start to touch that abyss, it gets scary. We get that feeling and we change the subject. I'm telling you.
Oh, shit.
It still happens to me too, but this is what I'm saying. Like, non-attachment allows you to analyze, what is it that spooked me? Let me go in that direction. Everybody ain't built like that.
So you're saying that most people have not analyzed, why does Mercury retrograde make you feel dreadful? Because everybody else feels dreadful. Have you analyzed yourself to why do you think Mercury retrograde is going to affect you negatively?
Old programming, because somebody told you that. And check this out now, because somebody told you that, you're looking for proof. Beliefs, you know what beliefs are? in the Matrix, they tell us beliefs are not words and phrases. Beliefs are confirmations. So when somebody on Instagram tells you Mercury retrograde is going to fuck up your computers and give you bad luck, you're looking for a confirmation. And once you find it, you've established a belief.
Let's call it yelling in the echo chamber, right?
Bouncing right back and forth.
Man, that's deep.
So Bobby Hemmett told you the demiurge was evil. You got to fight the demiurge. So now you're looking for that. You're not looking to prove him wrong. You're looking to confirm what he told you.
Wow.
Not looking to further that what you heard and to first analyzing, is that a correct observation for the whole planet Earth? Supposed to believe that shit? Or let me find out, is that just something that maybe he believes and it works for him? Or do I need, because a lot of people are afraid to go against what Bobby Hemmett said.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I was gonna say, so let's check it out.
Let's not forget Bobby Hemmett was a Sagittarian. You know, we dreamy. I'm a Sagittarius too. If we want to deal with the Western, you know what I'm saying? But that's a part of like I said, this predisposition that sometimes a Sagittarian and know he didn't said some bullshit and will keep that motherfucker right on going.
Check this out now. Check this out. There's a few things there that we have to understand, because it's like, there's a reason why psychology is becoming such a huge deal in what I've been studying. Bobby Hemmett told us something. We're looking for proof. There's a thing called the confirmation bias, right? What's the confirmation bias? You favor things that confirm your existing beliefs. This is automatic. We got something called the belief bias. The belief bias says if a conclusion supports your existing beliefs, you'll rationalize anything that supports it. See, if you're not aware of these processes, they're just going to happen automatically. You got the halo effect. And I see this happening with me. I don't mind because I'm actually a good guy. I'm not going to do anything to hurt anybody. But the halo effect says how much you like someone or how attractive they are influences your judgments on them. So there's a bunch of little, what they call confirmation biases and logical fallacies, that if you're not aware of these things, they're part of the mind. They're programs that run automatically. So if you like Bobby Hemmett, he made you laugh and he taught you something new, you're getting closer and closer to following literally everything he told you, for better or for worse.
See, you just showed some cards. There was something I came across the other day, and I had to look back through my Google, called fundamental attribution error. Have you ever heard of that?
Fundamental attribution. Yes, right here. Fundamental attribution error.
Are you serious, man?
Look, this is a serious thing. This is a serious thing.
I just came across this the other day.
This is the stuff we got to be studying. Like, not no damn who's the strongest archon. Like, cut that shit out.
That's fucking crazy, Trav. Now read what that is to people, man.
Fundamental attribution error. I don't know if they're ready for this, but you judge others on their character, but you judge yourself on the situation. In other words, it's not only kind to view others' perspectives with charity, it's more objective too. Try to be mindful to err on the side of taking personal responsibility rather than justifying and blaming. So if somebody makes a mistake, they're a fucked up person. If I make a mistake, well, circumstance, I had a bad day. My hands were sweaty. I didn't drink enough sea moss, right? You got an excuse. But if somebody else does it, they're agent, they're a bad guy, they're evil.
They're op.
They're op.
That's correct. When I came across that, so when you held that first card up, that just triggered my mind. But like, wait a minute, that kind of sounds like what I just read the other day. This fundamental. I said, look at damn Trav, yo.
Here's one that affects me often that I have to shake myself out of. Curse of knowledge. The curse of knowledge says, once you understand something, you presume it to be obvious to everyone. Whew, that hurts. That hurts.
Read that again, Trav. I got to hear it again.
Curse of knowledge. Once you understand something, you presume it to be obvious to everyone. Now look at all the stuff that we study.
How did you not know that? That's common sense. How do you not know? Damn, that's where we get that from. How you start getting pissed off because you think the person's. But like I said before, everybody don't absorb the rate, the light of the sun at the same absorption rate, because now we got to use the planet as an example. The Earth is the only planet in our solar system that we know of that can absorb light conducive for the life structure that we need. Pluto not absorbing the same light at the rate of Earth. So there's some people maybe Pluto mentality that shit just don't, and we thinking, because we Earth mentality, how could you not be getting this? And that's called what again? The curse of knowledge?
Curse of knowledge.
Yeah, man, I'm done, man. And look at how many years of education that we go through, and we're not taught any of this. I'm talking about we now got VPK. You can go from VPK to higher education to a doctorate's degree and never once come across that terminology at all.
Ever.
So the true knowledge is self-seeking knowledge. Usable, I can't say usable knowledge.
Is it useful? Is it appropriate?
Man, that's crazy. And those cards are what that you got, man?
These are called critical thinking cards. It explains the 24 logical fallacies and the 24 cognitive biases. If you want to be on this level where I'm learning about the mental plane, you need to know this right here, because this stuff happens automatically.
Yeah, that's super crazy that you got, because like I said, it had to be about maybe two. Did I read it in something I came across when I was reading Frogs and the Princess? Something I was reading, and it made me go into this fundamental attribution era. And I started looking into that. And for you to have that, that should be blowing me away. But like, God damn.
Okay, I missed something. My wife called me and I cut out. What was that, bro? What am I missing?
We're talking about logical fallacies and cognitive biases. And when I say that most people on social media that are talking all this spiritual stuff don't know what the hell they're talking about at all, I say that for a reason, not just because I study more and understand more, but you can listen close and hear all these people committing logical fallacies and cognitive bias mistakes. Everybody. Well, the queen's a reptilian and a clone because I saw her next to a picture of a lizard. That's the evidence you got. You know, just like little dumb shit like that. It sounds good, but when you think about it, it doesn't make any sense.
That's just screwing me around right there to have that categorized as what I've experienced. I've experienced someone that I know on social media. They put up a post of someone else's post regarding the southern flag of the bars and stars, and the post was about saying that this flag was the original flag of a particular Native American tribe. So me being me, I went into a heavy research about this thing. Found out that this flag has absolutely nothing to do with any Native American tribe, because they didn't never use any of that in their flags. If they've ever used that flag, they adopted it because of the integration between the military systems that took them over. That was not an indigenous flag. So I went to the person and I said, yo, man, I said, you know that this is what you posting. I said, you gotta be careful sometimes. I said, because that's not actual facts.
Right.
You see how easy it is to just take something, make it into a video, highlight it with your own text around it. They got free apps and you can do all of that to make your own fancy titles and all of that. And people will believe you into thinking that was really a Native American flag never ever doing the search to find out if that's actual facts.
Wow. I got a
And
question.
see,
Go ahead, Trav.
just to add on to that, and what makes this even worse is most people are going to see that one video and build a whole belief system on that. This is where we're heading to in the future. More and more of these young folks and more of these lazy folks are just going to see something on social media, no research whatsoever, and just take this stuff as truth.
Yeah.
And that's why Trav, when I used to be, I'm gonna just expose myself. I used to be in Trav's inbox so much worried about do I need to make a YouTube page and what do I need to do? Well, how do I do this? What about the background, Trav? What about this? Do I need to remember that, Trav, when I was all in him? And I was like, and it came to the point where I had to be like, yo, man, why am I putting myself through this? And I never wanted to integrate so much with these, you know what I'm saying, teaching or whatever online, because of that right there, of people putting out so much. I didn't want to be a part of it like that. You know what I'm saying? It just turned me off. I've watched a lot of people, and not putting Trav in that category. I'm just saying that I used to ask him a lot of questions about, because it's doubting I was making myself doubtful, like my own abilities. Like, damn, do I need to do it like this, Trav? And well, what about this? And do you think that video was okay? Like, it was ridiculous. And it was all based off of, because I'm looking at other things and coming, like, would you just coming across these, like, yo, man, how are these people putting out these fucking videos? And I'm talking about got 100,000 motherfuckers on the live stream right now. How was that? How are people not seeing the falsehood? And then battling my own self and saying, well, like, yo, I didn't even come from that era. I came from whatever we spoke about. It was like face to face. We couldn't transcend boundaries of talking to somebody in Texas like we do now because of the technology. So if I needed to build with somebody in a different place, I was physically there building with them. And if I wasn't writing exact, it was immediately addressed. If they wasn't writing exact, then the same thing happened to them. Nowadays, like I said earlier, motherfuckers be celebrating mediocrity. Motherfuckers are celebrating falsehood. Motherfuckers are celebrating, and this is what I mean. I'm not to knock people who do it, that people are using and they're creating the filter system on technology so you could not look like yourself. And most people don't see anything wrong with that.
Wow.
It's okay to get on there and have a filter that makes my round fucking oval face look like a chiseled face. Because some people in society says that a man with chiseled cheekbones and a strong jaw is handsome and dark eyes and shit like that. But they also told you that in America, a handsome man was tall, dark, and handsome. Well, what does that really mean?
Tall, dark, it is.
I mean, who is the dark, tall, handsome man? Are we talking about skin tone? Are we talking about a dark personality? What are
you getting at here?
You know what I'm saying? Like, what is
Right.
Because they hitting us with all of this curse of knowledge and fucking fundamental, because these are really fancy terms to describe, and they can also be turned into demonic forces, because when you take these terms and you look at the description of what they mean, you will have spirits that are considered malevolent that operate within those particular atmospheres. And those atmospheres are what? Psychological mind states. So those everything that what we call what's in psychology was once nothing really but esoteric Vedic knowledge and spiritual knowledge that was more and more filtered through a westernized mind until it became psychology.
I want to read a few more of this part about the logical fallacies, because when I look at content from certain individuals about certain subjects, you can tell that a lot of these cognitive biases are used to make these points. Like if we're talking about cloning or Illuminati or reptilian or like any of that stuff that's out there that sounds good, but you can't possibly have any proof about, the reason that they're so convincing is because of these things. You got the straw man, right? Straw man is misrepresenting someone's argument to make it easy to attack. We know Donald Trump used that tactic a lot. False cause, presuming that a real or perceived relationship between things means that one is the cause of the other. You see that a lot, especially with people who try to say something about famous people or rich people are doing this to the environment, or they're doing this to us. What's up?
No, that's what just happened to me, man. When I clicked over, my wife was in a frenzy because some jets flew over them in Florida, and she said it sprayed some kind of particulate on them. So she was losing her mind on the other. That's exactly why I clicked over, trying to calm her ass down because she's a goddamn hypochondriac. And you know what I'm saying? That's exactly. Keep going, Trav. Keep preaching, bro.
People dealing with like foods and fruits and vegetables and stuff, like, oh, if you eat this, it's gonna cause this. No scientific study whatsoever, just what somebody said on Instagram or YouTube. So that's false cause. You got appeal to emotion, manipulating an emotional response in place of a valid, compelling argument. We see that a lot. But the fallacy, presuming that because a claim has been poorly argued or a fallacy has been made, that it's necessarily wrong. Just because somebody can't hold up their argument does not mean that what they're saying is untrue. Slippery slope, asserting that if we allow A to happen, then Z will happen too. Therefore, we should not let A to happen, right? Well, if you legalize gay marriage, then you're going to start legalizing pedophilia too. Can you make a correlation to that, or is that just something you heard from somebody else? Ad hominem, attacking your opponent's character or personal traits in an attempt to undermine their argument. That's a weak, low blow, but that's how you can tell that somebody don't have nothing to work with when they start attacking you personally, right?
And those are also tactics of the 48 laws of power too. You can undermine someone with those same tactics because it don't have to be your particular character, but you studied those characters of other people and you know that they work as a tactic.
Hey, now we keep the Sith stuff on the DL. We teach the Jedi stuff. Yeah, because that's the thing. This stuff, just because you know it and I know it, everybody else don't know it. So it still works. And here's the Sith part. I could literally teach about these things and I could still turn around and do them. But I have more integrity than that. That's
how I know what's his name. I always forget his name. Amar learned from him.
Snyder?
Him.
Snyder.
Big time Sith Lord.
Ooh.
I'm gonna just throw that out there. That nigga's 100% Sith. First thing he fooling you with is the whole outfit that nigga be wearing.
Oh man,
that shit be throwing me off. It used to throw me off. Like, man, nobody want to watch this motherfucker dress like. Then all of a sudden I was like, yo, wait a minute. This dude is a tact master. Everything he doing and wearing is a part of his tactics.
Amar got a station.
Amar posts, he does his Instagram post. I think Amar is mad busy with because I haven't seen him too much lately. But I'm just saying he learned from that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And that guy, to me, and it's not negative when I say Sith or whatever, but he operates under that precedence of what you just said. He knows how to use the same tactics that he's teaching people to recognize. he could use that right back.
A lot
That's
of
what they
these
call
guys
dark
do it.
psychology.
Russell Brunson is famous for teaching you how to sell by selling to you.
When he mentioned, you basically give them what you give them the knowledge, and you put the presentation, and all in between of that, and getting them comfortable, you hitting them with selling something. Like you said, you hitting them with selling something, and then they don't even know they're being led to want to buy something, but they want to end up buying it from you because you didn't presented it to them so tactfully and so well. And like I said, that's the problem. Those are the things that I had to fight within myself, is feeling this, that's why we have to get our emotions and our connection, how when Self said earlier, when you talk about football, you feel that shit, and that shit basically just destroy like his gallbladder and shit like that. That's like the same thing with anything. You start feeling these energies, start feeling certain ways about thinking. And I was like, damn, man, that shit bothered me. Like, we go through life, like I didn't went through all of the shit that I went through in my life and never once came across this stuff. All of the seeking, that was bothering me, man. I said, yo, all the shit that I didn't read and this and that, and never once have I come across this NLP until now. That was a very disturbing reality to me, man, because I was like, yo, it's all the problems that we think we have and all the problems we think other people have are really fixable.
Yes. Absolutely.
Even
That's
the one
a
I mentioned,
belief
the
that I
whole
have
creed.
because I got proof.
Yeah, man, that is damn.
Every mental disorder can be healed. That's what I believe. I seen some of it, read about some of it, helped a little bit myself, but I firmly believe that all mental disorders can be healed with the right technique.
You're absolutely correct. And all physical disorders can be healed with the right technique as well.
Take a little more effort for sure.
Take a little bit more effort because it takes because you got to have a strong mind to be able to utilize the inner power and potential to recorrect the dis-ease of the physical form. So if your mind ain't right for that, then you'll end up like I always say that the physicist Stephen Hawking, you'll collapse upon yourself. That's kind of how I'm equivalated to Bobby Hemmett as well. His mind was pristine and working at its highest potential, but he wasn't. If you're not eating properly and sleeping properly or just resting properly, your human form is going to have a problem with it. And that's what happened. He fell into a physical problem because his mind was operating such a high, like I mentioned, like I said, I got in touch with Travis. It takes a lot of mental power to study the way that you study. You know what I'm saying? To see Travis, it's a constant study on his own, in his own personal endeavors, and then counsel, and then be a gamer, and then be a live streamer. Yo, that's a lot of mental power. And then, like I said, sometimes I happen to see the messages on the group on Instagram, and they be up 2 o'clock, 1:15, all in the morning, interacting with each other. High-powered interactions. But if Travis was eating, like he was telling me, he was narfing out on wings. If you was really, really narfing out on bad food all the time, dude, you would not be performing at the level that you are right now. because you will collapse in some way. Something will start causing a disturbance that will be considered a dis-ease, whether it be your mood swing, your personality, you got anxiety or something that happened. And we all love Panic and we love Bobby, but both of them suffer for something. Wasn't Panic suffering from something? The nigga was laying down at one point and doing his videos. Didn't he have like bad sciatica or some shit was going down with him? And for those who know Panic for years and years, Panic then went through several physical attacks upon his own physical form, if you know Panic. So it is a balance. The Vedics, the Yogins, they got it. They really have a major system to integrate, which is what we know what yoga means, integration and union. You have to integrate and unionize the whole system. You can't have a highly operable, potent, and powerful mind operating at 100% every day, all day, but your body is not, you don't fucking walk the same distance physically as you are putting the pressure on your mind. Something's gonna fucking run. You're gonna have high blood pressure like a motherfucker. Cholesterol off and all kind of shit from eating. And don't forget, we sedentary.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Bobby Hemmett wasn't doing nothing physical. It was to be a lecturer. That's a sedentary position because you had to do hours and hours and hours of manpower study to prepare for giving a lecture. So how much you sitting down?
Any study.
Drinking coffee. And think about, like I said, we can see the actual facts of Trav. Trav used to be drinking, nigga used to be eating Twizzlers and drinking fucking Red Bulls.
Oh my God.
And I was never a supporter of energy drinks. That just wasn't to me personally, I don't fuck with energy drinks. Because I know that shit, when I drank a couple of them, that shit, I felt fucking heart palpitation. That my physical body is not good with that type of shit. So I know, and then as they try to attribute that to why Kevin Samuel was checked out. Because every time we saw him on the video, what was he doing? He was drinking Red Bulls. So then when the nigga heart tightened up on him, shit, if you drinking fucking Red Bulls and you already physically not in a great position, then you should expect something to give out. Don't put oil in your car and keep on driving that motherfucker and see what happens with it.
You mentioned about the women around and how good it feels to have everyone in their natural state. While I was working recently with the goddess, one of the things that came to me was it would be a very good idea to show a little bit of gratitude to all the females that I communicate with. I didn't get to everybody yet for sure, but what I found was that it's very important for me to be in good graces with the women in my life because there is a back and forth, and it's not no sexual thing. The thing that I learned is because I don't have like a main woman in my life, there's things that I overlook. When you have a woman in your life, she looks out for you, right? So as Prakriti would have it, there are certain things that different females do for me that kind of look out for me. But I'm saying all this to say shout out to Sunshine Chick, because she actually put me on this Olipop stuff right here, which is a prebiotic soda, prebiotic drink, I'll say. Because during that whole time frame, I was eating fast food every day. It was not getting pretty. I passed out one night reading, and I woke up and my lower back was just in pure agony for like weeks. I don't know what the hell it was. But yeah, I had to change my diet and get back on what I was on before. And
but you're pretty balanced though, because you always, we didn't saw you cook for your son, you cook. So to me, I always see you as you eat more home cooked meals than you do fast, because that's like kind of my household. We eat more home cooked meals than we do fast food. But I guess it's like be like I said, dopamine addict. Once we start to eat some fast food, boy, we can't stop. Like you said, once them wings.
Man, I had more chicken wings in like a month than I had in a year's time.
You said you was eating all kind of chicken wings.
I had every flavor. Buffalo Wild Wings, I tried every one for like a month. I was going down them chicken wings. No, cannot do that. Will not do that again.
Well, isn't that dope though that you can learn and observe yourself from that experience, from your interaction? Because you can start to learn the limitations of your body and what you can do. That's how you don't do the knowledge. You know the ledge. You know the ledge of where if you want to be God, then you should know the ledge of where you stand. There's gonna be a ledge because you're still human. So you're gonna have a limit to where you can go. So just as much as Bobby Hemmings said he's gonna heal himself with peach soda, just as much as them peach sodas and whatever else you was doing in his private life tightened up the motherfucking arteries on you.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Them arteries get the that shit. Once your body get to doing some shit like that, boy, magic, you might throw that shit all the way. Beelzebub, help me! You be calling every motherfucker.
That's what he said. He said he called on every god and demon. Nobody came. That's what he said.
Because why would they? Why would they come to something you continuously do to yourself? We already showed you that your ankles swell up every time you don't rest your legs from traveling. You know if you ate them 2 plates of chicken gizzards, you're sweating now. That's your warning right there.
Oh man.
I mean, one time years ago, I was into Islam and doing the knowledge early. You know what I'm saying? 1990, and I was the only one really doing shit, and I wasn't eating pork for a minute. So one day I went to my homeboy house, and he got his mom is a magnificent cook. I mean, she cooked everything. She cooked that Southern meal, everything. So one day, this shit is stupid. I got 1,000 stupid stories of me. One day I went over there, it was smelling so good, and how she made crackling cornbread. You know what? Anybody know? You know what crackling cornbread is, Trav?
That's pig skin, pig flesh.
It's pig skin in the cornbread mix. You know what I'm saying? You can't get no more Southern food than when you start fancying up the cornbread with shit. You understand what I'm saying?
That sounds pretty good, honestly. I'd like to try it.
I went in that motherfucker and boy, it smelled excellent. And it triggered my mind. Now that I know how this shit works, it took me back to when I was a kid visiting my family in South Carolina. That's, you know what I'm saying? They in Charleston, Monk's Corner, South Carolina. It ain't nothing but country cooking that going on. So crackling cornbread, and I ate it as a kid. So it triggered my mind when I went in there. She said, "Boy, yeah." I said, "Cut me a piece." All my homeboy Terry, they said, "Yo," you about to eat pork? I said, "Man," I'm fucking God. I said, "I'm gonna eat this," because like I said, I've been doing it now. When I'm God, I can eat whatever I want to eat. I ate a piece of that crackling cornbread. I guess my blood pressure must have shot up. I damn near had to go to the hospital off of that shit, man.
The crackling cornbread.
I was lightheaded I was lightheaded. But all kind of bad shit was going on to my body. Sweating, everything. I went down off a piece of crackling cornbread into a body that was on some, it was like that. It was sparkling like that. And when I ate the crackling cornbread, I turned into a pig foot after that type of shit, man.
Oh, man.
So that same type of shit is like, yo, we got to make sure that we're doing everything right for ourselves. Go out and walk. Go out and get that sun. Go get some fresh air. Go find something that's a water source. Go by yourself and walk in the woods and shit like that. Because after a while, your body and your physical system is not going to be able to match the extreme mental powers that you put in out. It takes a lot to operate mentally at the high levels over and over and over again without thinking that something ain't gonna happen to your ass.
Yep. I'm glad my son got me up in the morning doing those workouts because I have to do stuff with him. So that was like, you know, a whole nother thing that happened with that, you know. So yeah, you're right, man. You gotta put good stuff in to get good stuff out.
Mhm.
And even if you don't always eat good, eat in moderation. There's
Right.
always something, and I'm not sitting there talking to you like I'm some health guru or some shit like that. I can only speak about my experiences and how I do. I know when I can eat a whole bunch of shit and when I can't eat, and I know the consequences of what's gonna happen when I do too much. Just like how you drinking that probiotic drink right there, that's gonna happen to me. I'm gonna know when my intestinal tract is not operating at its 100% ability because I just know. You know what your intestinal tract's supposed to do for you, and when you need to excrete, it ain't gonna be right. That's gonna be your first indication, like yo, you need to get yourself together because your freaking bowel movement is up. Boom, boom, boom. Because you got to be a scientist. You got to know what to eat, how to eat it, because your body is following a particular circadian rhythmic cycle based off of your attachment to the planet Earth. As above, so below. As beneath, so in the inner. It's the same thing. When you don't take care of the soil, if you're a gardener, master gardeners know you can't plant in the same area every year because you're going to deplete the nutrients in that soil. So you can only get about 2 good garden seasons out of a particular plot of land, because you got to know the square footage of what you're planting on too, to know how the nutrients work. So once you plant 2 good years and you get a big bountiful harvest, go for the 3rd year and watch you don't get the same shit because you didn't deplete it. The minerals. So you got to put leaves all on top of it and cut grass and shit like that. So what can happen? Worms can come back and retill the ground, no different than what happens in our stomach. Probiotics are minute animals or parasites, if you want to call it or give it names, or entities that exist in your intestinal tract. And you know that your body, this is another thing the parasites do. You don't pass gas, the parasites pass gas that come out of your body. That's not your body doing it. It's the gas buildup of the parasites and their chemical reaction based off of the particular food product that's being broken down by the enzymes and then digested by the gut flora.
That's them demons people be talking about.
That's what it is. That's the lowest bit. Those are called the pits of hell. When you have bad, when your stomach is fucked up, you know what I'm saying? When you know what I'm saying, in a cold analogy, the pit of hell is your lower bowels.
Literally called the bowels of hell.
The bowels of hell.
Hey, Laura.
Hey,
What's going on?
How are you?
Laura?
I'm good, man. I just got back from work and y'all are still alive. I love it. So I was like, oh, let me hop on.
Remember the all night lives and shit? That shit used to bug me out. I would fall to sleep, wake up 7:30 in the morning, and it would still be on.
And at that point, we'd be talking about something stupid like Fruity Pebbles or something. We'd be like, man, do you remember that cereal?
But what about that Sweet Baby Ray's? There's been so many conversations regarding Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce.
I think honestly, my favorite overnight sesh was when you messed up your microphone and it went to like auto tune and then.
Oh yeah.
Crazy. That was funny.
Whoa.
I saw your face. Your face was in full hysterics. And it was like, can you hear me? It was like a baby voice. You were like, what?
And it went super deep.
You were like, I told you, I never read the manual.
That shit was doing haywire.
Oh, God, that was amazing.
You were crying so much. I'm talking about
Yeah.
you were in tears coming out of the voices.
Yeah,
Every
dude.
time I said something, you were like, oh my.
True, man.
You end up-
Hecate and I were losing it that night, man. Oh my God, that was hilarious.
Yeah, you ended up getting off, didn't you, Shango?
I just got off of that thing.
You got off. Yeah, you ended
Oh
up
my.
just getting off. Yeah, I remember.
He
that
was like,
shit.
I think I fixed it, and it goes to auto tune.
I turned on my mic. Let me see what I can hear on my phone. It was like, I said, oh, man. I think
Yeah.
I'm gonna check out, y'all.
Oh, that was so funny. Oh my God. That was my favorite overnight live. That was by far. Someone had to pull over. They were driving and they had to pull over.
I think it was Hecate or something like that. She was like, what? She had to pull a car over because she was going to swerve off the road, man.
Dude, that shit was so funny. Oh my God. And at first, like the perfect part was that we had been talking about hypnosis, and Trav was sharing about how like his roommate at the time went to a really bad hypnotist.
Yeah.
And then like we kind of thought that you came on as like a joke because we were like, that's a weird sound. Like
Because that's around the time that I was talking to Travis about, well, do I need a microphone to do these lives? So I bought a little thing. And then, like I said, I didn't read it.
Oh man.
I didn't read it. I said, well, wonder what this button is. And then it changed every second.
You were like, I'm just hitting buttons.
It changed all the settings that was already set. That shit was so ridiculous. That shit was making me pissed off. I was like, yo, man, what is this about?
You're like, this is stupid.
I was gonna blame Trav. I knew I shouldn't have been listening to Trav. He the one who said that, get a good mic. Oh my God, man. That was ridiculous.
Ooh. Yeah, that was by far my favorite, man. Oh, yeah.
Oh man, that shit was so freaking ridiculous. And when I looked up and I looked at your face, I was dying. You had totally lost it with that fucking thing, man.
Oh yeah, it was like 2 a.m. and I was crying at that point, man. Oh my God, that was amazing. I can't like that. You know how when you go into self-hypnosis and you think about a moment that gives you pleasure? Yeah. That's the moment.
And it kept doing different voices. It didn't do the same one. It did every time I pressed the button, it would change to something different.
Yeah, dude. You're like, Shango, you're an auto-tune. You're like, woo. What happened to that microphone? Did you end up getting rid of it?
I got it. It's put in the closet right now. I don't know. Once I moved to the other house, I was gonna I bought a nice desk and everything. I was gonna have it set up and all of that. I've never took it out the closet. It's in there right now. Like, whatever, dude. You stay in here.
Oh man.
Frustrated, man.
Oh man.
God, that's making my nose run off of that. Oh man, that was hilarious.
Yes, that was fantastic. That was great. So, I mean, I'm just saying that I use that for my self-hypnosis states now. I just think of that woo woo.
Because the ones that wouldn't go back, I said, man, I think I'm gonna just check out. And it was talking, I was trying to be serious, and it was in all them stupid voices and sounds. I think I'm gonna be back. I don't know. I said, man, I'm out of here. I think I didn't say peace or nothing. I just logged off. Like,
I remember Hecate and I were trying to get you to stay on. We were like, no, you should keep going. Oh man.
Isn't that ridiculous, man?
Oh, that was perfect. That was so perfect.
Oh man, you got me crying, literally. Over here thinking about that thing. Oh my God.
Oh man. Yeah, that was the best. That was the best overnight live yet, for sure.
Damn.
Ain't nothing else like that happened since.
Oh my God, you making my whole nose is running and everything right now. Ooh. Oh man.
Pure satwa, man. Pure satwa.
Alora,
was
my favorite
definitely
one
top.
with you was when you first came on and we were talking about Samkhya Darshan for like hours. But I don't remember which one that was. It was a long time ago.
I remember that too. Actually, yeah, because we also I think it was you, Amar, and myself, right? And we were talking about I don't know if this was the same conversation or not, but we were talking about the kid, like how everything is, how there's like how like the patterns or the gunas are like a painting. And then Amar mentioned about the canvas behind the paint. And then we just like kind of kept going from there. I can't remember if that was the same conversation or if that was a different one. Yeah.
Definitely in the same
That
time
was
frame.
an all night one too.
Mm-hmm.
All night.
Yeah. Yeah. Samkhya changed my life. Like, man, that was revolutionary right there for me. That
You still got those videos up, Trav?
Yes.
You got to think those were damn. You was up. I'm talking about it started because that's when you were doing the Sundays. You had a certain time you was coming on every. It was like 1 o'clock or something like that. I think you were coming on.
Yeah.
And then it would go from 1 p.m. all night long to like freaking 7:30, 8 o'clock the next morning.
yeah.
Yeah,
That
them
was,
videos.
that was awesome.
Yeah.
124-hour and a few close calls.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was that, and them gonna stay up, and they gonna keep the viewership gonna be low because don't nobody got that kind of time, man. We was putting work in, bro.
There were
Nobody
like
putting that
12
kind-
people in total who like stuck through, and
You
we
had
would
to
all
be there.
sleep
You had to
come
be
back.
there to experience that one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I went to sleep on a couple of those and woke up and they were still going. It was like, damn,
Because I did that
that
too.
was
I went to sleep. I
crazy.
woke up. I was like, damn, what time is it? I looked, it was like 7:45. I said, yo, y'all still on here? And no one was tired. Everybody was still smiling. I said, what is going on right now?
Everybody's still smiling.
You
Look,
know,
that's called being in a state. That's called being in an efficient state.
that definitely was an efficient state.
Mhm.
Everybody was operating at 100% peak level, and there was no breaking down.
Yeah, that and
Levity and everything.
sorry.
I was saying it was levity and everything. It's
Yeah.
jokes, it's higher knowledge, all of it was going on at the same time. You know, it was awesome. That was awesome times.
See, those are the kind of things that would, like I said, I gotta always give Travis flowers because that's what makes him good and efficient and knowledgeable, because he's not a stuffy dude. Like some people
Right.
become real stuffy once they start getting. You gotta think, if as we know, the person we know, Travis Majors, aka LVX 777, or one of the other 1,000 names of the fake pages that he got now.
IVX 777.
all kind of dumb shit. I'd be like, what is this, man? But we know that Travis' personality is not trash. You know what I'm saying? Like some people,
He's an awesome guy.
just be ego. Their ego just be so unbridled.
Yo,
Because
that's why I'm in the Matrix
real
society.
YouTube personality.
Yeah.
To call it that, to label it, that's what Travis like a real. I'm surprised you don't got one of the YouTube plaques, man.
Yeah.
Straight up, that's why I joined, man, because of Trav, man, because of the way that it wasn't so, like you said, like it wasn't so stringent, you know what I mean?
Wasn't gimmicky.
No, it's natural, you know. We on here talking, I mean, we being ourselves, you know what I'm saying? It's a natural thing, you know what I'm saying? And Trav he sets the stage for us to come on here and be ourselves, because he come on here and be himself from what I see. Now
Yeah.
Trav is a master
Hold on.
now. So I'm not gonna take that from him. I know he is a master at what he do, so he might be showing us a character. But it don't matter because he creates an awesome environment for us to come and do our thing. So it don't matter at the end of the day.
And it's a real university.
Straight
Yeah.
up.
I remember I first found Trav when he was reading The Magic Key or The Magician by Philip Cooper.
Yeah.
And then and I was shocked I got into the live stream because that was back when he kind of let anybody come on. He was like, all right, let's talk. And so like I got on there and I was like, hi, oh my God, I'm so honored to be here.
So you know
We have
one
to
thing
raise
I
our
never
hands.
told people? Remember the dude that kind of didn't like to talk about the Dolph conversation at time? I remember, excuse me, not too many shows after that, Arius came on there. And y'all may not have heard me in the back. And I was like, yo, that's the dude that Trav kicked off. I thought Arius was the dude talking about Dolph.
Oh,
The whole
man.
time for a minute, I was like, yo, isn't this the, in my mind, I was going through so much trash. Like, yo, isn't this the fucking dude?
Oh,
Trash
man.
put off the show. And then I kept listening. I was like, nah, I don't think this is the same. And then I looked into myself, oh shit, I was fucking trashing him in my mind. And he was not the guy. For a minute, I thought that was him.
You must have went to the Doth and came back with some intel.
Came back on a whole nother level. I said, what the fuck? I said, Trav's a nice guy. He just let him come back. And the more I listened to him talk, I was like, nah, this definitely not the same dude.
He said I was going through trash in my mind.
That shit was hilarious too. My only thing, because you know I'm a jerk. So the whole thing that made that funny to me was he didn't even pay for it himself. That's what was the thing that I found hilarious. That like, yo, you put out all this aggression, and your wifey just trashed you by saying and I'm the one who paid. Like,
She didn't have to do that. She didn't have to do that. And that money was supposed to go for diapers. That was supposed to go for the pamper bill.
that's what it said.
Hey, didn't that just come on one night? Didn't somebody's wife just come on the live stream one night talking like that? Is that what y'all talking about? Like somebody
It
just
was like
it was
one of the first mystical Kabbalah, because we did a full mystical Kabbalah book study. Like this is when everybody was here, like, yeah, we ready to learn mystical Kabbalah, including people like him. But he was like itching to talk, you know what I'm saying? But he wasn't speaking like on the level. Like he was saying some bizarre stuff. And it's like we let it slide for a minute, let everybody speak, then go on to the next. But he kept wanting to take the stage, but he wasn't saying nothing.
He didn't even have the book. That's what was frustrating me. Because it was like, yo, because I said, yo, man, I said, well, what Choppy? He said, I don't got the book. I don't have to read it because I already been the dog. I was like, what?
But
that's
he got
what made
heated.
me upset. Because it actually was me who got pissed off with him. Trav was very nice. You know what I'm saying? He handled it as he should. Me, I was ready to get at this motherfucker. I was activated because
he felt it. He's like, well, I just feel like some of these side comments is directed towards me.
And I think I said, they are. Which way you want to take this? I wanted smoke, as the motherfucker said. I wanted all the smoke with this dude.
Oh man.
I could be like, you know how, like if a motherfucker say, I'm gonna go get my fucking cousin. I'm the cousin that if you didn't want me to overkill this fucking dude, then you should have known not to come fucking get me. You already know what I was gonna do. I come to get me and then say, you ain't had to do all of that to him. You already knew what I was gonna fucking do.
And then he was losing.
Like, you're not gonna come at my man Trav. And I was like I was new myself. I was like, no, you're not gonna come at them, and you don't even have the book. whether the physical copy or the PDF. And you keep talking about, and that was pissing me off because he kept talking about the off. I was getting fucking pissed. Because I was like, yo, we're not even on that. Why are you?
We didn't even get to the first Sephiroth yet.
He's
See, what you got to
already
realize, Darth and the fiery genetics of the equilibrium of the mitochondria of the melanin. Man, what the hell are you saying?
I was hot about that shit because I don't like because I saw, you know what I'm saying? It's like we can all be predators, and you know you can be a predator, you can be apex predator. So he turned me into like an apex predator. I wanted to attack him. You understand what I'm saying? Because it was like, yo, I'm not feeling the way this dude is talking right now.
He was losing the fight.
And
he went to go grab his baby mama.
And I was brand new to Trav, and I was like, yo, this dude don't even seem like, I'm not going to let you get at Trav like that now. You know what I'm saying? And his girl, and he got his girl involved. And that right there, to me, like I said, and now I really want to be an apex predator because now you got your female involved with you in a lion battle here. And then when she mentioned something about that was the money for the diapers or something. Oh,
we got a baby on the way. I paid for this. That was money that was
I
supposed to go for diapers.
I felt like that cussing preacher when he said, cut this bitch off.
Yes. Ironically, he actually looks like that dude.
That's what I felt like when his wife said that shit. I wanted to scream, cut this.
Yeah, I think you asked her like something like, so have y'all read the book? We read the book up, down, left, right, backwards, and forwards. Three times.
Yeah. And they never, like he never once stuck to the topic. He never want. You know who else was getting frustrated with that shit? Isaac.
Yeah.
Isaac was getting frustrated with that shit too. Because I was like, yo, this dude is not talking about anything regarding the book. He keeps going to Darth, and then he keeps spouting off these irregularities that he's trying to pass off as supreme knowledge to us. Like we're idiots.
Yeah, like he thinks that like word salad means smart talk.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, nah, dude, complicated words you see once in a dictionary don't really count.
Dude,
Mike Tyson ass motherfucker. I'm sorry.
Mike Tyson, the multiplicities of the dualities of the super repetitions.
like that shit. That's when the PR should have said, Mike, shut it down, Mike. Go ahead and shut it down, Mike. Don't get yourself into that arena, man.
She said, I want my $20 back, or
I want my
drag your
$20
name
back.
through the mud.
And then it got to the point, everybody was ready to give the nigga more money just to get him out of it. Man, I'll give the nigga $20.
That's bad. That's bad.
Since you complaining about it was supposed to be for the baby, well, shit. Well, now we're gonna be a blessing to you now.
Right.
That made them more angry. They didn't want the blessing. We don't need that.
Well, then get your ass out of here then.
That's why you got that. That's why Trav got that good smelling incense burning all in front of you. You got to have something to take you back to the state that you want to be in, not a state where somebody trying to put you in or think they're gonna dupe you to go into that. Nah, you got to have your smells right, your sounds right, your atmosphere right, or somebody else will have you in fucking Gilligan's Island, some fucking weird. You know what I'm saying?
Chilligan's Island. Chilligan's. Oh,
Stupid shit, man.
That was the best episode of Martin ever. Chilligan's
Yo, man,
Island. If y'all ever go and watch that, man, check that shit out. That is ridiculous.
But it's a lot of masters. Like Alora's a master, you a master, Amar, and even I forgot his name. He make his own clothes and shit like that. Junebug was a master. This dude's master. He's on Christian's level when it comes to Vedic astrology.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That dude cracks me the fuck up. Yeah.
You were master at multi-levels and you traveled. So your experience just doesn't come from that. You got like, you didn't been to other countries and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Trav got people who rock with him from, there's a couple of people from the UK.
India.
I
remember when Travis realized that, he was like, I have someone from India.
Yeah.
Bihar. In
She
Bihar.
was Ananya, that's her name. Ananya.
Yeah, Ananya. Mm-hmm.
She was interpreting. I felt guilty one day. So let me stop sending her stuff. I was sending her all kind of mantras and getting the words to them because I couldn't interpret certain things. I was sending it to her.
Yeah.
She was breaking all of that shit down to me. I'm talking about she was sending book size text to me of what it was saying. I was like, damn. Then I started saying, damn, I can't keep doing this. I think she was doing her own thing in school or some shit like that. I said, you know what, let me leave her alone because she was interpreting all kind of stuff for me.
But she would like call us on her breaks at work. Like I remember she would clock in and be like, I'm about to go into a meeting, but I have a question.
Yeah.
and she would, oh my God, man, I loved her energy. Yeah.
I was asking her how far. I was going to start asking her, yo, can you get me some Bamsa? Can you get me some oil? I was going to start asking her this, how much does it cost to ship me stuff from India from over there? I said, no. But that's how dope Trav got it, because you got people in the, if you want the actual facts, ask somebody who really lives there.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
That's just like the China thing. We was mentioning earlier, yo, you know people who live over there in China. Like, yo, TikTok is really not operating on another algorithm system than what they putting out. They watching the same shit.
Right. I'll say this. So there's that one. This is an example of what the hell we were talking about, these logical fallacies. Somebody's putting out this TikTok video, video talking about how TikTok is made by China and they're dumbing us down, and they're sending the kids in China these educational, useful videos, but Americans and Western culture are getting the dumb dance trends. So people immediately believe that with no research whatsoever.
Right.
I know people in China, they get the same exact videos as we get. That shit is a bold-faced lie. Look at the dude who's telling you. Did anybody stop to look that dude up? Did anybody stop to look up who that dude was? No. We just took what he said because it confirms what we already believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And my sister lived in China for like 6 years, and now for the past 4 years, she's been in Thailand. And like, we also got to keep in mind too, their culture is different. Like the Chinese, they watch the same stupid shit that we watch, except they just watch their own stupid shit. Like they have like these really like my niece learned like these crazy dances, you know, because they're into it. But it's the same thing that American kids are doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, haven't we watched the most goofiest anime and the most goofiest kung fu movies before? Like we can make them. What makes you think they're not as humorous as us over there?
Right.
They got their own goofy characters.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think they're pranking people in fucking China?
Oh,
come on, man. I mean, you got to be kidding me, man. It's like I don't like that, you know. And there were so many times that people that I know, they repost videos that were not actual facts. And I be wanting to just be like, yo, man, you know that ain't true, man. Here's the actual, I didn't send a couple of people the actual real of what they thought was real. And they were like, I can tell that they were not fucking happy about me taking away the illusion that they was believing.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I
remember that one?
I was like, if they want to believe that, fuck it, man.
Remember that one that Brother Panic posted recently? Maybe you didn't see it, but it was the footage of like a couple of white archaeologists in Egypt, and it showed them like deconstructing and constructing some of like the Egyptian statues and temples and whatnot. And there was a dude talking about how our history is manufactured. They actually built all the temples and pyramids in Egypt. They actually built them 100 years ago. It's a Hollywood setup. Come to find out, after a little bit of research, there was a restoration project. I think there was like flooding or something happened, and they broke down the statues and the whole temple piece by piece to move it to another location. But see, if you don't research and you just take what somebody on YouTube shares, you believe anything.
You'll believe anything, man.
And that's it, right? That's where we have to get, because we are in the age of information, we have to get smart about our research then. Like I learned that in my history studies. Like I would not know the real history of America or of Andalusia, aka Europe, and all these different places if I didn't know how to properly research and find sources of information. Because like, especially now, people are going to Instagram or Facebook a hell of a lot more than, like people are not reading newspapers anymore. And the newspapers are still media, right? Like this is a commercial system that we're living in. So we have to, when we read something by an author, we need to find out who that author is, where they published their information, where they went to school, and try to get as close to the actual source of the research project that they were studying.
And what's the context of this, of what is being presented to me? That's like these videos, we see snippets. We know if it's a short, you got less than 2 minutes to do what you got to do.
Right.
You got a couple seconds to make a video that's going to put it in our mind. And I'm supposed to take this as actual fact. Like, you got to be kidding me. I can't believe, and it's almost frustrating because I believe, I can't believe that people are really, they think that this was really real.
But here's where it gets complicated when someone puts in something medical, for example, like let's say they make a video about some type of medical issue or something like that. Most people in your society, even if they are of the profession that this question has come up, you can't really ask them and expect an educated answer because, believe it or not, a lot of people in their practice may not actually know what the fuck they're talking about. Like they also can keep things at surface level. Like I know this because I did, there's one guy posted some shit about COVID, right? When the COVID tests were coming out, and he posted some stuff about a sterilization chemical that they use to sterilize the equipment that increases your rate of cancer by 30% the minute it enters your nose. And they were using it for the swabs. So it was a big thing about like, don't fucking do the swabs because they're sterilized with this chemical here. So I went to the testing facility and asked them about these chemicals. And they were like, I think it's just sent from the lab. I think it's okay. Like the nurses, the medical practitioners did not know. I had to go home and find the specific chemical and then do my own research on what that chemical properties are and how it's been utilized. And so the truth of it is that it actually really helped with disinfecting when they were having like serious outbreaks of infections and stuff. But when it's in a certain type of compound, that's when it increases your chances of cancer. So they use a very minimal amount and it has to be processed in a specific way. So if I were to take that so technically what that guy was saying was correct, except he wasn't mentioning about the processing of that chemical and how it's being
used. He took it out of context.
Yes.
Trav said it's the context of how, that's what it is. He didn't present it in the right context. So he let your imagination run wild with the shit.
Yes. So that's where that research comes in that we're very responsible for, because even going to the medical practitioners, they didn't know what the hell I was talking about. I've gone to lawyers about different laws and they were like, I don't know. I never heard of that. I only do environmental law.
That's why I don't get into the Moorish thing.
Yeah.
About property and identification cards and stuff like that. Because that's a real touchy subject to people right there. And you're not going to go in every state and expect to be a Moor and think that shit gonna work.
Right. Yep.
Because you saw it on YouTube.
Because you saw it on YouTube. You're gonna get
Right.
your ass locked up for contempt of court, and they may not send you to jail. They might send you to the local motherfucking mental institution.
Yeah, you need to know your laws. Like, you need to know your laws inside and out. That's where a lot of people got busted on that because they were quoting YouTube.
They're
like
quoting YouTube, or they're quoting Asir the Duke. They're quoting Dr. Aline Bay. And I'm not taking away because they operate in the actual functionality of that. But like, you can't just be spouting off that shit to the legal world and not have put in the man hours of study that they did. They have the exact amount of study time, the same as a lawyer would have that has passed the bar exam.
Right.
And they study a little bit further because they study legal issues of antiquity.
Right.
That's why judges and shit don't know they don't know what you're talking about, because they don't study legalities of antiquity times and shit like that, and ancient treaties between. They can look at you like, well, what does that have to do with the fucking getting this traffic ticket?
Right.
In 1872, the Moors.
That's like me disputing the traffic ticket that I got. Like when I got there to see Trav in Georgia, I said, man, they got me. I said, I ate it. I knew that there was no way for me to dispute. I was doing 92.
Oh.
I don't know, what is the speed limit up there? 75 or what? I don't know what it was. I was hitting 92. When he came out, you know what I did? I put my right signal on and started going straight to the edge. I knew he was coming for me. I've never gotten pulled over, never got a ticket. So I automatically, the energy let me know he's coming for you. And I just said, let me pull over. And the motherfucker came right for me. And he just, that's like the whole people talking about, get out the car and the cops get you on some bogus. Well, you can't motherfucking be throwing, you can't be triggering certain shit. I'm not saying that happens all the time, but you just gotta know how it's about energy.
Yes.
You understand how to do? You don't poke a sleeping bear and shit like that. It's that you don't fucking try to get it off your chest because you feel like, well, this motherfucker pull me over because I'm in. Once you come with that, energy's never lost and destroyed. It's just changed into another form of energy. So you're gonna get what you're given.
And that's a really great add-on to the language of law, because these are spells themselves. When you start speaking the language of law or the language of medicine, you are entering a different paradigm. So in this if you're performing a ritual, right, for a specific purpose, you're not going to go in there angry as fuck. Like that's going to give you a completely disastrous result. When we're going into the paradigm of law or of medicine or of anything like that, where it's literally a different language that you're using, the last thing you want to bring is your temper, because you want to
there's no emotional attachment to law and legal and court activity. That's why after the day of court, the defending attorney and the other attorney, the prosecutor, they all go for beer.
I experienced that myself. That's real. That's real. Like that, it's just a game.
Yep.
It's literally a game.
My homeboy is an attorney in Connecticut. I hired him as my attorney to go through a lawsuit when I was in this car accident. The very same attorneys that were in opposition to what he was saying to giving me this money. After that, he was like, hey man, you want to hang out, go to the bar? We went to the fucking bar. They was up the street already at the bar. Hey! And they discussed a little bit. He was like, man, good job. You almost got me today in there. This, you brought your client with you, huh? And I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, almost like I was sleeping with the enemy almost. But when I sat back and I peeped that shit out, I was like, yo, they ain't even mad at each other. I said, they just acted out. That's what court is. It's actually a Greek play.
It is.
They acted out their roles in court.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's why you got to be in the bar. You got to pass the bar you gotta be in the system. You know
You
what
gotta
I
be
mean?
in that
Like,
system to
you gotta be
understand what's
in the
really going
system.
on. They are not
Yeah.
beefing with each other.
No, they
Right.
not, man. It's a game. They all get money. They all
And
get
that's
money
where the
for what
real
it is.
law go down, because that's where, if you understand it, that's where the deals go down with prosecutors and who they trying to lock up and who they want to just let go. Well, you know, we don't really need that guy right there. Who we need is the buddy of that guy. If you can give me, and the lawyer may say, you know what, I'll work on that, but you're gonna have to get my client out of jail. And they be like, you know, let me see what I can do. Next thing you know, this nigga's acquitted, but then they locked up the rest of these other 8 niggas. So that's the whole shit. When you peep that, and I'm gonna give an example. That's what you see happening with Young Thug and all, and them dudes that all got locked up in Atlanta. And if you peep what's going on now, they trying to do it here in Florida. They about to hit you with the lovely using your own lyrics against you in court legally now. They locking niggas up. They locking young dudes up in Jacksonville where Spotting got him and them niggas gonna, because they all rap about who they killing and shit. And in Chicago too, when they take out one of their ops, they talk about they smoke them niggas in a pack. They smoking them. They named the herb after them. They rap about, you going to jail behind that shit. They then figured your game out.
They had an episode of
they found the cheat code in your lyrics.
Yeah.
And they sitting back, they didn't devise special units just who sit and listen to nothing but your rap music, and they report back of their findings.
Hip hop police, yeah.
Hip hop police type
Hip-hop
shit.
police.
Yep. Straight up. That's real.
They had an episode of Boondocks about that. Young Thug or
Yeah.
whatever got
That's why that
he got
show-
arrested because he talked about a
was
guy
shitty.
that he hit over the head with the Hennessy.
All of that shit. And when the dude got shot, they didn't even believe he got shot because he had a song called I Got Shot. He got shot on stage performing the song I Got Shot. So every time he was bleeding and said, I got shot, the audience was yelling, I got shot. Like they thought he said, no, I got shot for real. And the audience was like, I got shot for real.
Is that the dude that was like 50 Cent?
It was on the Boondocks.
Yeah, he was like, they made him like after 50
Yeah,
Cent.
I think his name was
Yeah.
Gangstalicious or some shit like
Yeah,
that.
Gangstalicious. Yeah.
They said the nigga
like
laid
that,
on the stage for like 30 minutes until they really realized he was really shot. The audience stood there for 30 minutes looking at him bleed out. So they said, yo, I think this is really real. He really did get shot. Just think about, like I said, this is what we live in. We the only species that need to fix ourselves from that. You don't have, there's no their spirit self so they can get to a higher level because they operate on such a low level of energy. Animals operate how they're supposed to operate. Humans, we develop too many personalities based off of too many programs, and we become faulty and shaky and liars and doubters and everything.
Although I'd
you
say
don't
if we're taking reincarnation into account, we've talked about, I think some humans are, we've talked about this before, where like the idea is that some humans are more like those raw elements that are just taking human form, so they can't actually surpass a low level. They might have been able to accumulate enough to be of human, but they're still not fully present. Like they may need to go back to be an animal for a bit.
They haven't developed.
I like to call it attribute points, man. Like they have enough to build the body, but not enough to make it efficient in the reality. You know what I'm saying? So they got a couple of more bodies to build before they really figure out how to build one efficiently.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah, I noticed that about my uncle. He's like he just turned 50, but his mind is like on a 16, 17-year-old level. You know what I'm saying? And just like I guess growing up with him and being on his level and then surpassing his level and then still talking to him and understanding where he is. That's what I thought about, man. I was like, and I didn't want to disrespect people by saying this, but it's like he's more akin to a puppy, like a puppy than an actual person. You know what I'm saying? And a lot had to do with, you know, the condition and the nurture. Nurture has a lot to do with it, but like you were saying earlier, Shango, about having it, some people just don't got it yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And yeah. So it's the opposite, just like it is. You know, some people got it and some people ain't got shit. They just got a body, you know, and that's all it is, you know.
That's just like the people thought they was gonna get superpowers. Remember that a couple months ago? They was supposed to get superpowers at a particular time. Well, you know, some people may have developed into their next evolutionary self. Their superpower may have been a clear thinking thought process. That's a superpower. To be able to maintain mental clarity is a motherfucking superpower. Somebody else thought they was going to become Raphael or some shit. They was gonna be able to communicate and hang out with fucking Lucifer or some shit. I don't know what the fuck they thought. But that's like, and the superpower that they might have developed might have been something so subtle in their life that could be considered a superpower. Could have been like, yo, your relationship has finally reached a level of maturity now. Superpower. They see it's the way we define, well, what does superpower mean to you as an individual? Does it mean you're going to fly, or does it mean you're going to have mental clarity?
What if it developed, Shango, and they was looking to be able to fly, but the superpower, like you said, was subtle, and they don't even recognize that they had one, and now they're disappointed because they didn't get what they imagined in their mind. So they don't even know that they have it now. You know what I mean?
Because their dumb self will get the ability to fly and not have been prepared for that and fly straight up and get smashed into by one of the 1,000 airplanes that are flying around in the sky right now. Maybe that's why your superpower ain't kick in, because you're not prepared for what you're asking for. That's how a lot of people, they don't get activated because they're not. It's just like one thing when people, they get into the whole full moon thing. Well, what preparation stages are you getting into before the full moon reaches you? The building up of the getting into the, going from the stage of dark moon to the full moon. Every 28 days, you got 28 days of rituals that you can be doing. Not just on the full moon, not just on the dark moon. What is the preparatory stage for you to receive the thing that you're constantly looking for? We have to prepare ourselves to reach whatever, you know, we can describe the particular level that we are now. Because if we didn't prepare ourselves, we would have fallen by the wayside, or we'll still be asking adolescent questions to answer to the we've already gotten answers a million times. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what do people do to prepare themselves for what they're asking for? They just want to ask and just get, which shows another process of not working. Or I think Stuff though mentioned that earlier. You know, you got to go through a rigorous process to get, like he got, you know, with educating his son, educating himself. It takes a tough, rigorous process. And Laura, you're a dancer and a martial artist, so you know that shit is that's why they call them what? Disciplines.
That's right. And as soon as you reach another level, that's only because you finally get it, and then there's another level immediately you got to go to.
For
like
sure,
there's
always a shift.
Yeah, there's never a break. That's where I kind of move away from the supernatural stuff, because first of all, I think that's really humbling, and I use humbling in the actual definition of degrading oneself. I think that it's extremely humbling for us to assume that being natural means that it has something that is too limited. I think our natural selves are psychic, are able to materialize and dematerialize. I think we are able to be able to reach higher consciousness and spiritually evolve and evade, and be able to live on this earth for a super long time and be in good health and choose when to die and all that. I think all of that is actually part of the natural being. I think that, but I think that the part of the limitations that the conscious mind and that the society that we live in sets up has a physical effect. So we consider this deterioration due to our limited mindset as natural, and that all these other things that are actually natural to us that we consider supernatural as something different. That's why people are always claiming like, oh, I'm a star seed, I'm not from here. They want to move away from the idea of being human because they recognize, there's a part of them that does recognize that there is a limitation tied to humanity, but I don't think we actually are aware of the capacity that being a natural human is. I think that we've just, due to the mindset of society and of our cultures, that we have severely limited our abilities to ascend. And so if anyone goes past that, they become supernatural. Which is what, right? Super natural.
Yeah.
Very natural.
I was watching the show the other day and it was talking about, he just said a caterpillar is a baby, a baby butterfly or a moth. Mm-hmm. It's not the ending stage of, just because we see the caterpillar, we're not seeing something that's mature. Mm-hmm. It's not mature. We're seeing the infantile stage of a butterfly. So when I thought about that, it just made me trigger what you just said. That's the same with a lot of people. They just in the caterpillar stage. And they think that because they're in this mobile, they're able to move around stage, they think they're mature. You've not metamorphosized yet. So right. They stagnate themselves into a metamorphosis or evolutionary process in their growth and development by keeping themselves, and as you said, in a limited mindset or a limited perception of the levels that they can go to. Being in a superhuman awareness. So we get these, like you said, we get these false perceptions of what we think these superpowers is, and it's basically a lot of programming. We think we don't know how to distinguish reality from acting when we're looking at fucking Thanos and these motherfuckers in the X-Men and Marvel universe. People start actualize, they think that shit can become real life type of shit. If that was something that was actual facts that happened all the time, we would already be seeing. You think somebody gonna hide the fact that they have some real superpowers like that in real life? They're gonna be right out front destroying shit out of this motherfucker. If you are the Incredible Hulk for real.
Yikes.
You understand what I'm saying? It's not gonna be, this is how you can tell that we've either regressed from those superpower stages, or we've not evolved into that. And we've not genetically evolved into that because there's no need to. We've not prepared ourselves for that. We've not perfected this basic human self.
Yeah, they hadn't introduced that build.
If you go to the fucking restaurant and they don't have hot fries. Just smashing the register and shit like that.
That build hadn't been introduced to the game yet, because if it did, man, people would be fucking up the goddamn motherfucking board. So you got to introduce these. This is my theory. These things have to be introduced to the game of life, like those bills. And some people will have it, but everybody is not ready for it. So people will reject it, because people reject things that they're scared of. Because somebody will come in and exhibit this power, And then everybody else that don't got it will rally together like Frankenstein and come together to kill the powerful build because they don't got it because that's the only person exhibiting that power. You know what I'm saying? So it never actually gets into the game.
Mm-hmm.
I told my daughter that same shit stuff the other day, man, and I added on, you can't let the world and people destroy your imagination.
Right.
Once they take away your imagination, they take away your creativity.
It's over.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think too what it is, I mean, you know, we were just talking not even a couple of minutes ago about people getting news facts from TikTok, right? What else? That attention span, right, is super limited. And if you want to acquire telekinesis, if you want to acquire these supernatural skills, it takes patience and it takes diligence and positive self-talk. And so that's part of creating a supportive vibrational environment for you to be able to hold space for this new skill that you want to acquire. And I think a lot of people are not willing to put in that work. For God's sakes, we have tons of conversations about people just meditating for 10 minutes a day. You know, imagine trying to train yourself now to move a pencil across the room. You can do it, but do you have the patience?
Patience,
training
exactly.
for years.
The patience first to deal with realizing how impatient you really are. It's even stages to get to these stages. Didn't you just say something earlier about you had to? Somebody just said something like that. Like you weren't prepared to be prepared. It was something we said earlier.
Yeah, you gotta get in shape to get in shape.
That's what it was. So that's the whole thing. There's stages upon stages to get to those stages.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I'm in the process now, you know, like I said, much earlier, I was talking about how I was like, if I'm a master, why don't I manifest $1 million? Like, let's do it. Boom. And as soon as I started looking into that, all of a sudden, all this other work that I had to do came up that had nothing to do with the desire, but all that was hindering me from creating that environment. The environment is being made.
Think about the vibration of the gunas. Soon as you thought that thought, it activated every fucking thing. Your samskaras, your gunas all went, hey, because that's just nature. And what it is, what I mean, and trying to give a description, everything went into calculation. It's like, boop, 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 boop. Is she prepared for $1 million? You know what? Yo, man, I done seen people get $30 either doing the most defiling things to themselves or doing some defiling thing because they wasn't able their own self to be capable of making $30 on their own. So they'll do anything for that money. So it's the same thing with us. We might not have been prepared to face what that means to obtain $1 million, to look in your account right now and know that you can say, I think I'm gonna buy a ticket, I'm gonna fly out here. I'm going to India right now. Right now, get online, look up, buy your ticket, hotel, boom, boom, all of that. We may not be refined enough to do that. Now the devices that you've had before may kick back in because you haven't done any work, you haven't done any cleansing out the shadow. So now you get $1 million. You used to fucking smoke crack back in the day. Now you're smoking super crack now because you got $1 million. You ain't prepare yourself for the urges that are gonna kick into you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened to them people that win the lottery.
People, just because you get money don't make a lame nigga not lame no more. Nigga have $1 billion and be super fucking lame.
And
you ever been around?
Lottery women.
I'm gonna say this, man. I'm getting ready to roll, man. But
yeah, me too.
The worst thing that you can ever see is a person who's obtained riches and things and stuff like that and still be a lame motherfucker.
Thanks.
Don't get
Yikes.
no yoni. The women don't like him. People think you're corny. They don't gravitate towards you because you got money. Like you got all this money, but none of the shit that we see other people with money get. That's the worst person that you can ever see. There's a motherfucker that got all the money, but a super duper fucking lame.
Super duper.
That's horrible. That's a person who they obviously didn't do something right on their personal self. And they think that's when they start buying people stuff and overly, they be like the reverse of somebody now. The person should be coming to you trying to leech off of you because you're a millionaire, but instead you the millionaire, you're trying to leech them into you emotionally. Like you want them to use you. And you're so lame, they don't even want to fucking use you. And you got $1 million to burn.
They can give it to me. I'm trying to manifest that.
Isn't
Know,
that whole,
if
and
there's
it's
any
easy
late people
for you
out
to
there
manif-
with $1 million,
and you can get
Here.
that. You can get it, Alora. You know why? Because look at all the money that's spent and wasted on useless, on dumb shit.
and actually, that's been part of my shadow working, because I was so convinced that it had to come in this way that I realized that part of that environment that I needed to build was I needed to look at how I was handling the money I already have.
I thought that I needed more money at one point, but really what I actually had to do was come to the realization that I'm capable of living very comfortable in the present space that I'm currently at. So if I was to get more money, because we always want more. The reason why if I was to get more, that's going to tap into a lot of things. Now I might become squandering it because now it's I've lost the value of it. Now
Right.
Now I'm spending too much on my daughters, and now they become arrogant, privileged kids to the point where now they mistreat other kids that don't have the kind of stuff that they got just because they got it.
Straight up.
You see what I'm saying? That's
Yep.
why we gotta be. That's why it's better to seek the inner joy of yourself, and as Trav say, maintain your frame, which is basically standing firmly upon something, standing firmly upon what you know creates the best operating system of you. Because basically, when we say you and me, and we're nothing, basically an operating system. You are iOS. You know what I'm saying? That's what you are.
Yeah.
What type of system? Just like Travis Noah, and he uses Amar and them who've mastered a particular level of this energy. They can read and write. They can read us like a book because they've studied and mastered these particular levels of this science to see, like, that's why they counsel people to be like, yo, you're operating from this point of mind based off the study of hundreds of thousands of people who demonstrate the same pattern as you. You're not doing, first, let's realize you're not doing anything unique. Your troubles aren't unique to you. In the same city you live in, there's 1,000 motherfuckers feeling the same way you feel, operating the same way you operate in, until you reach the higher level of self. Then you start to become to operate in only a level of individuality, but you still are part of the one and the all. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
Trav, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come on, man. I'm gonna do the thing because the Lord, you about to check out, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna go walk my dogs.
I'm gonna check out too, man. You know, and I appreciate, man, Trav, you letting me come out here and just take over and just mouth blab for multiple times. But and the reason it's like that because you inspire us with what just who you are. It ain't even you, it's what that energy, when you say inspiration, we can deify that. We can make that into an energy. If we can make just like understand, man, they got these different gods, despair and all. If despair can be a god, then inspiration can be a god as well. It can, and it's not necessarily a god, it's the particular demonstration attributes that this lord of that realm acts in. So I'm grateful to have the ability of Trav, you know what I'm saying, it being inspirational, that keeps the conversation flowing. You know what I'm saying? It's bountiful.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, man, I'm just gonna say peace. I appreciate you, Trav. I thank you. Allura, it's always good seeing you.
Yes, you too.
When you traveling?
When?
Yeah, when you
In April. So if you guys, I'll try to get on some lives too. So that in April through May, I'm gonna stay there for over a month.
that's
So
dope. Are you gonna be able to like do like some live stream and stuff like that?
I'm hoping so, yeah. So I can show you all. I'll be like, I'm
Well,
in the
show us
middle of
that.
the forest.
Yeah, so niggas don't have to speculate about what they eating and if they got the same TikTok.
All of it. I'm gonna
over
take
there.
you all with me, man. We're all going to Thailand.
That's dope, man. Yeah, man. I'm looking forward to that, and I think we'll probably chop it up before April comes. So
yeah.
I'm gonna say peace and good night before Trav. I appreciate that, man. Like I said, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm appreciative. It's inspirational, and you, like I told you before, you actually listen to you're obedient to what your inner self calls you to do. Because you can go a whole nother route. Like I said, I jokingly tell people sometimes, I'll be like, but don't forget, man, Trav is a motherfucking dark master. Don't think this nigga could be manipulating your ass on some for real shit.
Yep.
And still be smiling and still be with the unicorns and all of that. And they thinking them shits is cute, thinking Trav on some cute shit. And y'all niggas ain't see Trav roll up in there with his people at the lecture and shit. These niggas are representing the Northwest, East, and South. Trav came up that motherfucker like some Nation of Islam shit, man.
Hey man, it was Atlanta.
It was Atlanta. Don't think Trav coming up there just because this nigga got on some garments that you may think this nigga soft. Don't fool your fucking self, man. You know what I'm saying? We respect that shit. Put some respect on Trav's fucking name, nigga.
It's a respect.
Done.
You think that this nigga, he got Fruity Pebble oils burning, he won't bust you in your fucking face?
Or get somebody else to do it.
And his homeboys won't jump you and shit?
Shit, Trav is so good at that. At hypnosis, he'll make you punch yourself in the face.
That's what I'm saying. That's why we respect him, because I respect him because I know dark magic. I know what can be done. And he's an individual. Just like, remember one time somebody said, I'm getting ready to go. Somebody said that Trav was putting the fucking he was manipulating people and that she was gonna do her own Facebook page or something. It was like, man, if Trav really wanted to fucking manipulate you, you'll have your whole fucking legs bent up backwards right now some fucking where. You know what I'm saying? I don't see him operate like that. So you got to give him respect on that shit. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, y'all, he's holding back right now.
He really does. Like I said, don't
forget.
Us
his mercy.
Never forget that Trav can be. Shit, I'm just gonna leave that thing alone, man. The unicorn may look cute and all of that, but don't exactly. The unicorn and all that may look cute, but don't forget that horn would stab your ass if you did. And put glitter into you as it stab you. You're gonna have glitter left all around the wound and shit like that.
You have to explain that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck is this?
What did you get pierced by?
Huh? Say peace.
Peace.
All right,
Peace.
everybody. Enjoy your evening, man. Eden came in here in the full expression of his naked self. So
Oh,
Yeah.
he got his pull up, you know what I'm saying?
See?
Say peace.
Nice. Peace.
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 1, 2.
Amazing.
Jeez Louise.
Mm-hmm. Jav, you just got talked up, bro. Yeah, just so everybody knows, not only do you have bodyguards, but you can handle yourself very well.
You know, as long as I don't have to. See, one thing I do love about the US government is their defense is mostly psychological. They prevent any attacks before they happen. So
Mhm.
everybody's cool. Everybody's cool.
That's actually the key of that. Chase Hughes and Greg Hartley talk, they're professional interrogators, and they talk about the best interrogators are the ones that'll make you think you're having a regular conversation, and then halfway through you realize you're being interrogated, because it's all about de-escalation, not escalation. And then so that's what they focus on. Woo! Yes. And that's the model we used to use in the group homes and all of that, and with the most violent people. Yes. Yep. Tactical communication. Yep. You understand
Go ahead.
No, I mean, it just boils down to understanding the processes of how someone thinks, catalog it, and then use that to communicate with them. And then if you're very masterful at it, you can start getting them to do things like calming the fuck down and eating some cereal.
Fruity Pebbles.
That's right. Eating some Fruity Pebbles, or if they like grape nuts, having some grape nuts or whatever.
Grape nuts.
Man, I cannot wait. I'll tell you what, I've been manifesting this money thing, but again, it came from one of those places. Was the root cause of it was needing to feel stable and wanting to live my life without having financial worry. That came up. And so since I recognized that and was just working on and being aware of my own stability, I cannot wait, because tonight I get paid and I'm going to get myself some fucking grape nuts.
Hey, if that's what you use as a trigger to put yourself in a nice state, I hope that you get there quickly and get what you need out of it.
Right. Thank you. Yep. So part of that self-induction going on. It's good. All right. I'm going to start to get ready to go myself. But thank you so much for these conversations today. They've made my whole month, and we've only just started. So I cannot wait for the continuation of things.
Absolutely. You are always welcome here.
Thank you. All right, y'all. Much love to everyone. I will talk to you later. Bye.
Peace. Well, what a day it has been, my friends. What a day it has been. Looks like we find ourselves here at the end of another conversation. And how long has it been? 6.5 hours? Wow. Yawn. What a day. So as usual, hope you learned something. I certainly did. All right. So did anyone get any takeaways that they'd like to share? Any standout points? I didn't go to sleep last night, so been kind of quiet. You ever get that feeling where it's like you're hungry but you're not? You kind of just want to eat something, but yeah. Been a great day. Shivaya. All right. So yeah. I guess with that, we'll go ahead and wrap it up. Again, it's going to be a really good idea. If you care about this occult stuff and you care about this Kabbalah stuff, to go back over Ladder of Lights and A Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism, specifically the chapters that we're currently reading, right? So a Mystical Kabbalah, we just went over the chapter concerning Kether, Hakma, and Bina, the upper triad of the tree. And this is arguably the most difficult part of the tree to understand. So hopefully you have this physical book and you have an actual highlighter and you actually highlighted while you were reading that section. So what I would suggest to vastly increase your depth of understanding, because just like Shango said, Dion Fortune is the Kobe Bryant of Kabbalah, really. So take what she says here and really, really contemplate it. Then also go back to her direct student, who was Gareth Knight, right? A Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism. And read those very same chapters about Kether, about Hakma, and about Bina, right? Take notes if you got the copy where you're able to highlight it. And then go to where we went to in Ladder of Lights. And I'm telling you, this book hits different after reading this and after going back over Dion Fortune. This hits different. Now, his approach is a little bit different because he's not in the same exact school as Fortune and Knight, but he's related. So his views do differ slightly, but not so much that it's a completely different discussion. He adds flavor on top of the subject that you really don't find, that I haven't found anywhere else. So if you're a serious student about this Kabbalah, I highly advise you to go back over those chapters. If you don't like reading, or if you got problems with your eyesight, or if you're someone who drives for a living, you can always check out the audiobooks, because guess what? I read all this stuff on YouTube already. But I would suggest you actually read it yourself so that you can take your time and, highlight and do your thing. That's what I'm going to be on. Of course, because my power cord on my Xbox broke, so I won't be playing Fortnite for a few days, which does give me lots of time to focus on some work I need to catch up on, which is the whole point of this break, for me to recharge and get back to my efficient state, which I am quickly getting there. So yeah, WT says, Shango pointed out so much, hard to pinpoint. I absorbed what resonates with me. Now I have to sit with it for a little bit. A lot was channeled tonight. Right. That's why I kind of just stepped to the back. I know when channel messages coming through. I mean, I channel spirits on a regular basis, so I would know. And this is one of those times. So hopefully everybody got something they needed. I certainly did. And enjoy your night. Hopefully you're an actual member of my channel. And if you missed it, go back and watch the video that I did last night about the Queen definitely put some high level information in there that was channeled from my ritual. You, if you've got that spark in you, you probably want to catch that video. I'm thinking that I might take it down because I think some of that information might have been a little too much. But if you have the chance, go ahead and check it out. But other than that, I'm Audi 5000. Got work to do. Listen, I'm so happy and excited about these two. So happy and excited. These are hands down my favorite. Oh, yeah. All right. So that's that. Ari Om Tat Sat. Ari Om Tat Sat. Okay. Al Dickey says, thank you, my brother. And cards are ordered. Awesome. Yeah. Again, if you want to get on top of how you're manipulating yourself, you probably want to order a deck of those cards and study it. Study it. Yeah, worth it. 1000% worth it. If you missed it, I'll post the link again. All right. So great to be here. And I'll catch y'all next time. We will be back on Mystical Kabbalah, the Chesed chapter, which is very important. And I'm kind of just taking my time because that's where my current focus of work is right now. But we'll probably get on that tomorrow. All right. Till then, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus. You're with LVX777. I love you guys. Peace.